Kindly be seated, the guests have arrived. You have brains in your head and feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. You are on your own and you know what you know. So be the one who will decide where to go. A very good morning to one and all present here. Reverend Father Dr. Arokeswamy S.J., Father Dr. S. Javier S.J., Father Dr. Raymond Kerubin, Father Amal Das, Father Pradeep, our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Ravi Bapna, and all of our esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and dear participants. I deem it a great privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the annual International Conference of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, titled Sustainability and AI in a VUCA World, an interdisciplinary approach towards Viksit Bharat. The conference will explore AI's transformative potential in advancing India's sustainable development goals. In these 2 days, we will set out on a journey to participate in and witness a confluence of ideas through expert keynote addresses, plenary sessions, panel discussions, paper presentations, and interactive sessions spanning disciplines such as commerce, management, science, computer science, economics, political science, literature, psychology, and the arts. Beyond this, we aim to forge collaborations that will extend beyond these conference halls, creating a lasting impact on academia, industry, and policymaking. We are honored to welcome esteemed dignitaries joining us from across India and the world to be a part of the conference, including our MOU colleges, Loyola Marymount University, United States, St. Xavier's College, Nepal, St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and Sophia Girls College, Jaipur. I welcome you all to our beautiful pink city of Jaipur. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand before such a distinguished gathering of academicians, researchers, and thought leaders from diverse fields. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome our chief guest and chairperson for the conference, Dr. Ravi Bapna. Dr. Bapna is the Curtis L. Carlson Chair Professor in Business Analytics and Information Systems at the Carlson School of Management, University of Minnesota. He also serves as the academic director of the Carlson Analytics Lab and the Analytics for Good Institute, as a globally leader, and Dr. Tanil Neal. On the behalf of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, I heartily welcome you all. From our college, we present a green sapling to Usha Bapna ma'am as well, and Dr. Ajay Kochar. Thank you so much, Father. Dance is meditation in movement, a walking into silence where every movement becomes prayer. It is the hidden language of the soul. To add an aura of auspiciousness to the conference, I would now like to invite Rupal to add elegance to the occasion with a graceful prayer dance.
तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः
सारी सृष्टि जिससे जागी बीज वही दिव्यवाणी नि सा 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 नि सा ग सा 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 नि सा ग म प म ग ग म प नि 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 म प नि सा 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 नि सा ग सा नि सा 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 नि प नि 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 प म प प प म ग म म ग म ग
Thank you for that wonderful performance, Rupal. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a video is worth 1,000,000. Now, we present to you the fruit of the collective effort of the technical team of the conference. We proudly unveil the official conference video of sustainability and AI in a VUCA world. I kindly request the technical team to play the video. Thank you, technical team. A leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. To formally open the conference, I invite Manager of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, Reverend Father Dr. Aroke Swami, to bless this gathering. Okay, right. Since time immemorial, light has been a symbol of enlightenment and the pursuit of knowledge. To mark the commencement of the conference on a propitious note, I humbly request all the respected dignitaries to come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Thank you, everyone. To formally open the conference, now I invite all the eminent guests and dignitaries to be seated on the stage. I now invite Manager, St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, Reverend Father Dr. Aroke Swami SJ, to bless this gathering by delivering the welcome address.
Honorable Chief Guest of this wonderful day, Dr. Ravi Bapna, Curtis Carlson, Chair Professor in Business Analytics and Information System, Carlson School, University of Minnesota. Respected Professor Xavier, Principal St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, Dr. Raymond Kerubin, Vice Principal, Dr. Amal Das, Dean Research, Dr. Madhu Sharma, Director XIMI, all esteemed dignitaries present today, and all enthusiastic presenters and participants, both in person and online, a warm welcome to each one of you. It is a privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the management, staff, and students of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, to this significant international conference. The theme of this conference is both timely and relevant. I sincerely appreciate the organizing team for selecting such a crucial topic. The enthusiasm for paper presentations and active participation is truly commendable. We can expect a wealth of creative ideas, fresh insights, and thought-provoking discussions as we explore the theme, sustainability and AI in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Artificial intelligence holds immense potential to revolutionize sustainable living by enhancing efficiency, reducing waste, and enabling smarter decision-making. However, its implementation must be approached thoughtfully, addressing challenges such as energy consumption, ethical concerns, and social inequalities. The key to a sustainable future lies in balancing technological innovation with environmental and social responsibility. Today and tomorrow, we have the privilege of learning from distinguished experts from across the globe, enriching our understanding of this critical subject. I wish you all fruitful discussions, insightful interactions, and a truly enriching experience. Once again, a warm welcome to all. Wishing you a successful and rewarding conference. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Father, for your words of encouragement. John Quincy Adams once said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a true leader." Hereby, I humbly request our principal, Reverend Father Dr. S. Xavier S.J., the visionary behind the conference, to embellish this gathering by addressing the audience.
The Honorable Chief Guest for today, Dr. Ravi Bapna, and his mother, Mrs. Usha, all the dignitaries on stage, and the delegates who have come here from Amchi, Mumbai, from Jaipur, within Rajasthan, beyond Rajasthan, my beloved faculty members, the conveners, co-conveners, organizing team of this conference 2025, and beloved students. Within today's cultural landscape, no topic is as pervasive or as contentious as the role and future of artificial intelligence and sustainability in the society. With discourse ranging from its scope in skyrocketing scientific development across multitude of fields, we are clear to the pitfalls it already showcases with its hitherto unimaginable malicious potential. This notion brings us to the conference theme, Artificial Intelligence, Humanity and Sustainability. A deceptively simple topic with ever-deepening layers for our panelists to dissect today and tomorrow. Its endless possibilities and existential threats are what the following days are to cover, as speakers break down the multi-layered impacts emerging technologies will have and are also already having on several industries and in fields. With this narrative in my mind, the conference team, together with the faculty, decided to leave the deliberation to the experts for the next 2 days. calling upon an expansive list of speakers. Where have you witnessed? From Minnesota to Loyola Marymount, Los Angeles. From Arabia to Harvard. From Boston to London. And from Jaipur and beyond Jaipur. Galaxy of speakers to dissect that idea, whether are we in the right map towards artificial intelligence. With an exhaustive event schedule, there is no doubt in my mind that this conference proceedings will enlighten paradigms of thought inconceivable to us prior. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to extend my gratitude to the conference organizing team. Lots of labor, silently, but they have done it to bring it to this stage. I only requested them this morning. I have prayed for us. We give our best. Let God's grace be upon us to bring it to fruition in abundance and in completion. Welcome one and all, and especially to our chief guest, who just with one request of text from Ajay Kochar sir, he just traveled from the States. Day before yesterday he has reached, sent us the PowerPoint last night 11:30, saying that this is my presentation for you. And that's the true spirit of a Xaverian. Started his life journey in St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Now he is in America, keeping that flag going high. Thank you, Dr. Bapna, for your presence among us. It's a valuable presence, and all the more when your mother, Mrs. Usha, is with us. It's a proud moment for a child to deliver in front of the mother on his keynote address. Welcome one and all, and have a wonderful experience to this campus for next 2 days. Receive the hospitality, receive the warmth from the conference and organizing team from the faculty. Have a wonderful time in St. Xavier's, Jaipur. God bless.
We thank you for your pearls of wisdom, Father. The road to knowledge is paved with curiosity, and every step you take is a step towards the future of your own making. Our chief guest, Dr. Ravi Bapna, is a pioneering visionary in the field of business analytics, ethical AI, and data-driven decision-making. His leadership in experiential learning through the Carlson Analytics Lab has been widely recognized, and his insights have shaped AI-driven transformations in leading global firms. We are excited to have such a distinguished scholar gracing our event. I invite Dr. Ravi Bapna to take over this session and deliver the inaugural address.
Yeah, perfect. Good morning. This is really a full circle moment for me for so many reasons. I think days like these are few and far between, so I must acknowledge the nature of this full circle moment. So first of all, Father Principal Xavier, Father Ruke, thank you so much for inviting me, Ajay Bhaiya. I think as Father said, it was really a very small conversation at the golf club that I had with my brother. And he said that, please come and have this opportunity to address the conference. And I said yes, because I'm a child of Jaipur. My family has been here for generations. As Father said, I went to St. Xavier's College in Calcutta, after studying in a school in Ajmer nearby. And that's where I started my education in some senses at the higher level. And that has been the foundation for me to become a business school professor over the years. And so I'm really, really excited. And if I can get my deck up, yeah? I'm super excited to be able to talk to you about AI. So let's dive right in. And I know we have hard constraint at 10:30, but I think I'll finish before that and we can even have a discussion. I've been, presenting about AI now to many audiences for the last, I would say, 6 months, having written a book, which I'll talk about. And often I start by asking this question, which I'm going to ask actually all of you right now. When you think of AI, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Anybody in the audience? Machine intelligence, I guess. So that's true. Any other top of mind thoughts? Making life simple, making it easy, creativity, taking over real intelligence. And so this is a very positive audience. I love it, actually. I gave a similar talk at a school in Jaipur about 2 months ago, and there was a 5th grader out there, and the first thing he said that AI is going to take over our jobs. So there was this, element of fear in that child's voice. So what version of AI is true, right? Let's get into that. Let's try to demystify it. So artificial intelligence, and by the way, I think congrats to the organizers for the theme of the conference. I think it's really visionary to do that. So by and large, if you look at what is the media, for example, talking about AI, and what, if you go to, spend an hour on Twitter or any of the social media platforms, we analyzed the nature of sentiment around AI, me and a PhD student, and we were able to basically discern that most of the narrative around AI today is dystopian, right? As that 5th grader said, people worry about the fact that AI is going to take over human intelligence, is going to take over our jobs, it's going to lead to more disinformation, it's going to lead to perhaps more discrimination. And this is the narrative that the media likes to put out there, because media is in the business of getting attention, of getting eyeballs, getting clicks. And the way human nature is, fear sells more than hope. Okay? But I think in this audience, right, in the greater glory of God, we have to be more hopeful, right? And so this narrative that we hear in the media is actually in stark contrast to my own lived experience. So I started teaching. So my life journey was, I went to St. Xavier's College, and then I suddenly discovered computers and programming in particular, and my parents were kind enough to basically use their retirement savings to send me to Manipal to do computer engineering. And then I went to the US to do a PhD in the business school. So I'm a management professor, and in my experience of 20 years, having being involved in teaching AI and machine learning to MBA students, to undergrads, I started doing this in 2004 and 2005. My experience, my lived experience, has been exact opposite of this dystopia, right? We recently completed a project in Minneapolis, the city that I live in, where we worked with the county administrator, the Hennepin County Chief Data Officer, to predict who is likely to be evicted from low-income housing 2 months before they were going to be evicted, so that the county could use the resources and the funding that they already had to give bridge loans to these people so that they didn't actually get thrown out of the house. We worked with a rehab center, the Hazelton Betty Ford Foundation, 2 years ago, and we did a project where people who, for whatever reason, are involved in substance abuse, who get admitted for rehab into this facility, we built a model using data and using AI to predict who is likely to commit self-harm before they do that, so that the foundation could actually intervene and save their lives. Okay? Even with respect to jobs, when you look at the research, my friend and colleague, Professor Lin Wu at Wharton, she studied the adoption of robots in every Canadian company over the last 10 years. And what she found was that, in contrast to what you hear from the media, companies that are more likely to use robots are actually more likely to hire more people. And the converse is, the companies that are not using the robots are actually getting wiped out, right? So the reality around AI is actually very, very different than the kind of, dystopian view that you get in the media. And we wondered, why is this the case? One of the reasons that we landed on was the fact that, in contrast to prior general purpose technologies, right? So what is a general purpose technology? A technology that can be used to do many things, right? So a computer is a general purpose technology. You can use it to do some math in Excel. You can use it to write a paper in Word, or you can use it to basically do data science or to program, right? Prior to that, things like electricity have been called general purpose technologies. Going back to time, even the printing press and the steam engine are general purpose technologies. All of those prior general purpose technologies, we can see them, we can touch them, we can feel them, right? So we have an interaction with the computer. AI, on the other hand, is also a general purpose technology. We use it in literally every industry, in every function, in every aspect of our life. And this general purpose technology, though, is intangible. These algorithms, they lurk in the background and they influence, what movies you might get recommended on Netflix. They might be influencing what books you, see on Amazon. They might influence whether you get screened by a company for a job by a resume screening algorithm. They may influence whether you get a loan from a bank or not, right? So, but these algorithms, nobody can see them. They are complex. There's a lot of math and science behind them. But more importantly, they're intangible. And because of that, it sort of allows this space for kind of extreme views from the media, or maybe sometimes you also get the other extreme view from the tech companies, which would like you to believe that AI is going to lead to Shangri-La, right? That we will have self-driving cars, we don't have to do all the chores that we don't like to do, robots will take care of all that, and we can live our life with universal basic income, right? That is also not true. So the reality is always more complex, the reality is always in the middle. So that was one theme that was for me in stark contrast. And the other theme, and this is more from those of you who are in the world of management and who study companies, as we do in the business school, what we've also found is that companies are drowning in a sea of data. Okay, so Gartner put out a statistic, I have the citation there, where they said that companies are only using, or actually using less than 3% of the data that they have to make better decisions. Okay, and there are many reasons for this. We won't get into the details, but there is in our book, which I'll talk about just next, we call it the 3 I's. There's inertia, right? So people don't want to change. There is ignorance, so there's lack of awareness of what can be done. And all of this then leads to lack of imagination and maybe lack of innovation. So these two things, the intangible, complex nature of these algorithms that are lurking in the background but literally shaping who you date on a platform, who you get matched with, what content you see on Meta or on Instagram or on Twitter, right? All of these things, as well as the fact that people cannot really make sense of all this data that's growing every day, actually led me and my good friend, Professor Anindya Ghosh at NYU, who's also from Calcutta actually, to write a book called Thrive, which I will be for sure bringing a copy for Father and for the library next time I'm here. We'll send it through. And so the whole purpose of Thrive was to try to demystify AI for the layperson. Okay, because if people have understanding and if they have agency in thinking about AI, then they can be more informed consumers of this technology out there, right? So that was the motivation for the book. We wrote it for the layperson. Every chapter in the book basically talks about how AI is influencing things that all of us care about, right? Our work, our education, our health, our relationships, both romantic and non-romantic. So that's the bulk of the book. Those are the chapters. And through that, we try to explain how AI works to the layperson, right? And so in my talk today, I'll give you a short glimpse. I'll give you a tour of the book at a high level, and then I will be happy to take any questions that you have. And so in the process of writing the book and then talking to many audiences about this book, I have found that there are a lot of myths around AI that are going on, right? So in another audience, when I asked this first question, this was actually a different school in Bangalore that I was giving a talk to. When I said, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of AI? People said ChatGPT, right? All of you probably are using ChatGPT here, right? Show of hands. How many of you using ChatGPT? So many of you, right? Exactly. This is an AI conference. Not surprising, right? So people now think that everything about AI is all about generative AI, right? So that's the type of technology that powers ChatGPT. That's not true, okay? And in fact, the first chapter in our book tries to give you a framework which we call the house of AI. Okay, so you know, this is my attempt at showing you what a house looks like. So everybody is welcome into the house of AI. The foundation of the house of AI is data engineering, right? And then there are all these components. So I'll give you a little tour of this house of AI. That's going to be essentially the structure of this talk. And the reason why we wanted to present a framework like this is to explain to people that it's not only generative AI that's important. There are many, many other more fundamental building blocks that help us leverage AI, and we have to understand all of them. In fact, at the Carlson Analytics Lab, every year we work with 10 to 15 companies, and we have our master students do semester-long projects for these companies, and we've been doing that for 10 years. And so we've done close to now, 200 projects, and we've been counting, for example, how much time do we spend in doing data engineering? What is data engineering? It is cleaning, aggregating, integrating disparate sources of data to then predict, whether a low-income family will get evicted from their house before they get evicted from the house, right? So that part is really important. It almost takes 70% of our time, right? Because this data is not readily available. This is going to be sitting in many sources, in many databases, in many parts of the organization, controlled by many people who may not want to give it to you. So there's a political side of getting this data to work for you, right? But if you do that, then it allows you to basically access the main pillars of analytics and AI, right? Descriptive analytics, which says that let's use modern machine learning methods to go beyond just visualizing the data and doing some reports. We can use it to detect unusual patterns, right? So imagine a bank. I'm sure maybe you traveled somewhere and you tried to use your credit card for a transaction and the transaction got denied. That is actually an anomaly detection algorithm that the bank is running in the background, where it is looking at multi-dimensional data and it's saying, oh, this thing looks odd, right? It's an outlier in a 15-dimensional space, and let me flag it, right? So this is basically keeping you safe, right? So AI today, in virtually every aspect that we can think of, contrary to what the media will want you to believe, is actually making the world safer, okay? So the descriptive pillar is very important. Bulk of the work is going to be in prediction, right? In the next 3 years, some of the smartest people in the AI industry, people like Andrew Yang, who founded Coursera, they have said that 70% of value to society is going to come from us being able to predict something, right? In a university, for example, we may want to predict whether a student will graduate in 4 years or not, right? Because that is linked to many outcomes, federal outcomes, right? I already gave you some examples of predictions earlier on, right? So companies may want to predict, will my customer churn? A bank may want to predict whether a person will default from a loan before they give them the loan so that they can manage their risk, right? So this is a big part of the pillar. The third element out here is separating correlation and causation. So let me, get into a few examples of all these different components of the of AI. But keep in mind that generative AI is important, but it's one component, right? And so we have the 4 basic pillars. Prescriptive is around optimization. Once you sort of understand these, then it allows us to go to the next level where more advanced methods like deep learning, reinforcement learning, generative AI come in. And the top floor of the house is the most important one, which is the ethical, fair, transparent, and explainable use of AI, right? So we coach our students a lot in making sure that when you put this AI out, you don't just build a model that is most accurate. You can maybe even sacrifice some accuracy. For a company, that means sacrificing some dollars or rupees to make sure that the algorithm is fair, okay, that it does not discriminate against minorities. It does not discriminate against, men versus women, for example, right? And those kinds of things can happen. So let's take a quick tour of the house of AI. Again, I'll be watchful of time and make sure that, we have some time for Q&A as well, okay? So sometimes I wanted to emphasize the importance of data engineering, and sometimes just getting really good data in today's day and age can be a really, really powerful asset, okay? So healthcare is a big, big use case of AI. Healthcare and education, if somebody asks me, right, those are the two biggest, verticals where AI can make a huge impact for humanity, right? So this is a healthcare example. And this example here is basically just, we're not even building a model. We're just saying that even having access to very micro level atomic data about what we are doing as a human on a day-to-day basis from a fitness device. In this case, there is a device called Whoop, WHOOP in the US, that tracks many, many biometric markers of human activity on a daily basis. They track it literally every second. And one such metric that I found in a paper that was really interesting was this metric called heart rate variability, right? So imagine your heart rate and the variance in that heart rate, right? So think about that metric. You can calculate the heart rate. You can sample it every, let's say, minute in a day, and you can calculate the variance. And this picture out here shows you a term to pregnancy of a lady, right? So we know pregnancies last 9 months. And so the x-axis is basically time to delivery. And it turns out that there is a natural pattern of this heart rate variability where for the, till about 7 weeks to birth, the heart rate variability goes down. And then there is an inflection point where the heart rate variability goes up, right? So for most normal deliveries, this is the pattern. Now imagine, and by the way, this device now has a pregnancy coach built into it, where if it detects this swing happening in week minus 10, okay? So if the swing, the inflection happens in week minus 10, what is that a predictor of? A premature delivery, right? So imagine, right? So that means it's a complicated delivery. The pregnancy will not carry to term. And if you are one of those people, like in the US, it turns out, we think it's a very advanced country, but 35% of counties in the US actually don't have, they're called maternity deserts because they don't have access to a obstetrician, right? So if you're living in rural North Dakota, it may be a 3-hour drive for you to go to the city of Fargo to access an obstetrician. And this device will tell you that, if it observes this pattern where it deviates from, instead of 7 weeks to birth, if the swing in the heart rate variability happens, let's say 10 weeks before, that's a message your device will tell you, please go and see a doctor. There's a complication here, right? And this can save lives. So this is, a very simple example of just good data doing good things for us. Okay, let's take a few more examples. Let's take a tour of the house of AI, right? So we look at the descriptive pillar first, right? As I was telling you, one of the most interesting use cases of these descriptive AI is finding, anomalies, right? So anomaly is something unusual. It could be a data packet, that is malicious and is going to infect your computer system, right? Imagine here, this is a typical kind of use case. This is a diagram from the book where we say that, let's say you have a credit card and your bank is trying to protect you from fraudulent use of the credit card. So the bank knows, for example, for every transaction, every dot out here is a purchase that you made. They know how far away from home your purchase was. They know how much you spent, and they know the frequency of purchase in a category, right? So maybe you buy books, you buy food, those are categories. So most of your transactions are clustered here or here, but if there is a new transaction that is far away from, let's say, the 3 other nearest neighbor transactions, that's a flag, right? And the interesting thing out here is that as humans, we can see things in 3 dimensions. Of course, the bank does not only know 3 things about you, it may know 30 things about you, right? As humans, we can't visualize in a 30-dimensional space, but AI can do that, right? So these algorithms are running in the back, background and helping us keep safe. Okay, so it's basically just looking at things that are unusual in a multi-dimensional, hyper-dimensional space. Okay, let's look at some examples of prediction. One of the favorite examples in our book is from the Mama Clinic in Hungary, where they essentially trained a model, a predictive model, that looks at mammograms and basically uses those mammograms as input into the AI to detect whether that mammogram, that lady's mammogram, has malignant tissues. In other words, does she have breast cancer or not? Okay, so that's the job of the AI. And this clinic started using this algorithm in conjunction with the doctors, right? And by the way, that's the way we have to think about AI augmenting human intelligence, right? So, but what they found was there were at least 22 instances since 2021, and this was a story reported in the New York Times. There were 22 instances when the doctors looking at the same mammogram missed out on detecting the breast cancer tissue, whereas the AI caught it. Okay? So again, think about the powerful impact in this case of saving lives. Okay? We spend a lot of time in our book trying to educate people on how to separate correlation and causation, right? This is a part of the overall analytics toolkit, right? So imagine an example that I like to share is, let's say, the CEO of your company or your chief marketing officer, let's say, invests in creating a new website, and the senior business leader wants to know, did the website redesign increase sales? And asks the analyst, can you run a report? The analyst runs the report, and you see basically, website A. By the way, these are the columns out here are sales of a product. In this case, like Amazon Kindle is the product. So you see website A, the sales kind of are here, and then website B is flipped on, and what does it look like? It looks like the sales went up, right? But just looking at this picture, can we truly conclude that the website redesign caused an increase in sales? Actually, the answer is no, right? Because there could be many other things simultaneously happening that could also, for example, maybe people get their paychecks in the end of the month and they're more likely to spend in the end of the month. So there's some kind of a seasonality pattern out here, right? Or maybe, like on this day, marketing ran a discount on the Kindle. So is the increase in sales due to the discount, or is it because of the website redesign? We don't know, right? And so this type of correlation will trip a lot of people, and you will make wrong decisions, right? You will conclude that falsely, perhaps, that the website redesign, caused an increase in sales, when in reality, actually, in this story, what happened was Oprah, came out here and said, "Oh, I love the Kindle." And of course, when Oprah says something, everybody will follow, right? So, but a company like Amazon will never fall into this trap of assuming that it will never fall into the trap of assuming that the website redesign caused an increase in sales, because notice what Amazon is doing. It is actually running both version A and version B of the website in parallel. Okay, so we technically call this an A/B test. Half the traffic that goes to Amazon, let's say you hit Amazon on an even second, you will see version A. If you hit Amazon on an odd second, you will see version B, right? And so Oprah, seasonality, marketing, running a promotion, all of that will affect both these versions. And when you take the difference between version A and B, you will truly get, the causal effect of the website redesign, right? And by the way, if you look at the picture, when you see it this way, the blue looks like it's better than the red, right? So you would be making the wrong decision, okay? So this is basically, I won't get into the prescriptive pillar, a little bit more technical, but once we understand the basic pillars of the house of AI, then we can go and do more advanced things, right? So you may have heard of deep learning. When does deep learning come into play? The moment we want to access richer data, data that is beyond just numbers in a spreadsheet, we want to use our voice or our images or our video data to predict something, right? we need more complex models, and that's where deep learning comes into play. So deep learning becomes important when we want to go beyond numeric data in a spreadsheet to richer data like text, audio, video, images. And here's my favorite example with that. So with deep learning, let's see. One second. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. So this is a lake in front of my house in Minneapolis, and one of the nice things about those lakes in our city is they're very clean for the most part, right? So when the snow melts, actually this lake right now is frozen. You can walk on it, right? So you can literally walk on water in Minneapolis, but it's very cold. And you can cross country ski on it, you can skate on it. But around May, it'll start thawing, and then it becomes very fun. Like in the morning, me and my daughter, we'd go and swim in this. But after a few weeks, sometimes this, we get this sign. A lady from the city comes in and puts a sign. Let's see, why is this not moving? Right? And the sign basically, says that, temporary beach closure because the water has high bacteria levels, right? So I saw this lady once putting up this sign. So I went and talked to her and I said, ma'am, what is your process? Like, how often do you sample the water? Because what they do is they take a sample, they take it to the lab. If there's too much bacteria, then they come and put the sign, right? So she said that, we come every 2 weeks, right? And so I said, for 2 weeks now, the lake is going to be unsafe. She said, yeah, after that, we're going to come. Next time we will check is another 2 weeks. And of course, think about water. It is very dynamic. It changes like literally every second, right? So what have we done? Some colleagues at the university, and in fact, this was a story in the BBC, they put sensors in the water. They took satellite imagery. They combined that with land use records, and they built a model to predict the water quality without having to take the sample in real time. So anytime you want to detect the water quality, they have a measure. And so, basically they can run this model maybe like every day, right? Or even every hour. And then it can be an electronic sign out there which says the water is safe or not, right? So this is a fun example that I've given you, like, for us to swim in the lakes. But imagine like building this kind of a model for, detecting hazardous waste being dumped by companies in the Yamuna in Delhi, right? So water quality is something all of us care about, right? These kinds of models have been used to detect, wildfires or forest fires in California much faster than humans can report it. So the current process relies on humans reporting this, right? Very slow, okay? Causes a lot of damage, as we have seen recently, okay? So, so that's deep learning. That type of model would involve deep learning. Here is another interesting example, a little bit more technical, but it's a very good use case, so I'll talk about it. Reinforcement learning, right? So one big application of AI, especially used by tech companies, in fact, Amazon was one of the first companies, they built an AI model to screen people for shortlisting for interviews when they apply for a job, right? So imagine Amazon posts a job for a tech person, right? Like a software engineer, and it gets 1,000 applications. So the human process would be somebody would have to read these 1,000 applications and then say, okay, these are the 10 people I should invite for a first round interview, right? So this is what we call resume screening, right? The use case here is resume screening. Who should we invite from the 1,000 applications? Who are the 10 people to invite for a telephone interview or a Zoom interview, okay? So it's a time-consuming process, so these companies have built this algorithm. Amazon built this algorithm and it got into the press for all the wrong reasons, right? Because what people found was that somehow Amazon's algorithm was associating being a male as being good in the tech job. So basically it was blocking out all women, okay? That's an example of unfair and biased AI, right? And why is that the case? Well, you have to think a little bit about the root cause of this issue with the AI. The data that Amazon used to build the model was based on their past hiring practices, okay? And for all kinds of reasons, actually societal reasons, they only had 10 to 15% of women doing tech jobs in Amazon. The rest of them were being done by male, right? So imagine the input data going into building this model to detect whether somebody, coming for an interview will be a high performer or a low performer. That's what we're trying to do, right? That data was 85% men and 15% women, okay? So what will happen? The problem with that kind of a data set is that machine learning or artificial intelligence, the way it learns is like how a child learns in a playground. It learns by examples, okay? So if I have to teach my daughter how to play tennis, I have to show her many examples of how to hit a backhand, right? So the more examples you show, the better somebody can learn. So if you have fewer examples of women, then the model cannot learn how to distinguish a good woman in tech versus a bad woman in tech, okay? So that is the root cause of the problem. Now, why is Amazon, having only 10% of women in tech? Well, maybe because, societal norms don't encourage these girls to, take science in high school, right? Therefore, they don't take the STEM degrees in college. And so there's a long series of like societal, norms that influence where we land up. And so now, long story short, we have built additional algorithms where even though the data might be 85% men and 15% women, we will have a strategy to explore and exploit the data in such a way that we will give women a chance and learn whether they are actually really good performers, and then actually even correct for the bias, right? So this reinforcement learning algorithm can actually remove the bias that actually has been created by society, right? Nothing to do with AI. So this is another myth, by the way, that AI is actually going to exacerbate societal biases. Most of these biases emerge from existing practices and norms that we humans have enforced over the years, and more AI is likely to be a source to fix these problems out there, okay? So this is basically myth number 2. My final, 5 minutes I'll just give you a quick sense of generative AI. This is what everybody's excited about today, right? Everybody's using ChatGPT to do all kinds of things. What is ChatGPT? It basically took everything that was written on the internet, right? Everything on Wikipedia, everything on New York Times, everything on Common Crawl, and built a model to predict text, okay? So imagine that, there's a sentence out there which says, all for the greater glory of God. So the model, if you give it half the sentence, all for it will predict the second half of the sentence, greater glory of God, right? So it's a prediction model for language. That's what ChatGPT does. Now, if my training data is made up of images, then I can generate images. If my training data is made up of sound, I can generate music. If my training data is made up of videos, I can generate videos, right? Everything can be done today. So that's what ChatGPT is doing. It is, it's a very powerful, very big model. And these are the major players in this that can generate text, images, audio, and video. I won't get into the details of how this works in the interest of time, so let's skip this part. Let's just talk a little bit about the superpowers of ChatGPT, and then we'll take 5 minutes for Q&A. Okay. Obviously, it is very good at generating things, right? So in my life as an academic, I use it all the time. To help me, I maybe draft an email and then I ask ChatGPT, can you refine it in the voice of a particular, let's say, audience that I want to send the email to, right? I may talk to a company and they may say, okay, send us a proposal to, come and do a leadership development program. And it's really good at generating that text. It saves a lot of time out there, okay? So generation is really good. When you're using the technology, make sure that you give good prompts to it, right? So I'll leave you maybe with this best practice, that when you write a prompt, it should have, at least 4 out of these 6 building blocks or components that I've put out there, right? So let's see this with an example, and then we'll stop, right? So let's say, here's an example of a prompt. I said, assume you work for a creative agency, and you have to make a sales pitch to a cafe, okay? So this is in pink. The pink is mapping with the role. So you have to tell the AI, what is the role? Who are you using the AI? Like, do you want to, in this case, play the role of a marketing person who's creating some content? It is known that music subconsciously can increase brand affinity and perceived value. Okay? So this is blue. This is the context. So you have to tell the AI what is the context. The green says, generate a playlist for me made up of songs that are focusing on various types of chai from different regions of India. The green is the task. What is the task you want the AI to do, right? So now we got to 3. Make sure that the music is accessible to a Gen Z audience, that it uses independent artists and is sensitive to the various festive seasons and time of day. So this is in yellow, and that is a little bit more specificity, right? So you see in this prompt, I have scored 4 out of 6 of the building blocks, right? What I don't have are the boundaries, so you may tell the AI, do not do A, B, and C, what it should not do, so you can specify the guardrails. And the last one is reasoning. You can even ask it to explain why it did something out there, right? And actually, I gave this prompt. There's a very nice platform called, there's a nice platform, let's see, called Suno, and it did generate some really fine music, okay? So I know we are at time. I want to really I want to thank you for your attention. I think maybe we can have one question. I don't know, I know we have a speaker at 10:30 waiting out here, but Father, maybe we can wrap up. Huh? Okay, sure. So thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to continuing the dialogue. All right, thanks.
Thank you for your address, sir. Your deliberations have offered us a better understanding of AI and have given us a new perspective on thriving in a world of rapid technological progress. Now, joining us online from Loyola Marymount University, Los Angeles, for a plenary address is Dr. Roberto Del Oro. Dr. Del Oro is the director of Bioethics Institute and the professor in the Department of Theological Studies at Loyola Marymount University. A distinguished scholar of philosophy, theology, and bioethics, he is a decorated academic and researcher at various medical and research centers in Los Angeles. He has also been an Erasmus Mundus Professor of Bioethics at the University of Padua, Italy, and an affiliate scholar at the Kennedy Institute of Ethics at Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. We welcome you, sir. I request the technical team to connect the call.
It's Dr. Roberto's 9 p.m. there in California, in Los Angeles. But I would tell you the secret of how we got the speaker for our conference. So we are in the process of making our MOU with Loyola Marymount University. The Chancellor, Dr. Michael Young, had visited us last year. So I wrote to him, already as a mark of beginning, can we have a speaker for our international conference, either visiting us or can we have him online? So the Chancellor put the role to the Dean. Dean put the call voluntary speakers for St. Xavier's Conference, Jaipur, and Dr. Roberto was the first person to volunteer to speak to us. Dr. Roberto, we value your presence amidst us, and artificial intelligence and networking has made us possible to connect with you. Though it's a weekend for you, but for you to sacrifice your time on the weekend to speak to us. Welcome, though online, from Los Angeles to St. Xavier's College, Jaipur. The time is yours. We start. Go ahead, Doctor. Have you connected? Dr. Roberto, are you able to hear us? My mic here is muted, yeah. Hello. Now it may have detected.
Hello?
Hello, Dr. Roberto, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you well.
Okay, so I just now thanked for your generosity to be on a weekend evening with us. For us, it's a Saturday morning. We are so glad that we are able to have your generosity, because when we approached the Chancellor, he was ready to give us a speaker as a mark of our beginning of our MOU with Marymount University. And we appreciate that sacrificing your weekend evening, you are able to address us. We are ready. Over to you. Take over.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, all of us can hear you well.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. As was suggested, it's evening here, but it is a real honor to be able to participate to this important conference. I, of course, present from the United States, and so I do so without necessarily being completely aware of the situation of India, but I hope that my reflection will be nevertheless useful to you. I titled this presentation Artificial Intelligence and Human Dignity, a look at challenges and opportunities. So it is impossible to miss the almost universal recognition that the age of artificial intelligence represents a kind of epochal turning point. There is broad consensus about AI marking a new and significant phase in humanity's engagement with technology. This appreciation is shared by both religious and secular documents alike, contributing to the realization that AI represents a shift of paradigm, the beginning of something entirely new. The 2023 interim report of the United Nations AI Advisory Board, titled Governing AI for Humanity, can be taken as paradigmatic of the recognition in question. I quote from this document: artificial intelligence increasingly affects us all. Though AI has been around for years, capabilities once hardly imaginable have been emerging at a rapid, unprecedented pace. End quote. We witness a welcoming openness to the potential applications of AI. Equally noted is the recognition of its potential risks. So the ambiguity at stake here, namely the indeterminacy of AI applications poised between benefits and risks, point to the need for regulatory framework. But still missing is a robust reflection on the background functions of AI, the recessive premises from which any regulatory applications, and more broadly, the articulation of ethical criteria depend. And so my talk will focus on the philosophical premises of AI, in the sense of investigating the anthropological dimensions of this new paradigm, in order to lay out some suggestions for ethical articulation, particularly with respect to a number of issues involving society, the economy, labor, and the environment. And so I proceed in 4 moments. In the first, I want to offer a broad definition of artificial intelligence. In the second, I reconstruct the basic contours of a notion of intelligence in the human context, showing the differences between artificial and natural intelligence, that is, the intelligence of human beings. Thirdly, I plead for an anthropologically rich account of AI and try to articulate basic ethical values that ought to shape a universal moral framework for its application. And finally, I mention how AI can contribute to developing a social sensibility toward economic justice and environmental sustainability. So these are the 4 points of my presentation. First, I want to offer a broad definition of artificial intelligence. The concept of intelligence in AI has a long history. Its origins in McCarthy organized a summer workshop at Dartmouth University to explore the problem of artificial intelligence. By analyzing large identified patterns, AI can predict outcomes and propose new approaches, mimicking, indeed, some cognitive processes typical of human problem solving. While each narrow AI application is designed for a specific task, many researchers aspire to develop what is known as artificial general intelligence, AGI. Now, this is something different. This is a single system capable of operating across all cognitive domains and performing any task within the scope of human intelligence. Some even argue that artificial general intelligence could achieve one day the state of superintelligence, surpassing human intellectual capacities and contribute to super longevity through advances in biotechnology. Now, this scenario is envisaged, for an example, by the Israeli historian Yuval Harari in a much celebrated book, which is significantly titled Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow. While many join Harari in the celebration of such utopian transformation, others fear that transhumanist or post-human possibilities, even if hypothetical, could one day eclipse the human person. Now, underlying this and many other perspectives on the subject is an assumption, and the assumption is the assumption of an analogy between artificial and human intelligence. Now, I think this analogy must be contested, and the singularity of human versus artificial intelligence underscored. So let me just say why human intelligence is different. In the case of humans, intelligence is a faculty that pertains to the person in her entirety, whereas in the context of AI, intelligence is understood functionally. So we could re-express the point by saying that AI creates sophisticated abilities to perform tasks, but does not engender the ability to think. I think the Western philosophical and theological tradition offers a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of intelligence. And I think such understanding is worth investigating in order to unpack what I call the recessive premises of artificial intelligence. Now, in so doing, I hope to throw into relief not only a fuller concept of intelligence, but also the meaning of its function in the very definition of the human person. And so I come to my second point under the title Intelligence in the Human Context. In this second part, I compare the notion of artificial intelligence with intelligence in the human sense. What I mean is that to understand human intelligence, we need to see it in conjunction with a host of other traits complementary to the activity of intelligence. Without grasping such complementarity, human intelligence not only would cease to be human, it would no longer be intelligence in the proper sense. The complementarity in question points to intelligence as a faculty whose functionality reflects the integral engagement with reality by the whole person. Here, the entire human being with all its dimensions is involved. A being who is not only cognitive, but is also embodied and relational. A proper understanding of human intelligence, then, cannot be reduced to the mere acquisition of facts or the ability to perform specific tasks. Instead, involves the person's openness to the ultimate questions of life, reflecting an orientation toward the true, the good, and the beautiful. Human intelligence has the ability to access the totality of being, contemplating existence in its fullness beyond what is measurable, empirically verifiable, or functionally operational. So at this point, differences between human intelligence and AI systems become evident. Although AI can simulate aspects of human reasoning and perform specific tasks with incredible speed and efficiency, its computational abilities represents only a fraction of the broader capacities of the human mind. Human intelligence is not primarily about completing functional tasks, what the philosopher John Searle calls syntactical capacity, but it's about semantic ability, that is, the ability to understand and to actively engage with reality in all its dimensions. So since AI lacks the richness of corporality, of relationality, and the openness of the human heart to truth and goodness, its capacities, though seemingly limitless, are incomparable with the human ability to grasp reality. So considering all these points, one could even say that the very use of the word intelligence in connection with AI is misleading. It risks overlooking what is most precious in the human person. This is why AI should not be seen as an artificial form of human intelligence, but rather simply a product of it. Third point, toward an ethical framework for artificial intelligence. Now, we all know AI raises tremendous new ethical questions. Still, we need not face those questions in a vacuum. We can count on a body of ethical principles and policies developed over the past 40 years, whose application has been relevant with respect to a number of new scientific practices. The framework in question, developed within the field of bioethics, which is the field in which I operate, the field I study, represents a form of common morality, a rational basis of universal principles which find consensus across differences of cultures, religions, and ethical systems. So I'm thinking here, for example, of the UNESCO Charter of Human Rights in Bioethics. Such framework certainly needs further expansion in order to address the specific questions posed by AI. Yet it offers the scientific community and the public something like a roadmap for addressing new ethical problems. This ethical framework has been useful in the search for ethical criteria guiding recently developed scientific practices. I mention, among others, the general field of clinical experimentation, the ethics of synthetic biology, embryo experimentation, stem cell research, nuclear transfer therapeutic cloning, human genome editing, and the application of CRISPR-Cas technology. Still, there is a specificity to the ethics of artificial intelligence. The ethical issues posed by AI cluster around data-driven decision-making. And so this raises the question, what data does AI use in making decisions? And more broadly, the world is a database. Data, we could say, are like the map of the world. But as an artificial rendition of reality, an artificial ontology, a map cannot be the exact copy of the world. And this triggers the key ethical issue. AI makes data-driven decisions. But since data are not the perfect copy of reality, it is unthinkable for an AI machine to make choices free of error. A machine, even when sapiens, machina sapiens, is by definition fallible. And so this is why ethics must be integral to AI in order to address its structural fallibility. So if there is a specific ethical framework for AI, what ethical principles would such framework entail? I don't know if you have ever heard of the Rome Call for AI Ethics, Scientific Academy for Life, and I participated in the composition of this Rome Call for Ethics. So we could use this document as a guide, pointing to a new algorithmics. This document articulates 6 ethical principles. They are transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, reliability, and privacy. So all these principles can be synthesized around 2 basic commitments. First, the commitment to ensuring that AI always supports and promotes the supreme value of the dignity of every human being. Secondly, the commitment to responsibility, since full moral causality belongs only to personal agents, not artificial agents. So responsibility is not something that we can predicate of machines, but it belongs to humans. It is crucial to be able to identify and to define who bears responsibility for the processes involved in AI, particularly those that are capable of learning, of correction, and reprogramming. Okay, with this general perspective, let me then come to the 4th part of my presentation. So first of all, I spoke about the concept of artificial. Thirdly, I try to reconstruct a minimal ethical framework. Now I would like to offer some practical applications. And I want to illustrate how the preceding arguments can help provide an ethical orientation for the following situations. First, the impact of AI on society. Secondly, its impact on the economy. Thirdly, labor. And fourthly, the environment. So society, the economy, labor, and the environment. I begin with the impact of AI on society. AI could introduce important innovations in agriculture, education, and culture, and thus be used to promote integral human development. However, while AI holds many possibilities for promoting the good, it can also hinder or even counter human development and the common good. Evidence to date suggests that digital technologies have increased inequalities in the world. Not just differences in material wealth, which certainly are significant, but also differences in access to political and social influence. In this sense, AI could perpetuate marginalization and discrimination, create new forms of poverty, widen the so-called digital divide, and worsen, rather than improving, existing social inequalities. I also think of the concentration of power over mainstream AI applications in the hands of a few powerful companies. I think this obviously raises ethical concerns. This problem is further exacerbated by the inherent nature of AI systems, where no single individual can exercise a complete oversight over the vast and complex data sets used for computation. So this lack of a well-defined accountability creates the risk that AI could be manipulated for personal or corporate gain. or to direct public opinion for the benefit of a specific industry. Such entities motivated by their own interest possess the capacity to exercise forms of control, subtle and invasive, creating mechanisms for the manipulation of citizens' conscience and clearly for the corruption of the democratic process. Second application, AI and the economy. Some brief observations about this. Due to its interdisciplinary nature, AI is being increasingly integrated into economic and financial systems. Significant investments are currently made not only in the technology sector, but also in energy, finance, and media, particularly in the areas of marketing and sales, logistics, technological innovation, compliance, and risk management. At the same time, AI's applications in these areas have also highlighted its ambivalent nature as a source of tremendous opportunities, but also profound risks. A first critical point concerns the possibility that due to the concentration of AI applications in the hands of a few corporations, only those large companies will benefit from the value created by AI. Another aspect of AI's impact on the economical and financial sphere concerns what I would call the interaction between digital world and concrete reality. Digital realities, not restricted by any spatial bonds, tend to be homogeneous and impersonal. And this is very different from communities that are rooted in particular places and with a specific history. So this diversity is an undeniable asset to the economic life of a community. But there is the risk that turning the economy and finance entirely to digital technology would in fact reduce this variety and richness. As a result, many solutions to economic problems that can be reached through natural dialogue between the parties involved may no longer be attainable in a world dominated by procedures which operate from a distance and only with the appearance of proximity to real-life situations. Third, some observation on AI and labor. Another area, of course, where AI is having a profound impact is labor. Why? Well, AI is driving fundamental transformations across many professions with a range of effects. Clearly, on the one hand, it has the potential to enhance expertise and productivity, to create new jobs, to enable workers to focus on innovative tasks, and so to open new horizons for creativity and innovation. However, while AI promises to boost productivity, it frequently forces workers to adapt to the speed and the demands of machines, rather than the other way around. That is, machines supporting those who work. So as a result, contrary to the advertised benefits of AI, current approaches to the technology can paradoxically de-skill workers, expose them to automatic surveillance, and relegate them to rigid and repetitive tasks. The need to keep up with the pace of technology, and this is a subtle observation, but it is an important one, can erode the sense of agency of workers and stifle the innovative abilities they are expected to bring to their work. AI, as we know, is currently eliminating the need for some jobs that were once performed by humans. If AI is used to replace human workers rather than complement human workers, so there is obviously a substantial risk of disproportionate benefit for the few at the price of the impoverishment of many. Additionally, AI becomes more powerful, there is an associated risk that human labor may lose its value in the economic realm. And so I think this is the logical consequence of the so-called technocratic paradigm. In a world where humanity is enslaved to efficiency, it becomes necessary to cut costs at the expense of human beings. Yet human lives are intrinsically valuable independently of their economic output. A final point, I want to make some observations on AI and the environment. AI has many promising applications for improving our relationship with environment. It can assist in creating models to forecast extreme climate events, proposing engineering solutions to reduce their impact, managing relief operations, and predicting population shifts. By the way, parenthesis, AI didn't work here in Los Angeles during the latest fires, close the parenthesis. Additionally, AI can support sustainable agriculture, optimize energy usage, and provide early warning systems for public health emergencies. So certainly these advancements have the potential to strengthen resilience against climate-related challenges and promote more sustainable development. At the same time, current AI models and the hardware required to support them consume vast amounts of energy and water. And so it contributes significantly to CO2 emissions and to the straining of resources. It's interesting because this reality is not immediately evident to the public, and it is often obscured, if you want, by the way this technology is presented in the popular imagination. For example, think of the way we use certain words. For example, the word cloud. It's in the cloud. This can give the impression that data are stored and processed in an intangible realm, detached from the physical world, and yet the cloud is not an ethereal domain, separate from the physical world. As with all computing technologies, the cloud relies on physical machines, on cables, on energy, and the same is true of the technology behind AI. As these systems grow in complexity, especially large language models, they require ever larger data sets, increased computational power and greater storage infrastructure. And so, considering the heavy toll these technologies take on the environment, it is vital to develop sustainable solutions that reduce their impact. I come to my conclusion. I conclude these reflections with the recognition that solutions to the potential problems created by AI, cannot be entrusted exclusively to technology. So, in other words, you can't simply solve the problems of technology with another technological fix. I submit rather that in order to address these problems, we require a change in our very philosophical outlook on reality. And here I want to share what Pope Francis highlighted in his encyclical Laudato Si, which are not simply addressed as problems requiring a pragmatic solution, but they are addressed as symptoms of a broader crisis, which calls for a change of heart and a renewed disposition of respect, even reverence, for the wonder of creation. The tendency to see nature purely as neutral reservoir of raw material available for our consumption and exploitation has brought us to environmental devastation, one whose contours and gravity we can no longer deny. Let me quote from the encyclical. A complete and authentic understanding of creation recognizes that the value of all created things cannot be reduced to their mere utility. Therefore, a fully human approach to the stewardship of the earth rejects the distorted anthropomorphism of the technological paradigm, which seeks to extract everything possible from the world and rejects the myth of progress, which assumes that ecological problems will solve themselves simply with the application of new technology and without any need for ethical considerations or deep change. End quote. Now, I take these words as words of wisdom. It is the prophetic cry shared by everyone still searching for a meaningful future, stronger than the shout of Nietzsche's last man celebrating this world as will to power and nothing besides. AI, as an expression of the most advanced technology, honors human ingenuity and creativity. But it also reminds us of the need for a renewed humility and may lead us in fear and trembling to a different astonishment at the beauty of things and the innocence of origins. More, it may open us to what I like to call the primal ethos of life, the gift of the source that brought us into being. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deloro, for that wonderfully enlightening session. Now, to carry on with the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Leena Sharma, the conference convener, to give an overview of the conference and the detailed program outline for days 1 and 2.
Dr. Roberta is there? Dr. Roberto, I want to thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation on the topic that we are interested to you. Please personally give our greetings of gratitude to Dr. Michael Eng, who was responsible for arranging this particular lecture with us. Thank you very much. Personally, I'll be also writing to you through email, thanking you for your availability and generosity. Have a wonderful night. Good night to you. Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, esteemed guest, dear distinct guests, scholars, faculties, and my students. It is really a great honor to welcome you today in the commencement of this conference. As we begin this gathering of minds, I want to start by reflecting on a profound Sanskrit shlok that encapsulate the essence of what brings all us together. Na chor hare, na cha raj hare, na bhatra bhaje, na cha bhar kari. Vyay krate vardha evam nityam vidyadhanam sarvadhanam pradhanam. This translates to knowledge is the supreme wealth. Unlike material riches, it cannot be stolen, divided, or diminished. Rather, it grows when shared. This slok teaches us that knowledge, unlike wealth and possessions, cannot be taken away from us, divided or lost. Instead, it grows when we shared and nurtured. So for this, we all have gathered here and we stand at the crossroad of this rapid technological evaluations and pressing the global challenges. AI is transforming the way we live, work, and interact, and that we have seen in the previous speeches of the speakers. So these are the critical questions that we in the conference are here aiming to explore in the next 2 days. I'll be taking you a tour of just the 2-day schedule and the major points that we will be covering in these 2 days. The day 1 would be the laying the foundation of the ethical and sustainable AI. We will begin our journey with the thought-provoking preliminary sessions, one from our distinct speakers, Dr. Ravi sir, we have already listened to. We'll be continuing the question answers from sir's session, followed by Dr. Roberto, that he was talking about AI and human dignity, about the global challenges and the opportunities. Following them, we will be having the session of Mr. Rajan Karmachare, who is the CTO from St. Xavier's, Nepal, our MOU partner, and he will be addressing the ethical challenges on AI-driven student research. In this era, where AI tools are seamlessly integrated into academia, ensuring fairness, accountability, and integrity in student research is paramount. Beyond these sessions, we will be engaging a stimulating panel discussion on sustainability and AI in a VUCA world. And these conversations will be expertly moderated by Dr. Tenan Neil, St. Joseph's University, Bangalore, with our esteemed panelists, Dr. Agash Midha, Dr. Suresh Raju, and Dr. Punia. He'll be available online. This conference will also serve as a platform to showcase the cutting-edge research, and our parallel tracks will feature scholars presenting their pioneer work in the research areas, such as track 1 would be of AI-enhanced sustainability in business and commerce. It will be chaired by Dr. Akash Midha. Scientific innovations for sustainable development, the track 2, it will be chaired by Professor Dr. Suresh Raju. Track 3 would be on the navigating the future, harnessing tech triad, chaired by Mr. Shauryadas Gupta. The intersection of AI and political strategy for a sustainable future will be chaired by Professor Jyoti Chandel from one of the MOU College, Sophia Ajmer. Day 2 would be on the topic of AI as a force for global development, and we'll be taking a deeper dive for AI's role in fostering the sustainable and inclusive global development. We will begin our day with the panel discussion part 2, where the topic would be AI as a catalyst for achieving the UN SDGs, featuring the esteemed panelist, Moderated will be Dr. Kalpana Chawan from our MOU partner, St. Xavier's Institute of Education, Mumbai, along with the panelists, Dr. Murthy and Dr. Elvina and Dr. Puria. Our keynote address will be delivered by Professor Rashid Mahmood from the Islamic University of Medina, Saudi Arabia. He'll be talking on AI and healthcare, particularly navigating the future, present, and charting the future. Will AI playing an increasingly critical role in diagnostic, treatment, and medical research? This session will highlighting the opportunities by AI-driven healthcare. Followed by our parallel tracks next day would be application of AI in economic development. Track 2 would be psychological well-being in the AI area, chaired by Dr. Aradhana Singh from DAV College, Chandigarh. From paper to pixel, a literary response to AI and sustainability would be chaired by Dr. Alvina Pereira, one of the MOU partner. Ma'am is also there with us. Then we have last track would be AI for sustainable and inclusive governance. A thought-provoking culmination of would be the valedictory session, which is again new thing for a conference. Will be organized first time, I think, in Rajasthan. This would be the first conference. We'll be taking up a valedictory section and a debate form. And it is idea of our management and father principle only. In the opinion of House, AI is detrimental to sustainability and survival of humanity. Our distinguished panelists will present compelling arguments, offering both optimistic and cautionary perspectives on AI's impact. The panel will include chief guest Dr. Manoj Bhatt, IPS, Mr. Madan Lal Kapuria, SP Telecommunication, Jaipur, Dr. Aradhana Sharma, Mr. Shaurya Das Gupta, Mr. Shoaib Ganguly from Calcutta, Mr. Anmol Rathore from Miss Anmol Rathore from Harvard University, US, Mr. Naman Bansali from Oxford Brookes University, UK, and our own student Chirag Harchandani and Kushali Sharma will be representing the student perspective. The conference is not just about discussions, it is about action. Let today be the spark that drives new collaborations, ethical innovations, and commitment to harnessing AI for a more just and sustainable world. Just as knowledge grows when shared, let us ensure that the wisdom and insights gained from this event are passed on, enriching all who participate and creating a lasting impact. I, being the convener, on behalf of entire team, I welcome all the research scholars participants. Wish you all a productive and an insightful conference. Thank you so much.
Take a couple of questions from our keynote address, Dr. Ravi. Okay, please feel free. Faculty, students, anyone. It's an open forum. Quick. Do not waste his time because he has to also return home. Okay, please go ahead.
Tracking of bank.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think there is a very kind of fundamental trade-off that people, I think, like to talk about, which is this trade-off between privacy and personalization, right? So a lot of the, AI algorithms, they are very kind of, data hungry, so to speak, right? And the whole thesis is that, let's say, if we have access to your more private data you might think of, then we can, target, let's say, content to you that is more relevant to you, and that should be actually beneficial to people also, right? So this is the broad sort of, contours of, this trade-off. Now, what people, I think, don't truly talk about is the fact that if a company or an organization is simply using your data and not giving you enough value in return, then that is not a good thing, okay? So if the privacy, or in some senses, if the data that you are providing gets converted into something that is valuable to you as an individual, right, then I think most people are actually fine with companies using that data out there, right? So this has been shown now where people like to talk a lot about privacy, but it's not a thing in isolation. You have to talk about privacy and value as a scale, right? And what you don't want to do is to just exploit people's data and get basically returns for you without giving enough value back, right? So that's, I think, what we advise companies. And there is lots of interesting studies that have shown that people sometimes like to talk about privacy, but when they get let's say a discount, they're very happy to take it, right? And so there is this paradox that's out there. But I think a very good question, right? And you have to be, in the end, you have to be responsible stewards of people's data. Yeah.
Anyone? Next, please. Yes,
Yeah.
Smita, go ahead.
My question is altogether again against humans, that we are talking about that AI is against human feelings and all. So in your talk you have mentioned about the ethical programming. Many times you have mentioned. So how we should, like the companies who are getting into it, how they should ensure this ethical meaning in the programming?
Yeah. So essentially, when you roll out a technology, let's say an algorithm, I'll give you a specific example. So last summer, I was basically, I got a request from the chief counsel at the Mall of America. So the Mall of America is a very large mall in Minneapolis, the city that I live in. It has its own theme park. It's bigger than maybe like 5 football stadiums combined, right? So it's a huge space. It's an attraction. People go there, to spend the whole day. And so last year they had a lot of security incidences, right? And so there is actually human trafficking that was reported out there. There was even a shooting that happened. Too many guns in America, unfortunately. The mall's parent company, we do a lot of analytics work for them over the years. They gave me a call. The chief counsel, the lawyer, gave me a call saying, Professor Bapna, can you help us? We have used a vendor to help us develop a facial recognition technology to detect banned people, right? So there are people for whom there is a court order that they should not be in the mall, right? And we have a list of these people, we have their photographs, and we want to put the FRT, the facial recognition technology, so that in real time we can detect these people. But the lawyer was worried, and she had the good sense to reach out to somebody saying that what if we have some false positives where, so you see a technology like this can make 2 kinds of mistakes. Somebody who's banned, right, gets missed. That's a false negative, right? The person walks in. So that's one type of mistake. The other type of mistake is somebody who's not actually, a banned person, not a bad person. The model is flagging them, right? And then the security goes after them, stops them, and they get harassed and so on, right? And then that somebody takes a video of that goes on social media, that gets amplified. So the mall did not want to have that. So my job was to educate them on how to set up the thresholds of the model correctly so that they could sacrifice having some more false negatives or dramatically improving or reducing their false positive rate, right? So essentially, when we teach our MBA students, executives on how to use AI, we have to educate them on how to evaluate the model for fairness, for ethical use, rather than just putting the most accurate, most profitable model out there, right? So that's a responsibility that we as educators have, right? So I think, yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, last.
Good morning, sir. I wanted to ask you, speaking about deep learning,
Yeah.
and I wanted to ask you, can activation functions like RLU, variance VUCA, can they influence policy making, especially in areas of bias mitigation? And we speak of algorithmic fairness. Do such RLUs affect policy making in AI governance?
So I think just to make sure everybody understands the question, I think she's talking about a particular type of way to fit a deep learning model to data, right? And there are obviously a lot of choices that data scientists have to make to evaluate the goodness of the fit of the model, their predictive accuracy, for example, or their fairness. And so, for sure, I think the key thing is actually related to the previous answer. Whatever technical, tuning of the model that we do, in the end, what we're going to evaluate is the model's performance on what we call test data, right? So on data that it has not seen. And it doesn't matter whether you use, ReLU or any other type of, activation function. In the end, we want to evaluate the model not just for maximum accuracy, but also for, like I said, other, like what is the false positive rate for African American women, right? Instead of looking at the model as a whole, we have to slice and dice the output of performance of the model for subgroups, right? And say that, is the model, the model will have really good, false positive or very low false positive rate for white men, but it may have very high false positive rate for African American women. By the way, that is actually true in general for facial recognition technology. Again, because of the training data not being sufficient and so on. So that's really what the point is. In the end, the internal, tuning of the model is going to obviously affect the performance, but we have to make sure that we are evaluating the performance correctly. Okay? So, yeah.
I want the chief guest, Ajay sir, and all the fathers on stage. Kindly come up.
For the conference, we received a number of quality abstracts from distinguished researchers and academics all over the world. As part of the conference proceedings, we are delighted to unveil a compilation of our best abstracts published in the official conference abstract book. I now request all the respected fathers and the dignitaries to unveil the official conference book. Thank you so much. I also request the conference team to come on stage. Thank you so much. I would now request Father Principal and Father Arok to felicitate our guests, Ravi sir and Ajay Kotar sir, with a memento to show our appreciation. To conclude the inaugural ceremony on a high note, I now invite the Vice Principal of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, Reverend Father Dr. Raymond Carabin, to deliver the word of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Praise the Lord, O my soul. Whenever I think of you, I thank the Lord for you. My dear chief guest, Ravi Bapanna sir, Father Manager, Father Arokya, Father Principal, Father Amal, all the dignitaries here, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. It is an occasion where we come together to not only deliberate, but also discuss and find the way ahead.
And the theme which we have taken is wonderful theme. And we have listened to the keynote address. So first of all, I thank the Lord for giving us this opportunity. It's a wonderful day for us, a gift for each one of us. Ravi sir, we cannot thank you enough for coming here all the way and giving us a beautiful insight. It was coming from your heart. I could feel that. And the one example you gave of Amazon taking AI for recruiting the personnel there. I tell you, in our college, we are not using AI for recruiting. And that's why we have 85% women in our college as professors. And in that way, in many ways, we are using AI, the technical things, but we are going ahead. So thank you very much for enlightening us on this journey. I also thank Roberto, Dr. Roberto, for though he was online, but he has given us insights on theological aspect, philosophical aspect, ethical aspect, and also the impact of AI on our society. It was wonderful. I would have been very happy if he were here with us to enlighten us. Maybe next year we will try to call them here. Also, I thank Father Arokya Swami for welcoming us for welcome address, setting the tone for the conference, international conference. Thank you, Father Arok. Special thanks to Father Xavier, our leader, our principal. It is he who has taken this insight. As I said in the beginning, it was in his heart and it came out through the committee. They have meticulously planned out and now it is being executed. Thank you, Father Xavier. I would like to thank Dr. Leena, the chairperson of the committee, conference committee. You can see the coming days also, today and tomorrow, how meticulously they have planned out the whole committee. And it is the fruit of their hard work. I'm sure till late nights they were planning, and now we are in the process of witnessing the fruit of it. Thank you, Dr. Leena and committee. Also, I would like to thank the whole coordinating committee, the technical team, the decoration team. We can see the beautifully they have decorated the hall and also the wherever the conference is going to take place. We are very happy. Danny ma'am, special thanks to you. Please give her a beautiful decoration, a big rounds of applause. Thank you, ma'am, and your team, your children also in a special way. I like to thank the NCC squads. They have marched past in front of us, bringing us to the auditorium. Thanks to Sanjay, Tahir, Rajiv sir, and all the other who are, John sir, who else are there? All the professors, those who are involved in this technical team. Thank you very much, and special thanks to all those who have come from different universities, colleges, to present their papers here in our college. Most welcome once again, and to our audience. You have been a very good audience listening to the speakers, and with cheerfulness. Even now I can see the cheers, the smile on your faces. Thank you very much. Keep up the whole spirit till tomorrow. Thank you once again. Thanks.
After the photograph, we will have a half an hour high tea break, after which I request all of you to gather back in the auditorium at 12 sharp.
the challenges of a rapidly evolving global landscape. Before we proceed, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed dignitaries, panelists, and our distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us and contributing to this critical dialogue. To set the tone for today's discussion, we will begin with the plenary session on ethical challenges in AI-driven student research. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our plenary speaker, Mr. Rajan Karmacharya, Chief Technology Officer and Senior Lecturer in Department of Computer Science at St. Xavier's College, Kathmandu, Nepal. With 16 years of academic and administrative experience, he has held key positions including Program Coordinator, Research Advisor, and the Head of Branding and Communication. His expertise spans over technology-driven solutions, system management, and academic leadership. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Rajan Karmacharya. Over to you, sir. Has he joined? Over to you, Rajan, sir. Can you hear? Sir, can you hear? Good afternoon, Rajan sir. Can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me or not?
Okay.
Rajan, thank you so much for your willingness to join. Are you able to hear me, Rajan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So over to you. Rajan will be introduced. Shall we introduce him? Okay. So the session begins now. Rajan, we are able to see your slide. You can right away start your presentation. After that, we have the...
Am I audible, Father?
Very well. Very well.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Go ahead. Start.
Okay, so here I go. Okay. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity for making me a part of the international conference on sustainability and AI in the VUCA world. Basically, my introduction is already given, so I will not dive into that. Let's move on with what actually I am trying to deliver today. The basic topic that I will be dealing today is ethical challenges in AI-driven student research, and my focus will be in navigating plagiarism, bias, data bias, the result of data, and basic accountability principles. So as we move on, a brief overview, the presentation will explore the ethical dilemmas arising from the integration of AI in student research, because these days, as we know, AI is overpowering research, and students, they are practically moving on to shortcuts. So the basic critical issues are testing the plagiarism, the algorithmic bias that AI is giving, and maintaining accountability and transparency in AI systems. So this would be a major challenge for all the educators, institutions, as well as students. So the focus would be like, how can we collaborate and work together to something with something responsible, accountable, and ethical. The rise of AI, AI-powered research, few things to consider, because AI tools are rapidly transforming research, the overall paradigm of research, offering multitude capabilities of automation in terms of LR, literature review, data analysis, even content generation. This has become very easy nowadays. So there are like a lot of tools coming up, gearing up every day, which provides us new insights and making things easier for students as well as researchers. But the lacking part would always be the ethical challenges and what are the considerations that has to be taken. So efficiency, the first thing, insights, and basic ethical bits. In terms of efficiency, as we say, AI can automate everything nowadays. It saves our time, it saves our effort. It gives us new insights, new patterns, new knowledge that human might miss. But in parallel, we have to think about the data bias, the bias for results, the plagiarism part is always there, and accountability issues that it is actually giving nowadays. So in terms of ethical dilemmas, as I discussed, we were discussing about the plagiarism concern, the biases in data, and actually defining ownership in AI-assisted research, which is like who owns the AI-generated content. The plagiarism. So understanding plagiarism is very easy. The basic scenario would be anything that is generated via AI, maybe a text, maybe an idea, maybe a video, and basically we are talking about student research using AI. Means like if the student presents his or her work using AI, what can be the possible attributions? It can be a direct copying from any AI tool without any proper citation. It can be a paraphrasing. We have a very popular paraphrasing tool called Wilbot, very easy. And then it can also be an unintentional plagiarism due to AI automation. Sometimes students they don't tend actually they don't tend to copy something, but because of automation, things become similar to the AI generated content. So in this like paradigm shift, we can have something related to unintentional the unintentional plagiarism part, because contents are too much similar to the existing source. AI may generate similar content. Even if we have got verification tools, if the verification tools like the plagiarism tools may be a Turnitin software or may be an IP software, and if they are not able to detect this particular thing, and if the parameters are, the thresholds are lessened down, it will be very difficult for us to know if it is an AI generated content or not. And the basic thing that is required would be educational awareness, because students must understand the responsible use of AI. There are a few case studies that I have put out here, which we are like practicing in our college at St. James College, Mahatika. So one of the case studies, a short synopsis only. So we detected a high surge in high quality essays that lacked original critical thinking. So many of our colleagues, many of our faculty members, they found out that students have been using AI generated full length papers, AI generated essays, AI generated text, and they lacked citation, and they were presenting as if it is the original content without any courtesy and without any citation. So there was a very in-depth argument amid us. So basically, we had a simple solution for this. Our institution mandated AI acknowledgement. An example is given below, like if they have got it from some OpenAI tool, maybe a ChatGPT. So when was this accessed? What was the version? And then what did they access? Maybe a large language model or something related. Because today's world is everything is AI driven. Students find it very easy to copy something from AI. Basically, we need it to be a software. So basically, mandate was passed. The first case in cases of plagiarism. Second case is like how can we prevent AI-driven plagiarism? Basic strategies. Students they require to state if any AI tools were used, and then like a specific AI referencing style, may it be in APA or may it be some university level citation style. We went through various citation styles given by different notion, a public notion is given like without a human being making a sufficient personal and creative choice in integrating or generating a work, works cannot be put under copyright, and this is actually a part of the public domain. So generally we talk about open data. So whenever we talk about open data, it is in the public domain and nobody actually owns this data. This academic work that is generated by AI has to be in public domain unless it is accredited. So another scenario is there that we had recently. Students submitted AI-generated research paper without clear authorship. The professor at the department, they were always arguing, debating about whether this AI should be credited or not, who should be given the credit, who is the author, are they copyright laws or not, and there are a lot of issues regarding this. So we came up with a solution again. We demanded policies. We encouraged co-authorship statements. We talked about the distinction between AI-assisted generated human researches as well as clear guidelines on the same. So the strategy could be developing a legal framework with clear guidelines, encouraging ethical use of AI policies. Recently, the oldest university in Nepal, Tribhuvan University, has set up a clear policy with the acceptance and rejection threshold of AI-generated content. A plagiarism test is a must in Nepal right now. In all the bachelor's and master level projects and thesis, and even in PhD thesis, thresholds have been given. Basically, in bachelor's, they give a threshold of 20% acceptance. In masters, I think it is 10%, and in PhD level, it is 5% acceptance is given for AI-generated content. So universities have started this particular thing to address the intellectual property issue, and educating students is always one of the major things. Moving on, so transparency is required to promote accountability, and then people have to be clear, students have to be clear about their responsibility on how to use AI, and then the outputs of AI, maybe implementing this at the local level, or maybe the provincial level, or at the entire national level. There has to be programs related to AI literacy, and always like explainable AI. Nowadays we are talking about agentic AI. Generally, people, they make AI an agent of doing their work. Another scenario, the university policy, as I told, as I just discussed right now, TU, Tribhuvan University of Nepal, implemented the mandatory AI transparency declaration. Because of this, the increased awareness among students arose. The content, the quality of the work that they have been submitting right now is increasing because they have to pass through the AI test, and they have to pass through the plagiarism test, and because of this, things are not that much plagiarized, and it is easy for the students nowadays to generate quality contents and becoming an ethical AI free document. Then the basic responsibility of educators and institutions nowadays, as educators, we have to play a crucial role in guiding our students in ethical use of AI, because our students, they always tend to go through shortcuts. It is quite easy for them to simply set a prompt in any of the AI platforms. The popular ones are Perplexity, ChatGPT, and then many other open AI tools. So the institutions must provide resources and support them to navigate complexities of AI-driven research, the pros and cons, and this has always become a discussion, a hot topic nowadays. So by fostering a culture of ethical awareness, educators and institutions can empower students to use AI responsibly and effectively. Further, basic recommendations: develop an AI usage guideline for students. Recently, at St. James College, we have started the practice of like encouraging students not to use AI, and even if they are using AI and AI generated content, proper citation is important to move on with this particular platform. AI literacy, we have been having sessions out there, so we can have thorough training programs on how to efficiently and ethically use AI. Plus, there can be collaboration between educators, policymakers, and researchers at local and national level. Future directions can be, there can be AI regulations in academic settings. A transparent and fair AI model can be developed. Plus, investigation, AI's role in research ethics in different disciplines can be another issue and a future research direction. As a conclusion, a key takeaway would be like because AI can never be denied right now. As of now, AI is overwhelmingly impacting education and many of our research works. We cannot deny AI, but if we take this in an ethical way, and if we make students who are doing conducting research in an ethical manner, this could be quite easy for everyone to move on with. And then because so to manage this particular thing, institutions must enforce some sort of transparency and accountability principles in the use of AI. Plus, there can be a collaboration between students, educators, policymakers, to how to adopt AI in an effective way. And as a final thought, I mentioned this: AI should be leveraged for innovation, not as a shortcut to bypass academic integrity. And this is my presentation. I hope I could make things clear. Thank you very much.
I wish to extend a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Rajan Karmachare for delivering an insightful and thought-provoking address. Sir, your expertise and deep understanding of AI ethics, academic integrity, and responsible research practices have provided us with invaluable perspective on this evolving domain. Your session not only highlighted the opportunities and challenges of AI in research, but also emphasized on the importance of ethical considerations, data privacy, and academic honesty in an AI-driven world. The address has certainly encouraged us to reflect on our responsibilities as educators, researchers, and students in upholding the ethical standards in academia. On behalf of St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, I sincerely thank you for sharing your time, knowledge, and expertise with all of us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. With this thought in our mind, we now move forward to a panel discussion where we will hear from the exceptional lineup of experts. Each of our panelists brings a unique perspective on how AI is shaping the sustainable development in this dynamic and unpredictable world. Our esteemed panelists for the day are Professor Dr. Suresh Raju C. Pillai, the LNM Institute of Information Technology, Jaipur, and a former senior space scientist at Vikram Sarabhai Center of ISRO. Next, we have Dr. Ramesh Chand Punia, Professor, Computer Science, Christ, deemed to be University, Delhi. Dr. Punia is an internationally recognized researcher in sustainable technology, energy-efficient algorithms, and computational intelligence. We also have Dr. Akash Mehta, Assistant Professor in the School of Allied Health Sciences and Management at Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University, New Delhi. Dr. Akash Mehta is an academician, author, motivational speaker, and a poet with 17 plus years of experience in pharmaceutical and healthcare management. Moderating this insightful discussion, we have with us Dr. Tenan Neil Lincoln, Assistant Professor and Postgraduate Program Coordinator at the Department of Political Science, St. Joseph University, Bangalore. I now request our distinguished panelist and our moderator for the day to take up their seats on the stage. With that, let us now dive into what promises to be an engaging and thought provoking conversation. Over to you, our moderator for the day, Dr. Tenan Neil.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I take this opportunity to thank Father Xavier, Father Arokya, and Father Raymond, and the team that has organized this wonderful conference and giving me the opportunity to be part of this academic exercise. The theme of this conference, which is Sustainability and AI in a VUCA World, is timely and pertinent. And I think Professor Bapana and Professor Del Oro have already given us a very good backdrop of what this entire theme means to us. So based on that backdrop, we will couch our discussion this afternoon. So as part of our panel, first we have Professor Suresh Raju Pillai. Professor Pillai is a professor of practice at Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, LNMIT Jaipur. He superannuated as a senior space scientist from VSSC ISRO, Trivandrum. He specialized in microwave probing techniques and payload development for Earth and planetary studies. He worked and collaborated with international agencies such as NASA, CNES, INRA, etc. Prior to joining ISRO, he was a full-time academician with electronics and communication engineering. So welcome to you, Professor Pillai. Next, we have Professor Ramesh Chandra Punya, who is joining us online. So Professor Punya is a professor in the Department of Computer Science at Christ University, NCR Delhi Campus, India. He is internationally recognized for his research in sustainable technologies, focusing on energy-efficient algorithms, cyber-physical systems, and computational intelligence, particularly machine learning and data analytics. He has published in international and national journals and is an expert in this area. As the founder of SysCom and ICS-CPS conferences, he received the 2024 Research Innovation Award for his outstanding contributions to the advancement of sustainable and intelligent systems. We welcome you, Dr. Punya. Next, we have Dr. Akash Mita. Dr. Mita is an academician, an author, a motivational speaker, a poet, and a trainer. He is currently serving as assistant professor in School of Allied Health Sciences and Management in the core area of marketing and human resource management at Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, New Delhi. He completed his Bachelor's of Pharmacy from LM College of Science and Technology, Jodhpur, MBA from ICFA University, Dehradun, and PhD in Pharma Management from Rajasthan University of Health Sciences. He has participated in conferences at the national and international level and has published a range of papers in the domain. We welcome you, sir. So the format for the panel discussion is as follows. Each of the presenters will be given 15 minutes to make their presentation, followed by which we will open up the floor for question and answers. So we first begin with Professor Pillai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for discussing here. I must thank Principal Father Xavier and the organizing committee. So my topic is the global warming and how we can make a sustainable agriculture practice. So the global warming has a far-reaching and devastating impact of human life. It is something like the frequent floods, but you are seeing that the right side of this my presentation, and also the frequent drought. So this can have a severe environmental changes, land degradation, and flood insecurity, leading to human displacement. So the current research focus on effective mitigation of and adaptation of these calamities. So here the surface soil moisture, that mainly my topic is that how to have sustainable agriculture practices in the global warming scenario. So the surface soil moisture, it plays a very crucial role, though it is very, very small amount in that process. So the water cycle, so in case we have very, very limited rain, then we can have then we can have the water which is percolating into the soil medium, and everybody is enjoying the rain and etc. But if it is more, then we can have a severe flood because of the runoff. And also, if there is no rain, then water vapor can be, surface soil moisture can be evaporated, then we can have a severe drought. So we know that surface soil moisture, they have a lot of applications. There are many of them. One is the agriculture practice. Then so the soil moisture, we can have different units. We can have it in a gravimetric form. We can have it in a volumetric form. We can have it in a metric potential. These units usually we use for the kind of applications. I will not detail into this. And the most crucial part is that how we can measure the soil moisture. The first one is the in situ measurements. That means we go to the field, we manually collect the soil, put it in the oven, see what is the difference in the wet mass and dry mass, then we assign that difference to the soil moisture content. There are different techniques. The right side, what you are seeing, that we can use it for soil moisture measurement. The map shows the soil moisture data availability in the net. You can see that USA, Canada, and part of European countries, and some other parts, there is a huge amount of data collections. But coming to Africa, Asia, South of America, this data is not available. This data is very much important because if you want to apply your artificial intelligence, the main source is the data. We have to train the system. Then accordingly only we get the result. If you are giving good data, we get good result. If you don't have enough data, then we have to see other means. So in order to overcome this problem, we have the other techniques. Second is modeling. The weather forecast model, they can also simulate the soil moisture based on the, after giving this solar illumination, wind condition, and local environmental condition, they can model the soil moisture conditions where we don't have the measurement. And also we can have the remote sensing. So the remote sensing, when it comes, it will be based on the soil moisture from the soil moisture information from the satellite, where we use active and the passive techniques. In active, we use the radar techniques, where you send the signal and receive back. So in passive, we usually use the radiometers. There we use the emitter radiation from the surface. This passive techniques is very much familiar to us. During the corona period, people were using IR radiometers. That was very familiar. Because there they use some kind of pen-like things, point it to our head, and say that there they are collecting the thermal emission from our body. So in our Earth also emit radiation, but in micro remote sensing, they, instead of from IR, they use the thermal emission from the Earth surface in the micro spectrum. So these are some of the instrument in the radiometric instrument, mainly using for the radiometric operations. Actually, this is the one I used for my PhD in France, to develop a relationship between thermal emission and soil moisture in order to make the remote sensing from soil moisture is applicable. So here we have to do a lot of manual work. When we are measuring the thermal emission, we have to collect the ground truth data, manually collect the soil moisture, get it recorded. So much things are involved into this. And these are some of the satellite-based systems. The first A, B, and C, they are the radiometers. And I used to derive or develop a methodology for the soil moisture, that is D component, that is soil moisture and ocean salinity emission. It is called ESMOS. Still it is operational. And C, E, and F, they are based on radars. They send their own signals and receive back the backscattered signal and measure. So now the techniques involved in this satellite is that when water, it has a dielectric property around 70. Soil, dry soil, it has around 5. When we mix the wet soil and dry soil, then it have a 5 to vary. Soil moisture from the satellite. So this is the advantage of satellite is it is covering the complete globe. So it is rotating around the globe. Actually, satellite is moving around, Earth is rotating, making it feasible to image or collect. But the problem is the information 2 to 3 days, we get the repeated information. But in case of radar, we get a detailed information. But every once in a week or twice. Once in a twice. Random forest is the best AI model that we can use for this AI. So now, how we can use the AI? Here, we have to give the database. Then we have to analyze the data. The data should be very accurate. We have to remove the false data from that. Then we have to give all kind of information. Then we have to provide the ground truth data. Then we have to train the AI model. Second, then we have to run the AI model. After that, we have to use this model to run it and verify it. Then we have to test that. So usually 80% of the ground truth data they use for training and 20% they use for testing. I think actually this is not my PPT supposed to be present. So some part is not missing. That PPT loaded is not the correct one. That is why this I was struggling to present. Is some, yeah. So unfortunately, that not the correct PPT hasn't come here.
Yeah, come, sir.
So thank you, Professor Pillai, for your presentation. Next, we invite Professor Ramesh Punya, who will be delivering his presentation online. So I request the technical team to connect him.
Ramesh sir, please join us online.
Hello. Yes. Yes,
Yes,
am I
sir.
audible, I hope?
Okay.
So good afternoon, Professor Punya. I hope I'm audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Are we audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can start with
Okay,
your
thank you.
presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall I start? Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. Sir, you can share your screen.
Ma'am, let him know
So
he has
please-
15 minutes. Ma'am, also let him know that he has 15 minutes.
Okay. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you permit for sharing the screen?
Yes, sir, we are doing it. Just a moment.
Yeah. Yes, it is now.
Okay.
I hope it's visible.
Yes, sir, we can see your slide. Please go ahead. You are audible too. Don't mute this. Why do you mute this? Mute this.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Your screen is also visible. Please start with your presentation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Reverend Father. Thank you so much for kind invitation. I was thinking physical presentation, but due to unavoidable situations, actually I'm online. So sorry for that. And thank you, Dr. Arpita, also for calling me as a this session panel session. So if you talk about that such type of the international conference, we need to discuss such type of the panel discussion, and so that come up with some research, and the researchers and students and faculty members, they can think about that what we can do for the future or sustainability of the particular things. So as per our theme, as you know, the sustainability and AI in the VUCA world. So in this, if you talk about that, I'm moving before this topic of the AI I want to discuss some basic things of the research so that we can come up with the particular platform and we can think about that how we can proceed the sustain AI. So first of all, we need the curiosity. If you are a good researcher, as a faculty member, as a student, and a PhD scholar or postdoc scholar, if you thought about that, then curiosity is the very, very important part. If you talk about that curiosity and you can ask, sir, why we need this curiosity. So this is the basic fundamental of the human being. And if we have this or such type of the basic fundamental, like for example, what is this? Why we need this sustained AI nowadays? If we are talking about that this theme, then what is the requirement of that? My concern is that here, if you have the WH keyword in your mind, like what, why, how, what is right, what is wrong, so that we can come up with the right decision. Then we can say that we can decide that we can proceed or not. So you can take the proper decision as a scholar, as a researcher, as a faculty member, or as a initiator, what you want to do in the particular field or a domain. So in that case, you can decide the things. So here, that is very, very important part. If you have the curiosity, that means you are a good researcher. You can choose any topic, any domain, like such type of the platform. If you are talking about that, the domain of the AI, then accordingly we can need to decide the things. After that, if you talk about that, the ignite of the curiosity. So three things are very important. Three things are very important. I hope my screen is movable, I think. Can you confirm, please, anyone? Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah.
Sir, we cannot hear you. Please unmute. Sir, we are not able to hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
No, I am unmute already.
Yes. Now you are.
Yeah, already. So I hope, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are. Continue, please.
Okay. Yeah. So I talk, I hope you heard about that, what I discussed. So curiosity is the very important part. So first of all, think WH keyword is required if you talk about that, the researcher or a scholar. So with the help of WH keyword, we can decide the particular topic and we can start the things. So if you talk about that ignite of the curiosity, so my dear students, three things are very, very important if you want to go in a research of any type of the domain, especially in this platform we are doing or we are working, we are talking on the AI. So if you talk about that, first of all, ignite of the curiosity, first thing is that knowledge. That's why we are doing bachelor, masters or any discipline in which you want to go for the certification. So knowledge is very, very important part. With the help of this degree, you can gain the knowledge. After gaining the knowledge, you need the experience. That means suppose you did your masters, then you can say that now I am the AI master or machine learning mastering or the particular computer science my discipline or any other discipline. So accordingly, you need to get the knowledge of the particular domain. And if you gain the knowledge, then the real research or creativity will start. That means with the help of, you can think about that, this is the right, this is the wrong, this we can do or not, this we can do, then what are the drawback of that? If suppose, for example, that we can achieve, then what we can benefit, how it is beneficial for the society. So like that, the particular creativity or a problem you can solve with the help of, you can say that I'm doing the particular research on this topic or AI for sustainability. So like that, you can need to decide. Like I'm taking very simple examples so that we can start the curiosity and we can come up with the panel discussion, and also we can come up with the particular topic, our sustainability and AI. So like, for example, in the daily life, in the science, a lot of examples we are using where you can apply the different type of the artificial intelligence methods or technique where you can utilize. But I'm taking how to initiate the research actually. So with the help of this example, I hope you will understand how we can proceed the research in any type of the domain, not only the AI. So like, for example, I have taken this very simple example. You arrive at home very late night and woke up your house, the door and unlock the door, and this is the light of the switch and just inside the front door and switch on it. And suppose, for example, the problem is that you don't have the light at your home. So what you will think about that, how we can initiate. My concern is that here, your curiosity is important. And if you have the curiosity, then you have the WH keyword. And according to WH keyword, you will decide or you take your decision. Then based on this knowledge, maybe you, based on your experience, you can create your problems. And that is your problem, like for example, any research problem also. Like for example, the same, we want to make the research and research problem and as well as the research paper for that, how to write for particular conference like that. So here, what is the problem? Can you tell me from your side, because a little bit I'm on the online, so it is very difficult to interact with you. So what you will do in this situation? What is your thought process as curiosity? Can you give any answer from your side, please? Anyone, please? If suppose we don't have the light at home, then what we will do?
Anyone from the audience, would you like to answer?
Yeah, please. It really more interactive, this panel discussion. Anyone, what we'll do, suppose you don't have light at your home in the late night, you reach at the home, then what you will do at that
Sir, we
time?
can switch
What do you
on our
think of-
mobile light in
Yes,
that case.
switch
Or
on, but we don't have the light, then what you will do?
light a lamp or maybe switch on a mobile light or emergency light.
Yes, yes. So my concern is that like that we have a different questions in our mind. Every perception, every person have the different perception or different encounter problem, and accordingly we'll try to sort out the things. So this is the problem, and this problem, how to solve this problem? Like for example, first of all, first thing is that what is your observation? Like for example, one answer we received right now, we switch on the mobile light. Then based on this, we will try to sort out how light will come. So accordingly, what is your observation? And based on this, our observation is switch on, but still it is dark. So this is our observation, this in according to our problem. After that, what is your questions? According to question, is the power out? This is our question. And based on this, you will write the hypothesis. What is your hypothesis? So like for example, this is our hypothesis of our problem. If power is out, there should be no light in the neighboring house. And according, we'll do the experiment. Like this is our experiment. Maybe we'll see the neighbor house. If neighbor house have the light, then we'll think we have the different problem, maybe fuse problem or the another problem. We'll try to understand the particular problem or try to get the solutions of the particular problem. But this experiment is the indirect evidence, and accordingly we'll do the analysis. So after that we'll do the analysis. If light, then prediction fell, and if all house dark, then prediction hold. And accordingly we'll write the conclusion. What is the conclusion? Maybe rejected hypothesis, maybe accepted hypothesis. So my concern of this slide and this discussion is that if you're talking about that any domain, then you have the curiosity. According to curiosity, you need to gain the knowledge, and according to knowledge, you get the experience and try to find out the particular problem according to creativity and try to solve the things. So this is the one way with the help of we can solve the particular problem. Maybe what problem you have as per your domain. But suppose, for example, we have a error, problem error. If maybe due to the inverter or generator, we have the light in the neighbor house, then our problem will be solved and we have the new problem, and accordingly we need to solve in the different way. Or again we can say that we will observe the things, again we will create the new questions, again we will create the new hypothesis, again we will do the experiment, again we will do the analysis, again accordingly we will get the results and we'll find out the conclusion, what is the problem according to inverter or generator. So like that, my concern is that like that we need to think about that, and accordingly we need to find out the problem that should be sustained for the AI also. So like for example, if you talk about that here, as per discussion, we can say that in our AI, we need to observe what are the problems, what are the questions accordingly. And based on this society problem, we need to solve, how to solve. And accordingly, we'll start the research, not blindly any type of the things we can start. And accordingly, we'll write the hypothesis, do the experiment, and do the analysis, and after that conclusion and communicate. Here, if your problem or your research, as per our this panel discussion, if really you can get some problem, this is helpful for the society, then that means this is your research problem and it is really good for the society. We need to think about that also. So in this way, we need to think about that. If you talk about that as per our topic, the sustainability and AI, so three things are very, very important nowadays. We are using in everywhere AI, machine learning, deep learning, a lot of different type of the learnings we are using. But the data quality and bias is biggest challenge for nowadays. So we need to think about that, the data, which data, accurate data or not, and biased data or not. Accordingly, we can get the results. Even I was listening before one of the Nepal maybe presenter is presenting the things and defining the different the parameters with the help of the different bias or data quality. So always we think about that. If you are choose the particular problem, what are the data quality and this is the unbiased data or not. So accordingly, we can start the particular problem and get the results. Second, very important thing is that the ethical implication. Nowadays, a lot of algorithms in the different type of the learning, if you talk about that machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, different type of the learnings, we are using the AI algorithms. So we need to decide which algorithms we can use the particular problems and it should be ethical implication. And at the last, we can see that the third one is the accessibility and adoption. That is very, very important. If you are using the AI technologies, then according to stakeholders and industries, what need to access, because if you talk about that, we are using nowadays AI, but in coming days like the cyber security, we will learn about that, the ethical AI also. Because nowadays the new generation is using the AI in different way also. So after that, we need to think about that, the ethical AI also. So accordingly, we need to apply the things also. So if you talk about that, the different example of the AI that should be according to sustain. So like we are using different type of the learning like reinforcement learning, transformer learning have been brought the AI of our home. Like for example, chatbot, one-touch ATM transaction system, Siri, Alexa, everywhere we are using the AI. But I request you all, my especially students, we need to think about that, where we can use the ethical AI and how to sustain the things so that coming generations we can use or it is fruitful for the society. So different examples I have included here. I am not going in detail because very limited time given by you. So if you talk about that, one of example I have taken, you can see the AI-based system assists the Stephen Hawking. So you can see, if suppose we don't have the AI, then the persons cannot utilize the particular things or the mind generations. And one of the example I have taken nowadays, if you talk about that, global hunger number is 828 millions in 2024. So my concern is that I request you all students and researchers, please think about that, the sustainability, how we can apply this AI for the food, shelter, air, water, supply chain management, and different type of the intelligent agriculture, farming, precision agriculture, dairy, and different type of the dairy farm also, quality control also. So you think about that, the sustainability as per the SDG goals, where we can apply the AI. Not just you can think any problem and you are applying the AI. Like one of the example I have taken, how we can the farm, the hydroponic farm, you can see I have taken this, the Philips is the big name of the company, you heard about that. They have created this farm. So how we can apply the AI here so that sustain the organic products we can produce for the human being. One of the, I hope this image, you know, this is the, I belongs to Delhi NCR, so I took this image and these situations you can see here. So here also you can think about that, how we can apply the sustainability for the AI so that our, you can see the wastage of also, so how we can apply the AI so that we can utilize the particular things also. And if you talk about that AI for design and manufacturing, supply chain management, quality and environmental controls, and if you talk about that, like for example, if you air, water, soil pollution control, and waste management. So I request all the researchers and scholars think about that, where we can apply the AI for the sustainability. And you, this image also, you know, the earthquake of the Syria and Turkey. So at that place, how to apply the AI for the rescue, monitoring, and early warning for that. And if you heard about that, even you are seen in the Wayanad also in the last year, the same situation has happened. So how we can apply the AI for the sustainability? So some of example I have included for the problem generations for you. I'm not going in the detail, like for example, for the healthcare, how we can apply here. AI for the holistic healthcare prevention in different way, how we can apply the sustainability and AI. So AI for the teaching and learning, AI for the research and development. And if you talk about that exploring the outer space, NASA is looking of that is only and only possible by the AI only. And NASA expect to make some living modules on the moon by 2030. So at that place also they are applying the AI, how to sustain the things. AI for the art and culture, AI for the recreations. So my concern is that a lot of example, but always we need to think about that sustainability with AI. Not directly we can apply, because nowadays we need the ethical AI. So due to limit of time, I'm not going detail. I have included a small video clip, and with the help of, I hope you will understand how we can apply the things in the research and the AI, how it will work also. So I hope it's audible. Please confirm me also.
An idea can be sparked by a moment.
Yes, sir, it's audible.
It's audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
An idea can be sparked by a moment of inspiration. But making that idea come true takes time and hard work. It evolves, molds into shape, and grows. It spreads its wings in a flash, carried by the winds of inspiration. It travels from region to region and across borders. The idea moves from one mind to another, from one hand to another, drawing inspiration from each group's new input. In a heartbeat, the idea comes to life, takes flight. Soaring higher than anyone could have dreamed, even its inventors. Ideas bring us together. We work together to make them reality. Together, we create change.
So thank you so much. This small the video I took from the Luxembourg University. I visited in a research lab. So they shared with me. So I thought it's very beautiful small video clip. With the help of we can understand and we can create a idea and we can add one by one new idea. And finally they have applied the solar and as well as AI with bird so that easily if we are touching, then the bird can understand and with the help of the bird can fly also using the solar things. So my concern and my thing is that you think about that particular problem and accordingly you can think how to sustain the particular research for the society. So thank you all and open for the discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for that informative address. Kindly stay with us online as we now move ahead to invite our next panelist for the day, Dr. Akash Mehta, on the stage for his address.
Can somebody open the slide? A very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank St. Xavier's Jaipur and special thanks to Father St. Xavier's SJ and Father Arokya Swami is also there and other members, Dr. Raymond and convener of this conference, Dr. Leena Sharma. Thanks for inviting me here and I think if I'm doing something wrong then sorry for apologies in this phase first of all and as we see that so much seriousness is going on, it is required in academic conference, that is utmost required. So, but certain movements that is to be shared in that phase, that enlightenment with certain soft words we can say, that is for dedicated to St. Xavier Jaipur for this organizing this great conference, which is worldwide wisdom is going on and knowledge we are sharing. And Dr. Bafna's that lecture in morning, it was very enlightening and also connecting with us. So on that note, I will also go towards that and my work is very easy now because one platform already set by Dr. Punia in last. So I will align with that particular overall platform. Before that, in Hindi, I will speak certain words as my own, as I am poet. So नामुमकिन के दौर में मुमकिन लिखता हूँ और शक के चेहरे पे अक्सर यकीन लिखता हूँ. So it is dedicated to St. Xavier Jaipur. That is, they always do. That is, in the times of impossible, they do possible. And on the face of doubt, they always write faith, or you can say confidence, whatever you want, the positive thing, the energy that is missing, I think, in between us, among us. So please energize yourself. We are in academic conference, yes, but with the motto of that we enlighten that the message was in earlier presentation, that is pass on that knowledge with joy, happiness also. This is utmost required. So if I move further, yes, if I go towards that, somebody can help me for next slides. So AI, if we are going for, that is not a new concept that we are talking about. Earlier also in discussions, this came into existence. That is Alan Turing, one of the scientists was there, or researcher was there, 1956. For their papers and all, this discussion, deliberation started from there. He examined that computing machinery intelligence. Starting from there, that is imitation game. Somewhere it was the ideology that certain imitation is going on human intelligence. Let me again clear you that it is not like that. We are saying that it is imitating and the AI will replace the human mind and all. It will not happen because, as earlier discussions also, AI is based on data and how these data to be invented, deliberated and communicated, and maybe by research, it is altogether developed. So on that basis only, that data would be in universe, and the basis of that integration of data and certain models and training of that data in the system only, then only you can, in that phase that you are saying that with confidence, this much of accuracy is coming. So we can't say that 100% accuracy is coming in all way in any experiment. Sir is agree with me, I think, Pillai sir. That is space sciences also, it is not saying like that. Further development also always there in universe. Next please. This was whatever written there. I am not exploring that as per the time limitation. We can go ahead for these overall whatever written there. So these are the stages as per different McKinsey, that is Global Institute, that talked about this different phases as they started in 2017. Planning, production, marketing and consumption stage. So these are the different kind of domain. We can start it from this planning, that is AI also doing that work, research and development, that is forecasting and accuracy and driving innovation. So we are working on that innovation phase only. Production stage, that is manufacturing and that maintaining that processes and increasing efficiency. And afterward, marketing, that is expanding the reach, effectiveness and promotional campaigns, as we are seeing the things which are not real exactly. This is a myth, as Dr. Bafna said in morning, that is all myths are there and certain false reports are also there in media. So we are assuming that this is true picture, which is actually not. So for that purpose, marketing campaigns are going on, but you have to do your wisdom. That's why you are intelligent more than that AI. The AI is he or she, whatever it is. You consider whatever in gender form also, it is not in that phase. You have to understand that. Next, how this data-driven technology is actually used by a different kind of algorithms or machine language or whatever the jargons are available in this topic. Next, please. So, different kind of, if we talk about like person like Sundar Pichai, all people know that. So he also some years ago told that most important thing that is comparing its significance to electricity and for a certain statement with this particular aspect. So in different domains, we can go for innovations by, as one scientist also said, Mr. David, I think the name was there. So he said that regarding fifth industrial revolution, if we are progressing towards that, so it is, that is experts for that purpose, they are saying that transformation fueled by this overall process. Next, please. And if we talk about welfare, and we well known that Niti Aayog, that is 2018, that key areas, that is education and skilling, as I am coming from that pharma and healthcare sector. So I want to quote that is a lot of work carried out by whatever an initial speaker also told about that. That is AIMS Rajkot and other AIMS also. LLM, they are working on that large language model for skilling of their students. Like as we know that, again, little bit lighter movement, I will say, you have seen that Munna Bhai MBBS, subject, patient, you know that. The subjects are not available. So for that purpose, this is a true picture that always the bodies are not available in that case. 50 students experimenting one body. And for that purpose, this LLM and other methodology, whatever techniques in AI, simulation exercises, they are working in this juncture and helping the students to understand that overall experimental part in human body and all. And similarly, simulation exercises in pharma, if we talk about, we are going through this experimentation as Animal Ethical Committee, they says that this killing of animals and all should be not to be taken if it is necessary in PhD and all, where the drug modules to be developed. In that way, you can do that. Otherwise, it is banned. Next, that is agriculture, that is healthcare. I already talked about a little bit in later slides. Dr. Neil just inform me whenever this time lag is going on. Please, next. So, one important thing, I think this has not happened earlier, which I want to take certain minutes on that. That is sustainable in sustainable AI. So sustainability, we should talk about that more in both ways, AI in sustainability and sustainable AI. Two keywords are there, and maybe certain takeaways from this particular slides, whatever I will deliver in next phases. So sustainability, that is process that is continuous over a period of time. And simple words, we can say whatever resources we are utilizing in nowadays, it should be futuristic, that in future that should not be declined. Whosoever generations are coming in coming days, they should have that much of resource utilization. It means we have to go for that kind of applications, that kind of research, or that kind of methodology or processes which are actually saving that energy. ESG, if we're talking about social impact, economic impact, and that governance, that is very important part. In that juncture, we should always clap for our government that is doing that. Corporate governance, if we are talking about, that is another scenario. But overall governance, that is Kautilya Shastra also talk about that. And that's similar philosophy is Indian government is percolating in their overall policies. Right now, if we go in detail, and Indian knowledge system is also integrated in that. If any one of you having the part of that, I am part of Indian knowledge system, so I know that how these things are going on and this policy matters as per the government recommendations. So sustainable artificial intelligence to be again pass on to the generations, that is core theme of this sustainable AI. If we talk about sustainability, means for future generations, that overall value system also to be passed on, that ideology also, which is myth earlier as we talked upon, that is AI will take our jobs and something like that. But definitely if we are not learning these kind of techniques, it will create a competition, and other people who having that expertise, they definitely having edge in comparison to us. So that's why learning these kind of ideas is also making life simpler. So in this way, we should learn these kind of techniques, whatever the AI generative AI, or whether it is simple AI that Siri and all we are talking about. Next, please. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier in this sustainable AI, that is focus on energy efficiency, data sustainability, transparency, these kind of, and AI for sustainability, that is sustainability issues that is to be catered. So in this way, two things which are having similarities, but a thin line difference between two, that how the sustainable AI, that is, they are working on different kind of energy saving and other parameters, which are already mentioned by Sir also. Next, please. So this growing importance for this sustainable business practices. If the business is, now the motto is of business, you know that profits, but right now overall, whether it is Reliance or Adani or advertisement you have seen, so they are, in their advertisement also, they are talking about energy saving and or sustainability, if we see that. So overall, that is they are going for optimization of resources and decision making that we already know that algorithm helps us in maybe in healthcare or different domains, or going for oil, that refinery, any kind of this as soil moisture content and everything. So it goes beyond in that juncture that it will help us by giving that edge that we can solve the problems easily in less time. So next please. Smart city concept already that is working on that. Whosoever company. Now I am coming towards that SDGs, which are focus area should be there if we are talking about. So climate change, biodiversity, healthy oceans, clean air, and weather and disaster management, and all type of concerns where we can go for further detailing, that is climate change, where we want to land up clean power or sustainable land use and all that smart cities and different all parameters which are written here. Next please. So yes, now the specific 17 SDGs are there and some of them written here in your slides. So quality education, that is certain examples are there, content technology like USA, EdTech, that is in day-to-day routine also in schools and colleges we see that different kind of large language models are there. Companies, I will not mention the name, it will be the promotional aspect it will create. So these companies are, earlier they were coming with screens and all methodologies, setups, but right now they are coming with LLMs and also enabled their AI technology in their systems so that quality education, like basically in medical education it is going on, hospitals like Escort and Apollo, whosoever. So they are using these kind of technologies for their quality management as they are going from the quality audit they are going for. So for that purpose also they are using AI for not that snatching the jobs of their auditors or their personal joint directors. They are not doing that. Although they are appointing one more person, as Dr. Bafna said, and how they can integrate, and they are also sending the people to get the training towards the AI. So in this way, they are using the technology also and human intelligence both ways. They are not going for that somebody lay off and they are using only AI, because AI has already told data driven and it should be wisely used. And good health and well-being, that is Nursing Edge, that is one software system, AI generated eye condition diagnosis. And I mentioned that AIMS Rajkot, that they were actually using the different kind of models for diagnosis also, for the purpose cancer detection, radiology department, as Dr. Bhavna said. I went through this overall, and one of two people also discussed in AIMS Delhi also. So they were mentioning that Rajkot is doing well, and we are also following that particular methods for that purpose. Next. So these are the, like hunger, as zero hunger, that is already mentioned by Dr. Punia. So that is Microsoft Canada, that is already working for that farm management and all. And Microsoft India also working on this part, already working. Satellite surveillance with AI-enabled techniques. This is used in this overall in certain countries, South Africa and all, and certain places which are remote areas. Climate action, that is again Symbiosis Institute of Technology, that is Pune. They worked for that. And smart meters, socio-economic data analytics they are using. Further, if we go for the sustainable IoT enabled, already we have that technology since many years. Further, we can go land up to another slides. Next, please. So, other than that, we can see in this slide that is human capital management. So, AI, with that, we are also focusing on that human capital management, where we are developing our people for learning and skilling, that is enhancement, and distributed learning and enterprise, that is entrepreneurship skills. And I am happy to share that n number of people in our university also, these people are students, I mean to say, they are going towards this LLM companies also, and they are also learning these kind of skills, and they are also developing their apps and with hospitals in collaboration, they are going for using that apps, how it will be helpful for, as you know that I want to mention that Shark Tank India, we have seen people from IIT and IIMs, they are coming up with AI-enabled technology which are solving n number of problems. Like Dr. Bafna mentioned, in India also we have, I'm not remembering the name, that IIT fellow in pregnancy period, that one particular device is just to, on stomach to pull on, and then certain scanning part on different phases. So it will help to doctors also to diagnose and analyze the various problems in that all journey that is going on. And because n number of problems and repercussions are there of this overall journey, so in that scenario it is very helpful, that is AI enabled with human intelligence. I will again focus on that. Next please. So enabling social security, that is social welfare for displaced workers. Like again I'm mentioning, it was very enlightening, that's why I'm quoting him always, that Bafna sir cleared all things which is coming in this slide also. My base was also there. So this is integrating. So my journey is easy for to explore you this particular aspect. So like Elon Musk and this Mark Zuckerberg, that is Meta. So these also having that universal basic schemes and all type of work, they are also going for that surveys and different kind of, by using economic crisis time also they did surveys and all. So next please. So ethical consideration, I think, conclude this session. Dr. Neil,
yes,
is it
sir.
right? Time?
Yes.
So again, I thank to Father St. Xavier SJ and other members. And last May, that is in quote, that is I am just with poetry, मुश्किलों से मिलकर बात करनी है, आसानियों से थोड़ी तकरार करनी है. This is very reverse. मुश्किलों से मिलकर बात करनी है. We will sit together with that tough times. आसानियों से थोड़ी तकरार करनी है, कंफर्ट जोन छोड़िए, ख्वाब ख्वाहिशें रास्ते और मंजिल मिल ही जाएंगे एक दिन, बस थोड़ी सी हिम्मत बरकरार रखनी है. थैंक्स अ लॉट.
After those illuminating and enlightening addresses by our esteemed panelists, may I again request our moderator and the panelists to join us again on the stage and continue with the discussion.
Professor Pillai? Yeah. So I thank Professor Pillai, Professor Punya, and Professor Mida for delivering their presentations. Each of these presentations were highly technical in nature, and I'm sure we have gained a lot from those lectures and their expertise. The floor is now open for questions. For those of you who are posing the question, kindly state your name, the question, and the name of the scholar you are directing the question towards. Your enthusiastic participation will be greatly appreciated.
Ruin us as human beings.
Thanks, ma'am. Your good name, please.
Professor Jyoti Jindal from Sophia Girls College.
Yeah, ma'am. Thanks a lot for this question. Ma'am, as per we already discussed in morning, since morning we are discussing. So this is the time where this is landmark international conference, I will say. St. Xavier is, we congratulate them, because for that purpose that newcomers, students, we can understand in our age, but students are not understanding and rely on that, whatever myths are there. So better to that human capital management I have mentioned in that. And as you told, that is also destroying and these kind of effects. I didn't mention because of time constraint. Said in that juncture also everything having positive and negative aspect. If I go for that energy and all, AI, machine language, and this overall system, that again hardwares are also involved in that. So they are also consuming energy, water, different kind of resources. So for that purpose also scientists are working, because we are only seeing that this AI is helping. That negative aspect was also there in my slides in further, so that energy resources are also depleting. So for that purpose, what we have to do, that is one question is also arising here. Another thing is that your question is related to, I think, dependency. So people are depending on that, and also thinking that maybe somewhere it will edge our overall. Earlier in your scenario, in young age and all, the computers were also not there. Very rare to one or two, like 100, 3, 4 people are getting that computers also. So in that scenario also, people were working like you have written n number of research papers with your intellect only. You were not dependent on your this devices or something like was not available to you. So this generation to understand that it's great that you are using the technology, but also after using that, how to rewrite, how to go through plagiarism check and all, and also first of all your wisdom, your intellect, and if you are with your heart, you are doing that practice, that will ultimate research. Otherwise, it is a fake. And DeepSeek, that is banned in government agencies, not in private. They haven't said. Day before yesterday, I think Finance Ministry said that because of certain security problems and all, so please stay away from this for the time being, as it is said. So there are a number of flaws also there. That is certain policies and certain laws are enforcing on that, and they are also developing that. Thank you. Yeah. No, machines are not taking us. Actually, we are giving control to others. In same case, we are giving to control to that our emotions into other people also. This happens. And nowadays, we are giving that on machines, like mobile phones.
Ma'am, in fact, just to continue with that argument, last year when at the same venue we had a conference and we were speaking with the chief economic advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Sanyal, right? His concern was that the danger is when AI starts to communicate with each other. That is the danger. So at that given point of time, he was pitching this idea to the government of India where he was borrowing from different models, that is the Chinese model, the American model, and the model from the European Union, where they were speaking of checks and balances built within the system so that each of these AIs don't communicate with each other. So one good example he cited is that if we pose a question to AI, right, that how to prevent any kind of disease amongst humans, the response would be eliminate all humans, right? So he said that in order to prevent those kind of responses, we always have a grid system where we prevent AI from communicating with each other, and we mandatorily need human intervention. So in that way, we can prevent some kind of catastrophe. Yeah.
Recently, I did come across something which was saying one Alexa actually communicating with another Alexa, which is again what you were saying, sir.
That is correct, ma'am. Yeah, I read that too. I read that too. Yeah, yes. And in fact, Microsoft was pulled up for that. Yes, yes. Perfect. Do we have any more questions? We have 2 more minutes. After that, we will wind up.
AI needs food, so we have to proceed for that, I think, as per Father said.
All right, so if there are no more questions, we'll wrap this session up. I once again thank Dr. Mida, Dr. Pillai, and Dr. Bunia for joining and contributing to this session. And I also thank the participants. Thank you.
AI will not replace humans, but humans with AI will replace those without it. As we conclude this thought provoking session, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panelists, our moderator, for their insightful ideas. Your perspective have illuminated the path forward in integrating AI with sustainable solutions in the complex VUCA world. To our esteemed audience, thank you for your active participation and engagement. We hope today's discussion have sparked new ideas and collaborations that will drive meaningful change. Let's continue this crucial dialogue beyond this forum and work collectively towards a more sustainable AI-driven future. Now, we are delighted to invite you all to a lunch being organized as the part of conference. Please join us for the refreshing meal and an opportunity to network with your fellow participants in North Quadrangle. Before that, I request Father Principal and Father Manager to present the memento to our respected panelist and moderator for the day.
To welcome you all to day 2 of the International Conference on Sustainability and AI in a VUCA World, an interdisciplinary approach towards Viksit Bharat. I request Elvina ma'am, Sachin sir, Satyamurthy sir and Kalpana ma'am to come on stage. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. After an insightful and thought-provoking first day, filled with engaging discussions and groundbreaking ideas in the tracks, we are excited to continue this journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. Today, we delve deeper into dynamic interplay of artificial intelligence and sustainability in an ever-evolving global landscape, seeking solutions that align with the vision of a progressive and self-reliant Bharat. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second time best is now. With these lines, I would request Father Xavier S.J., Principal St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, to felicitate Dr. Sachin Kumar Sir, Assistant Professor, Artificial Intelligence at the Cluster Innovation Center, University of Delhi. Now, I request Dr. Father Raymond Kerubin, S.J., Vice Principal, St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, Father Dr. Amal Das, Dean, St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, to felicitate Dr. Satyanarayan Murthy, Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Central University of Rajasthan, with Safa and green sapling. Thank you, fathers. I would request Professor Dr. Father S. Xavier S.J., Principal St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, to felicitate Alvina Ma'am with a green sapling. Green sapling. Now I request Father Dr. Raymond Kerubin, Vice Principal, St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, to felicitate Dr. Kalpana Chavan Ma'am with the green sapling. Thank you, fathers. We begin today's proceedings with an engaging panel discussion on AI as a catalyst for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As the world navigates complex challenges, artificial intelligence emerges as a powerful enabler, driving innovative solutions across various sectors. This discussion will explore how AI can accelerate progress towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, from eradicating poverty and ensuring quality education to fostering climate change and sustainable economic growth. कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता और स्थिरता का संगम हमें एक ऐसे भविष्य की ओर ले जाता है जहां नवाचार प्रकृति के साथ संतुलन बनाए रखते हुए विकास का मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है. Our esteemed panelists, experts in the field, will share their insights on how AI can bridge gaps, optimize resources, and create adaptable impact, ultimately shaping a more sustainable and inclusive future. Let's dive into this thought-provoking conversation and uncover the transformative role of AI in shaping a better world. The panel discussion will commence with our esteemed panelists sharing their insights and perspectives on the topic. Following their thought-provoking deliberations, will open the floor for an engaging question and answer session where the panelists will address questions and exchange ideas. It is my immense privilege to invite Dr. Kalpana Chavan Ma'am to the dais to moderate this enlightening panel discussion. Dr. Kalpana Chavan Ma'am, an esteemed academician and a researcher with over 2 decades of experience in education, currently serving as an assistant professor at St. Xavier Institute of Education, Mumbai. Ma'am has also been a teacher of philosophy and logic at Jai Hind College for 7 years. She holds a PhD in education from the University of Mumbai and has earned net qualifications in philosophy, sociology, and education. A state curriculum framework committee member, Maharashtra, her research focuses on foundations of education, self-directed learning, learner empowerment, knowledge management, and authentic assessment. She has designed courses on e-learning, action research, and global education, and has been a resource person of RUSA, ICSSR, and MHRD sponsored programs. Ma'am has presented and published extensively on national and international platforms and has received research grants from the University of Mumbai, MSFDA, and MGNCRE. We are privileged to have her to moderate this session. I request everyone to please join me in welcoming Dr. Kalpana Chavan Ma'am. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mrinalini, for your generous introduction. We are all awaiting the insightful interaction of the panel. So the procedure of it will be 15 minutes will be allotted to each panelist. We will be starting with Dr. Elvina Pereira, and then the other two panelists will also be coming. Madam will be presenting via presentation, so after Madam starts her presentation, we can all sit in the hall. Introducing Dr. Elvina Pereira. Madam Elvina Pereira is a colleague of mine. So that starts with how at St. Xavier's Institute of Education, Madam has been serving for past 28 years now. Madam has her professional qualification as MEd. Her doctorate of philosophy is on impact and reflection of vision and mission of colleges of education. Madam also has the experience of teaching in secondary school, which also helps as a B.Ed teacher educator. Madam is right now heading the examination committee as the controller at SXI and has been involved in paper setting, has been also involved in various other programs of the college. Madam has worked as let us start with her areas of expertise. Madam's areas of expertise in teaching of history, educational management, classroom management, citizenship education, trends in education, and teaching strategy. Madam has been invited as the resource person at Tata Institute of Social Science, CET, Winter School Leadership Development Training Program. Madam also is a resource person for Indian Institute of Teacher Education, a state public university established by Government of Gujarat. Madam has presented several international, national, and state level conference and art seminars and workshops. Madam is also visiting faculty at Ali Yaur Young National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyang, for MEd program. So it's a huge privilege for us, Madam, that you are going to be a panel member over here and enlightening us about the topic. So a big round of applause for Dr. Elvina Pereira. Yes. No, later.
Good morning, all the dignitaries and faculty from St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, and my dear students. I am here as a teacher educator, so the focus of my presentation will be you will do it. Okay, thank you. So being a teacher educator, I'm going to speak about AI as a catalyst as far as SDGs are concerned, and therefore what is the role of a teacher and the students as part of contributing towards the sustainable development goals using AI. So in this particular session, I'm going to speak about AI as a catalyst. Then I'm going to speak about what challenges we have as far as sustainable development goals are concerned, and then how harness AI can in education to deal with the challenges that are there, and then therefore what reshaping of education can be done in order to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030 as said by the United Nations. So let's begin with the AI and why AI is known as a catalyst. I'm not going to get into what is artificial intelligence. I think since yesterday we are pretty clear and sure about what it is and its meaning. So I'm straight away going to the various aspects of why AI is today called as a catalyst. And when we look at AI as a catalyst, the first thing comes to our mind is that AI is accelerating innovations and change. Change is constant, we say, and AI is helping us to confront the challenges, bring in change, check that change, evaluate. If it is not suitable, move forward. So AI is helping us to confront the challenges and therefore make innovations and change. AI is transforming each and every field of our life today. You name the field and already AI has entered in that field and making changes. Next is, we live in the age called age of knowledge, age of information, when there is constantly information is changing, and therefore as per the changing information we need to change our decisions, and AI is helping us to do that as far as change is concerned. There are many opportunities where AI is opening up the fields. Young generation, if you look at it, things which we at our age would not even have thought of making it today, these professions are available in the market and they are doing new things. So there are many opportunities AI is creating. The next thing AI is doing is revolutionizing. So it is not just the trends that AI is showing us. There are many changes which are happening which otherwise we would not even have thought about it. So it is revolutionizing each and every field. That is why AI is catalyst. Then potential driver for high performance. And the next one is caters to the individual preferences. We as a teachers, we know there are individual differences. All of us, we have our likes, our strengths and our limitations, but there is no stop as far as AI is concerned. No matter what your strengths are, what your limitations are, but still AI is giving you platform to try out, to do something and to achieve what you want to achieve. And therefore, when you look at it, AI as a catalyst in all these things, AI is doing it, and we as a people from education, we as a teacher educators or teachers or students, there is place for each one of us when it comes to AI. Let's move on therefore to the next slide, which talks about what about the relation of this AI and with SDGs. Now this is a quote from the UN report 2024 as far as sustainable development goals are concerned, and basically it's a status report. If you go through it, you will realize that there are hardly now 6 years are remaining for us to achieve what we want to achieve. And there is lots to do. The report says that enough of talking we have done, and now what we need to do, we need to gear up to actually do the action and achieve the SDGs that United Nations has set. And when you look at the various aspects of AI as a catalyst, and now when you look at it, what the status report of SDGs is concerned, we then realize that we really need to get into action using AI to help United Nations and to help all of us, the mankind, to achieve the SDGs for the betterment of the life, for the betterment of the earth, for betterment of everything. And therefore, okay. So we move on to the next one. Being from the field of education, I am going to talk about how education and AI can come together, help our students understand what these SDGs are, and therefore what do we do as a teachers, as educators. So the first thing is that when AI and education is together, it can provide consistent approach to achieve UN its intended progress. So whatever progress they want to do, we can achieve that. How do we do that? I'll come to that later. Now when we are saying we want to help and achieve this SDGs, we need to have to reshape the education. There are many things today in education that we really need to look at it. Again, make the changes which are going to be helping all of us, the learners as well as the educators. And this reshaping can take into account the new trends which are there in the field of education. The trends which are talking about multidisciplinary approach, the trends which are talking about holistic education, the trends which are talking about learner-centric education, we need to deal with it, and therefore reshaping of education is a must in the context of AI so that we help our learners to think in order to achieve the goals. We have to make, rather whether we are interested or not, AI is going to be the integral part of our education system. Currently, we are in the process of recruiting our teachers in schools, and most of the principals are checking whether they are aware about AI or no. They are aware about AI tools or no. So this is the trend which is already there, and therefore we as a teachers, as a teacher educators, we need to train our students so that they will be able to achieve the goals. And we have to be ready for the change. Our roles as a teacher may differ in AI context because we are not going to be the knowledge giver. We may be the facilitator, we may be the people there who can mentor our students because we are teaching the students which are already digital natives. So I'm coming to that when it comes to how we are going to reshape our education system in order to bring in AI and therefore help society to achieve SDGs. Now next is, we have to relook at it, the nature of the students that we are dealing with today. Students are our future leaders and they are change makers. They are important stakeholders of the entire system and as far as SDG journey is concerned. We are dealing with Generation Z. Yesterday I was just checking, they call it Generation Alpha, okay? And they are the digital natives. So if I am standing in front of the students or a class who is called as digital native, imagine my preparedness. So teacher preparedness in handling the students is equally important when we talk about AI integration. Then we are developing AI competencies. These competencies are going to be far different than what other competencies that we talk about. Are we as a teachers, we are there to help our students to build or develop these competencies. What are we doing is a question here, and as a teacher, if I am able to build competencies which are required for in the context of AI, then only my students will think of bringing in change using AI as far as SDGs are concerned. Only being aware of SDGs is not going to help us. We have to actually show them the way how AI can help society, help themselves to bring in change, what change that we are planning to bring in. There is a whole set of values which we need to instill among our students when it comes to AI. AI has its own strengths and its own limitations probably, but what about equity? We live in a country which is a diverse nation. There are learners with different needs. How we are going to bring in equity? Then we talk about the accessibility and also about ethical way of handling AI. So when we talk about SDGs, we are talking about AI, we also cannot compromise on all these ethical dimensions which are there, and as a teacher we have a greater role to play there under the context of AI, how we are teaching, training our students to achieve these goals. When it comes to previous one, okay. Now we need to prepare about the curriculum also. We cannot talk in the air, we cannot do things which are not going to help our students. They are digital natives, they know technology very well. But what about preparing them? We need to have certain changes in our curriculum, certain changes in our syllabus, which is going to be very structured, keeping in mind the AI thing. Only then our students can going to be getting some help and support from it. And therefore, when we talk about structured curriculum, we need to expose them. We know there are many patterns and there are many trends in AI. There are certain patterns and certain trends are helpful to deal with certain issues, certain challenges. So how are we going to train? Training our students, what is the applicability of AI to deal with different 17 SDGs will have 17 different demands, 17 different ways of dealing with it, and therefore we need to orient our students, create awareness among them, what is beneficial, what is applicable, and what will work in what context, because each time the context is going to be different. And hence, we need to provide with necessary skills and opportunities, and AI is a bridge and not a barrier. We have to, again, tell our students that we are talking about AI as not as a barrier, not as something which is not going to be achievable. Everything is possible, but little bit of alteration, little bit of input, little bit of preparedness on our part as a teacher, everything is going to help the society in turn. And therefore, when we talk about AI, one very important thing is that this generation, they want to know what is my take in this. Your students are going to ask you, or the learners are going to ask the educators, we talk of AI, we talk of SDGs, we know that we need to change and we need to achieve. But how this is going to help me to build my career? Because at the end of it, they want to know how things are going to help them. So we as a teacher educators, or we as educators, we need to explore various things where we ask our students, or rather we create awareness among our students that how AI can be opening up lot of opportunities, avenues for them to start something new that they wish to. Because there are many success stories, if you go through the net, many success stories are there, many startups are there, where AI is used, they are dealing with the social issues or SDGs also, and they are bringing in change. We need to orient our students as far as our education is concerned, that this is how they are going to learn, this is how they are going to get information, this is how they are going to get knowledge, and this is how they are going to use that knowledge for the betterment of the society and the betterment of the self, that is the student. Once we create this link and once we go through the entire cycle with clarity and clear objectives, I think students also will be ready to explore, to experiment, and to contribute towards society. One way helping the society, and other way also achieving their dreams in whichever possible manner. And therefore, towards the end, this is just one example how and what AI can do, but there are plenty. I'm sure all of us, we are aware about it. Many startups and many initiatives are there where the AI is used to empower. Now this is with, in terms of agriculture I have taken, because India being an agrarian country, in very many ways today AI can be used. There are many startups which are helping the farmers, the people, those who are involved in agricultural activities. Many experiments are going on that is creating lot of job opportunities for the students and for the people, as well as we also have, we are catering to the needs of the SDGs. That is, we are helping for food security, we are helping in maintaining quality of food. We are also in turn through AI application, we are helping in water wastage, controlling water wastage. We are checking. So there are a lot of these success stories which are telling us there is a place for everyone if we go and explore with the help of AI and we train our teachers. We take care of teacher preparedness and we take care of learners' ability and capabilities. I think AI is going to be a blessing when it comes to handling SDGs and achieving United Nations aim of achieving it by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pereira, for giving such a wonderful insight into AI and SDGs. That's a lovely combination. And plus, coming from teacher education, you have also brought down how the awareness with regards to student teachers will be brought about. Madam had mentioned about it is not just important to be aware of AI, but also that we have some backing values to it. Reiterating and re-emphasizing on it is our next panelist, Dr. Sachin Kumar. Dr. Sachin Kumar is a distinguished assistant professor of artificial intelligence at the Cluster Innovative Center, CIC, University of Delhi, and the executive officer of the University of Delhi Foundation. Sir has a PhD in computer science from University of Delhi with a groundbreaking research on modeling and prediction of building energy performance using machine learning approaches. This has been featured in top-tier journals like Energy and Buildings and Sustainable Cities and Societies. Sir's work advanced energy performance optimization for sustainable cities and society. With industry experience as a software development engineer at IHS Information Mosaic, UK, Sir combines practical expertise with academic excellence. Sir has more than 12 years of experience in industry, teaching and research, and is currently leading a cutting-edge research and teaching in artificial intelligence. Sir is focusing on areas like machine learning, AI for social good, climate change and sustainability, urban commuting, social network analysis, and computational social systems. So for such a topic, I think you are one of the best person to speak about with regards to artificial intelligence and its impact. An accomplished author, Sir has published over 35 research articles and authored 2 influential books, that is Operating Systems, Concept Building and Problem Solving Approach, and Digital Transformation, Artificial Intelligence and Society. Sir is currently editing Artificial Intelligence Ethics and Governance of Challenges, Reflections from Policy Landscape. Very interesting topic, sir. So here we invite Dr. Sachin Kumar to give his expertise and insight on artificial intelligence. So we welcome you to the dais.
I'll do it. Good morning to everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So thank you very much for coming and attending this session. I would like to thank organizing team for this international conference on this very relevant topic. Also would like to thank Father for one of the best hospitality I have seen. and we will be discussing about artificial intelligence. And the important thing about this session would be that I'll be discussing how artificial intelligence create social impact. So my presentation would be outlined in this format, where first I'll discuss about what has led to the artificial intelligence development. I'll discuss it from the ancient times to this present day time. Then I'll discuss about AI developments and applications which we are witnessing in our daily life. I'll discuss about sustainable developments. अच्छा ठीक है, मुझे माइक ला के दे दो, ठीक है. So I'll discuss about then sustainable developments, that how artificial intelligence can come for the help of humanity to achieve sustainable development goals till 2030. But when we are achieving sustainable development goals, there are some issues which as a society we are going to face. So we are going to solve those issues also. So what type of challenges artificial intelligence is going to present in front of us, that we will discuss. And then what we can achieve later on, means how do we prepare ourselves for the future. That is the next, or you can say the next title. So we can divide our whole human time, or you can say the time which we started this journey of humanity, in 4 parts, starting from hunting and gathering society to agrarian society, then industrialized society and digital society. We are part of it. If we start from the beginning, then in hunting and gathering society, our only focus was to survive. We wanted to survive the next day. We had no plan for next day. How do we accumulate the resources? And we were only focusing on just means gathering our food and saving ourselves from the hostile environment and the nature around us. Then with some technological advancement which may look very easy at present time, this led to the development of like stone related tools, wooden tools which we developed, and we went into agrarian society, and it helped us to make communities live in the groups and then think about accumulating the resources. And later on, once we mastered this art of agrarian society and living in this society, we moved into the later stage of the society, that is industrialized society. In industrialized society, people started coming from villages to the cities. Large number of people started living in one space, and we also started thinking about rational thoughts, developments, objectivity. These type of new ideas emerged in this duration, and this led to the development of lot of things, and it led to the development of machines. It led to the development of utilizing the raw material and then converting that raw material with the help of machines and producing it in the mass, and then searching for the locations or the countries where we can sell it. So it led to the capitalist system and industrialized society together. After that, we are now living or transiting towards the society which is digital society, we can say, or knowledge society, we can say, or information society, we can say. And in this society, what is happening is that we are now generating information, consuming information, extracting useful information, and making our life easy. And if you take underlining situation or the theme of this whole development is that we are actually saving our time, we are increasing our efficiency, we are making our life easy, and this whole development is actually result of our curiosity. In the first thing, we were very hostile, means nature was very hostile to us, we were not able to cope up. Then later on stages, we started controlling the nature or the environment around us. And now we are in advanced stage of that control, I would say. So what has happened is that in this whole case, up to industrialized society, we started developing something which can reduce our work, which can make our life easy, and which can gives us space and time so that we can think something else. We can have some other opinions, we can develop new ideas, all those things. And in industrialized society, we started utilizing or developing machines. But still the part of machine was that we have to give machine instructions. So that autonomy was not with machine. Human beings were giving instructions to the machine, and machine were able to perform those tasks. But now in information society, that is also the part of artificial intelligence revolution. It is going to change completely. What has happened is, in this case, is that earlier our information systems were analog systems. We were utilizing or we were storing our information, you can say, in physical format, like notebook, like in paper format, registers and all these things. And it was very difficult for all of us to extract large amount of information from those things. For example, as a professor or as a teacher, if we are recording attendance of the students in those registers, then a single professor can only understand about the pattern of attendance of particular class or 2-3 more classes. But if you have to understand what is happening around in the whole school, then it will be very difficult to collect all those registers in the physical format and extract useful information. But with the advancement of digital technologies and storage space, we are now able to develop software which can store information in a very simple and in structured manner. And then we, with the help of just one click, we can extract the information. The patterns of attendance, who is coming, who is not coming. So these type of things has happened. Now in this case, what has happened before 2000, most of the information storage, consumption or everything was analog. But now after 2000, the information storage has completely transformed and it has become digital. Whatever information we are developing, consuming, generating, transmitting, extracting, that is more than 95-90% it is digital information. For specific purposes, we have kept the information in analog format, otherwise rest of the thing is digital. And you can understand if this digital information, wherever we are going with this digital device, with this mobile phone, we are generating information at each point of time. Right now we are sitting here, I am generating the information, you are consuming this information, and this is being broadcasted across the world through YouTube. So you can consider this thing as that information is everywhere. Now if information is everywhere, we need systems which can give us information or useful information from that whole information sphere, and we can utilize that thing. So artificial intelligence also plays one of the greater role in that case. Now you can understand the complexity and the importance of this information generation is that whatever information, analog or digital, we have generated up to this point, we are developing that size of information every 2 years. So it means we are doubling our information generation capacity, or developing information, generating information 2 times. We are doubling that thing in 2 to 3 years. So you can think about that, how much information we are generating, how much information we are consuming. And if people from Gen Z, if I focus on them, they may be struggling that how they keep themselves away from social media platforms. Because right now, if you see their screen time, it will be more than 5 hours or 6 hours daily. Hope I am right? Yes or no? Yeah. So that is again a challenge. So we can consider this thing that this much data we are generating. When we are generating this much data, it is also having useful patterns, which we can get information from and utilize this thing to make our life better. Ultimately, it is all about experiences and then learning from those experiences. Now, when we talk about these things, we have 3 terms we interchangeably use: digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. The first stage is digitization, where you have analog data and you convert that into a digital data. For example, you have attendance sheet or your mark sheet, you have converted that thing into a image file or the PDF file. It is digitization. It means you are streamlining the information of institution or individual person. Then comes the digitalization. It means now you are digitalizing the processes associated with this information. For example, if this institution, all the file, all registers are digitized, but still they are being taken from one room to another room through pen drive, then it means process is not digitalized, only information is digitalized. So then we do what? We create softwares, we create automation softwares, and we utilize those things. With the help of those things, then institution also becomes digitalized. Now information is digitalized, process is digitalized, it means individual institution is digitalized. Next stage is across the world, all institutions are digitalized. And if those all institutions come together and give new value to the stakeholders, then it is called digital transformation. For example, before 10 to 15 years, how are we going to travel from Delhi to Jaipur or Jaipur to Mumbai? We have to call a travel agency and then they will provide us the car and these things will happen accordingly. We have to give them money in the cash because bank penetration was also not at that time high. Now what has happened now? You have Ola and Uber, you have mobile app, you search location where you want to go and automatically everything is arranged for you according to your choice. You want to go with luxury, small or medium type as you wish to do it. So what has happened is it is digital transformation. Several institutions who are already digitalized, they have come together to give the value to the institutions. Banks are integrated, new app company has come, new value has been generated, new employment opportunities are coming, and everybody is having convenient process.
Cloud, HP Pavilion, laptop, NVIDIA, which we mentioned. Networks are 4: fiber, cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. And deep learning models are 2 standard deep neural networks and 2 tiny AI deep models to run on the edge. Okay, here is further details about the system. So we do application selection, as I mentioned earlier. Now we have the details. So in this case, we decided to have skin disease diagnosis, but this reference architecture is general. You can implement it with any disease or other applications as well. We acquire the data set, validate, pre-process. We design the model. We design service use cases. For example, service use cases are that user want to do self-diagnosis. So patient self-diagnosis. And she can do that on edge, fog, and cloud. Flexible tools for medical professionals. This is another use case. So diagnosis on cloud and route to hospital. So a doctor receives an image and it can do the diagnosis as she is moving to the hospital or coming back to home or going to a conference. And this can generate different business models. Service design, we have mobile local service. We have mobile remote service, we have gRPC service, containerized and diagnosis, request service. Service catalog, we have 4 service type, specific services, 22, benchmark development. These are different metrics that we use for benchmarks. So we have something called service value, which is created by different metrics. So energy consumption, response time, process time, network time, data transfer rate. We have execution platforms, we mentioned already. We have supported networks, we mentioned already. Then we operationalize the service, we select the service type, platform model, request diagnosis, receive diagnosis by user, and then benchmarking is done. So here are further detail about the reference architecture. Because of time, I will go fast. So you have here the catalog with 22 services, 1 to 22. We have service names based on which layer it is running, for example, fog, cloud, or edge, and then the specific devices name the services. For example, cloud A means A and B are 2 models, the main deep learning models, and A Lite and B Lite are the lighter versions of them, which run at the cloud. At the edge, of course, they can be run in the cloud as well, so we experimented all the model in all different layers. As long as they can run. So here, for example, you can see Fog has 4 versions as well. Jetson has 4 versions, Raspberry Pi has 4 versions, and some of them do not have all 4 versions because they can't run the full model. Service type I mentioned already, layers I mentioned already, platforms I mentioned already, platform specification, here are the details. All the works which I'm talking here have been published, so you will be able to find details in the papers. Platform energy, based on whatever the platform is, network specification, what is the network, is the specification, latency. For example, it depends on the network. In the case of cloud, partially configurable in case of fog, and similarly in the other cases as well. And these are the models which are being run. Here are further details about the services. For example, diagnosis request service, how it is built, gRPC service, how it is built, mobile local service, how it is built, and containerized gRPC service, DL model service, and mobile remote service. This is the details of the data set. So we have different classes, 0 to 6, and their details. Model A, the detail of Model A, Model B, the detail, user interface. So basically we select the service type, and then we select device, we select model, and then we run the service. So this is the user can do, or doctor can do, patient or doctor or their family members can do. This is not necessary that you use it, you select it yourself. The purpose of creating service e-value was that it can be done automatically based on the preferences of the user. Here are details of results, so processing time. So here you see these are 4 models, A, B, A light, and B light. The colors you can see. So dark blue color is A, and B, the light blue color is B, and then the orange is the A light, and the light orange or whatever pink color is B light. So what you see here is the highest result, highest time taken is by this Jetson Nano, and this is for model A, and then for model B, and then for A light, darker color, and then for B light. Now, you can see that, I mean, one thing you can see is that the model B is lighter than model A. That's why it is taking less time. And Jetson Nano is taking the highest time because it is not able to run the large model. And it was not designed to run the large model, but it was run on the device to make the point that if you run heavy models in the edge, then they will not produce very good performance in terms of time. So you can see the Raspberry 8 GB, it takes very long time as well. And then the other ones where you don't have the blue colors, it means that they are not able to run. So these 3 are not able to run A and B. That's why you don't see A and B here. So, and because Raspberry 8 GB has more memory, that's why. Okay, so what you see here is that cloud takes this much time, Fog takes this much time. And here the processing time, the box plot, and what you can see is that there are some anomalies and the quartiles, different quartiles. Okay, then here is the response time. And you can see it is proportional to the processing time because processing time is heavy. And you can see that response time is heavy, for example, for node 4. This is because of the specific type of connections that you are using, the software connection they are using. The best time is for response is S9. Okay, I will not go in detail about these results. I just wanted to show, because my purpose here in this talk is to talk about different works so you can see a variety of things which can be done using AI in healthcare, and then talk about the future of that. So here is the processing time. Sorry, something happened. Here's the processing time, response time, and then network time. So you see here that this network time, we are showing it on the weekdays. And what you see is there is a variation, and this one is for node 4. And then there are different devices, their time here are. And you can see that the time varies based on these services during the week, and particularly on Tuesday it go higher. And then after that it start going. So for example, on the weekend it is low relatively, okay? And this is the box plot, so you can see the variations in and out. Network time further, here in this case we are comparing with fiber and 4G, and 4G is this. You can see there is huge variation in 4G time, but the fiber time is reasonably stable. Okay, again the box plot to show you the variation. Service data transfer rate, I will go fast now. Energy consumption, service e-value, and as I said, you can look in the papers. Okay, detecting government pandemic measures. This was done for during the COVID-19, and what you see here is that. Okay, I will just go to the results. So what we did is that we used Twitter data to understand whether we can detect different events during COVID-19. So we were able to detect these events automatically. What you see is that COVID-19 starts around 14th of March. So we detect stay home. So there are instructions by the government to stay home, and then instructions for prevention, and then government start giving loans to people because they are not earning money. Then hospital treatment issue starts. What it means is that hospitals are under load because of COVID-19, but there is not enough staff there. There are not enough measures there to keep a lot of people there. So the people who have chronic diseases, they are not getting the treatment. Quarantine official starts here, mobility. This is a timeline. So here the mobility, for example, we detect that there are nothing on the road, very few cars on the road. So related to mobility, curfew is imposed, cleaning services are introduced, roads, toilets, and so on to reduce the chances of infection. Salaries are given by governments. To help people, quarantine ends around this time between 13th and 19th of April. Hospital treatment ends, so things start normalizing. People can go to the hospital, and then COVID-19 ends. 5 daily prayers, because here in Saudi Arabia we have this 5 prayers, so they were banned for people to go to the mosque. So then they lift that ban, and then back to normal. Here there are details about specific public concerns and government measures, and this shows the intensities of these different events. And here we have something called public concerns. So we separated those public concerns. Macro concerns, we separated them, and here the detail about each one of them. As I said, that you can look into the paper, and here what we see is that these circles show the activity of the events, how big the events are. So here, this size of the circle shows big event here, and this is because this is Makkah and Medina, Makkah, sorry, where people go for prayer, and because people were not able to go, therefore there were huge events, and then you can see events around the country, and these are the name of the city or regions, and these colors and areas show that where these events are. How do we do this? We collect the data, we process it, and then we have something called measures and concerns detector component, which detects these measures and concerns. We have something called spatio-temporal information component, which extracts the time and date of the time, date, and space of the event. And then we have something called validation and visualization component. Now I will try to go fast. So execution times here, what we see that if we run it on 24 cores, then we need 163 hours, which is more than 6 days, 6.5 days. But if we start increasing the number of cores, then we are able to bring the time to less than a day, which is a big help because these models need to be run many times to tune them and to get best results. So here are some further details about the execution time based on number of iterations. Something called Musawa, which means sustainability. And basically here we introduce a sustainable healthcare system, and we provided a case study on cancer. And basically we create services, cancer services through Twitter data analytics. What we do is that we try to understand that what people want so that these can be turned into services, and similarly what people can provide, and these can be turned into services, and so on. So what you see here is that under information availability, we have questionnaires and competitions, we have breast cancer awareness services, we have awareness campaigns, and so optimism and services are not necessarily financial services, commercial services, rather these services provide any service which creates a value for people. And value doesn't have to be associated with monetary value, with money. Prevention, you have symptoms, early diagnosis, screening, and so on. Treatment, you have chemo and radiation therapy, and so on. Okay. So then we zoomed in and we tried to understand cancer causes. Here are some cancer causes, cancer symptoms, cancer prevention, stakeholders. Because of the time, I will go fast. So here the next case study is DNA profiling. So what is DNA profiling? So it is about profiling DNAs for certain applications. So what are those applications? So for example, forensic applications like criminal investigation, you have a criminal a place where a crime has been committed and there are some blood samples and they are mixed. So for example, you want to understand whose blood it is and so on. Disaster victim identification, people died in a disaster place or whatever, missing person investigations, and paternity tests. So these are different applications. What do we do? So in these cases, what happens is that in these, many times these blood samples are mixed. There are more than one blood sample in a place. And there is a problem called unknown identification, number of unknowns, finding how many unknowns are there and then looking into who are those unknowns, whose blood samples are there. So this problem is exponential problem. As you increase the number of unknowns, the time required to detect the number of unknowns goes exponentially. So we have done this work using machine learning, and here are some results of our machine learning. I will not go in detail. And then we also did it using likelihood ratio computations, and we went up to 10 unknowns when at that time the maximum unknowns were 5. So 5 to 10, it is exponential, and also the implementation was only on shared memory computers. We created a distributed OpenAI, distributed MPI computation on distributed memory machines. We ran it on 3,000 plus cores, and we were able to achieve 52 times the speed up. So the runtime, we took it from 5.8 days to 2.7 hours. So we were able to bring the runtime significantly down, which improves the ability for us to solve these problems. Detecting diseases from Twitter. So basically, we use Twitter data to understand what diseases are there. You can see these are in Saudi Arabia. You can see that diabetes is the highest, 30%. Then we have DRD, dermal diseases, 20%, and heart disease, 15%, and hypertension, 27%, and cancer, 2.63%. We try to understand different cities, compare them, that what are the diseases in different cities and what is their relative distribution. We also try to understand that if we improve awareness, would it reduce the affected cases? And we found there was a good correlation that you increase awareness, it will reduce the afflicted cases. UB Health, I will go very fast. So this is basically a cloud edge or cloudlet based system to deliver healthcare related applications. Okay, so basically what we do is that we use deep learning to mine the traffic, to filter the traffic, understand malicious traffic, improve the delivery of the services, and so on. Okay, so here in this paper we have provided the details of this design, and as I said, because of time, I will just go. We have done on psychological health as well using Twitter data, and how we do it, and basically here are the details of what we got. Social and economic factors, treatment options, individual factors, disease and disorders, and treatment limitations, and the details are there. Because of time, I will go fast. And we use different perspectives to understand psychological health. For example, we found that medical students were the highest among the depressed people, and people were taking medications and so on. And because in Saudi Arabia there is a very high competition for becoming doctors, and students are very much under stress before they go for exams for entering the university and after entering the university. So because of that, and of course there were a lot of other things which I'm not able to talk here. We also associated these psychological health issues with different medications to understand what different medications people were taking or what different treatment options they were doing, and the details are in the paper. We also did another study on education during COVID-19, and because of the time, I will just go. Okay, now healthcare challenges: access to care, affordability and rising costs, quality of care, healthcare workforce challenges, technological advancements. Healthcare is not able to keep up with them, chronic diseases and aging population, mental health, infectious diseases, and so on. Trends and future of healthcare. Because of time, I'm going fast. So all of these I will talk one by one, and I will go very fast. Digital health and telemedicine. So these are the future of healthcare. So this is, as we know, has become very important that people are able to connect remotely to the doctors and to the healthcare organization. So this has been going on for almost 2 decades now. I remember 10 years or so ago, in 2015, I think, Apple signed a contract with Mayo Clinic and one of the EHR, electronic health records providers. I forgot the name. And basically, the idea was that through Google, through Apple health applications such as using the watch, Apple Watch, and the mobile phone, you collect the data and then it is stored in some electronic health record, and then Mayo Clinic analyzes it, and somehow we provide real-time support to the patient. And this has moved on now, and it has become very common now for people to use these mobile devices and this telemedicine. AI and machine learning in healthcare, as we know that it is revolutionizing healthcare. Because of time, I will just go fast. Precision medicine using DNAs, environment, perpetual healthcare, connecting these DNAs and environments and lifestyle factors, bringing them together to create precise medicine for individuals rather than for population. This is another area. Regenerative medicine is another area. For example, regenerating organs and body parts and so on. Healthcare interoperability is a major issue, and a lot of research is going on. How do you make different system interoperable? How you bring all this data together, integrate it, and analyze it collectively. Sustainable healthcare is a major issue. Healthcare is probably the highest contributor to the sustainability problem, because there are millions of plastic components which are being thrown in the environment. For example, syringes and gloves and all these things, and they are used now heavily. As you know, that 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, we did not have these things, and we had glass syringes, and everything was usable, or most of the things were reusable. But now we throw it in the environment, and these medications, the tablets and so on, they go in the water streams, and then they evaporate, and they go into the aqua life, and through evaporation and rain, they come back to us. So therefore, this is one of the major issue, and this need to be addressed. Google Global Health Initiatives, as you know, for example, Bill Gates, he started with World Health Organization during COVID-19. So there are a lot of things happening with these WHO and other organizations trying to understand the global health issues and finding ways of collectively addressing these. Aging population, we know that there are a large number of old people now. Particularly the developed nations have larger proportion of aging population, and people are not getting married, they are not giving birth to children and so on, while people are living longer. So this is a major issue in terms of burden on financial burden, as well as technological and system burden. Mental health, this is like a calamity now all over the world, particularly in the developed countries, and people are becoming more and more stressed because of the way of life we are living. So this is a very important area to look into. Regulatory and ethical consideration, we are working in this area as well. And for example, European Union has introduced the first AI Act in the world. It came into effect last year in 2024, and because of that, healthcare application and systems cannot just be innovated as we were able to do before. And you need to understand that how an application that you are developing will impact peoples and whether it will comply with these regulations or not. There are data protection regulations, which means that you need to take care of privacy of people, and more countries are introducing that. We have a paper on that as well. We have organized a special issue on that as well. These editorials are available, papers are available. Another paper we are working on, hopefully, if I give talk next time, I can cover that in some detail. Healthcare education and workforce development is becoming a major issue, although workforce is coming, but they are not as trained as they should be, particularly integration of technology and trained people who understand the technology, who can bridge the gap between AI and medicine. We are lacking that. So this is also important. Patient empowerment engagement is very important because it is well known that people don't get engaged after they go from the hospital. They don't follow the treatment. They stop in the middle and so on. So this is very important. Conclusions: we are in unprecedented and exciting times. Let's work together to make the world a better place. Some special issues that I'm working on. Thank you very much, and I will check the time. How much I took? Actually, I took exactly 29 minutes. So good. I'm listening if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rashid ji. It's a wonderful, precise, exemplary research that you have done, and it is related to the health issues. We are somewhere very far, but your research has been very profound and very revealing to us. Thank you very much for keeping the time, and also thank you very much for enlightening us on the health issues and AI. Thank you very much, sir. In short time we approached you. You had the readiness and generosity to accept our invitation, though the time zones had divided us, but we'll be bridged together between St. Xavier's, Jaipur and Saudi Arabia through this conference, through your initiatives. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
God bless. Khuda Hafiz.
Bye. Bye. Khuda.
Take sir's slide where he left. Sachin sir. Sachin sir. We'll continue. The psychology delegates are here. Psychology, anybody to present paper? Track. Okay. So Sachin sir will continue from where he stopped. This is another wealth. He will also come to the health during his presentation. Please, we will give our best attention to him, because from last night I have been interacting with him. He has got a hidden treasure. Let's get that fulfilled in us. Over to you, Sachin sir. Thanks for that adaptation you did immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome again. So we were discussing about the artificial intelligence journey and how we reached to this point of so much developments happening in artificial intelligence, and how it is going to transform the world in different ways, and it has become a transformative technology. But when we were discussing about intelligence, what is actually intelligence and how we are going to define it and then develop intelligent machines, so we had 4 choices. One choice is that we want to develop machines which are thinking intelligently. Second choice is we want to develop machines which are thinking. Machine we can say, systems we can say, agents we can say, software we can say. So everything is actually machine for artificial intelligence scientists. So one thing is that it should be rational thinking, it should be emotional or human thinking. And we know that only thinking cannot do anything. For example, if I take the senses and the effectors from your body, like your hand and other things, and I also disable your senses, then whatever intelligent you are, you won't be able to do anything. And we will not be able to understand whether you are intelligent or not. So only through the senses, only through the effect you create in the world, we decide that you are intelligent or not with your actions. So it means if we are only thinking rationally or thinking emotionally or humanly, then it is of no use for us. So we have to go for action. Now, what type of action we are defining is artificial, means it is intelligent. Whether it is human action, actions can be in both the directions. They can be very good and they can be very ugly also. As I gave you example in the previous section, that action of Hitler cannot be adopted by the machine. Reason is then it will be very difficult and society will not survive. So, and it will be amplified. So then we have to go for rational decision making, which is based on fair, objective and justiciable criteria. So present day artificial intelligence systems, they are on the fourth quadrant, that we are developing in artificial intelligence systems or machines, systems which are acting rationally. We are not developing machines which are acting as human beings act. We are not taking that dimension. We are taking that our machine should develop or conduct itself in the rational manner. Now, in the next case, we have to understand what is artificial intelligence. So in simple terms, we can say that artificial intelligence is a form of intelligence which is being understood, being designed, being developed by research scientists, specifically from computer science domain. And they want to develop computer systems, their principles, their theory, their applications in such a manner that they can perform all the tasks related to or how humans are conducting themselves, but rationality as one of the component of that action. So that is all about artificial intelligence. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we have two types of artificial intelligence. We can divide artificial intelligence in two types. One is a artificial intelligence which is called narrow, and other one is called artificial general intelligence. When we talk about narrow artificial intelligence, it is like the previous slide, in which we were applying artificial intelligence, developing artificial intelligence systems for particular application in the health. For example, detection of the cancer. So then it is narrow artificial intelligence. When we are applying artificial intelligence in the broader perspective, for example, ultimate aim of artificial intelligence is to develop autonomy and take decisions as human beings are taking. So then common sense is also part of that decision making. And understanding everything, all the experiences, all the age groups, all the section of society, everything, and then synthesizing that knowledge and taking action in the society, which is very difficult task. That is why it is called broader artificial intelligence or artificial general intelligence. And people who are talking about that artificial intelligence is very threatening to the humanity, they are actually talking about this aspect of artificial intelligence, which is artificial general intelligence, not about the artificial narrow intelligence. Because narrow intelligence is only being applied or developed for a particular task, which human beings are doing, and which is quite helpful for us. We will discuss those things in coming slides as well. Next. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we need to understand how, if suppose I am able to develop machine which is intelligent, how can I say that my machine is intelligent? So we have to develop one criteria, one you can say test, which Turing actually did in 1950s when he published the paper related to the imitation. And then he demonstrated that this type of behavior, if machine is exhibiting, then we can say the machine is intelligent. For example, we all are sitting here in this room and we will decide if machine we have developed that is intelligent or not. So outside this gate, there is machine, computer system or software. Outside this gate, there is human being sitting. And we have, as a professors or student, question in front of us, and we are sliding those questions under the door, and this side also under the door. And then we are getting answers. We are getting answers from both the directions. And when, as a community or as an individual person, we are not able to decide in which side human being is there, in which side machine is there, it means machine has developed that level of intelligence that it can fool us as a human being. So we are not able to distinguish between the output coming from machine and coming from human being. And for example, real life example is ChatGPT. If present day student, if you give them assignment and they give you the task coming or from the ChatGPT, it will be very difficult for us to understand whether it is written by the student originally or it is from the ChatGPT. So it means our machine or software or systems developed by artificial intelligence, they have developed that level of intelligence or equivalent to human level intelligence in a particular task. So this was about Turing, and he actually thought it before even starting of the field of artificial intelligence. That's why he is called father of computing, and father of artificial intelligence is called, John McCarthy is called the father of intelligence. Next. Now, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it is broad subject because in our real life there is no space in which we are not utilizing our intelligence. However small it is, or however automatic it is, or coming from subconscious mind, but everywhere intelligence is there. So artificial intelligence can penetrate into every aspect of our life as an individual, as a society, as a nation, or as a global community. So there are several domains of artificial intelligence which are exploring the intelligence from their perspective. One system is knowledge-based systems. For example, you have a knowledge base and then you design rule inside those rules and then integrate those rules in the software. And if intelligence is coming from such type of software, then it is called knowledge-based artificial intelligence software. You have a video, it is being recorded here, and if everything is processed from this video and some intelligence is coming out of it, then we say it is computer vision, part of artificial intelligence. For example, self-driving car. They are seeing everything around the road and then taking decisions. So computer vision is actually applying in self-driving car and other things also simultaneously. Then you have intelligent agents. For example, we all are utilizing Gmail or other type of softwares, and automatically as you write dear, it automatically predicts you that you write this name, or it suggests you that you write these type of sentences. So it is what it is agent which is being intelligent which is being made intelligent by artificial intelligence. So you see, we are utilizing artificial intelligence products everywhere around us. Everywhere artificial intelligence somehow in less degree or higher degree being integrated. Next thing is natural language processing. We have social media platform, we have text everywhere, and then we get data from those text, and when we get that data from those text, we also get and process emotions related to those things. For example, if somebody is having depression related issues, so if you see the feed of that person will be posting similar to those things, and we can automatically identify whether person is showing the depression tendencies or not. So text processing with intelligent information extraction is called natural language processing. It is also part of artificial intelligence. Then affective computing, more about understanding emotions and delivering those emotions towards the machine and understanding and empowering machine related to the emotion related aspect of humanity. That comes under affective computing. Then we are generating huge data, we are extracting information, then it is smart big data we are utilizing. So all these are actually field. Wherever you are utilizing those intelligent approaches to extract information, it is always your artificial intelligence into it. Then you have embedded AI. For example, embedded systems earlier we used to include in your refrigerator and in our washing machine, all standalone devices. If they are behaving intelligently, for example, automatically they know about when you are going to start them, they automatically start themselves. Then automatically they know that according to the quantity of the clothes you have put into the machine, this much is required, you don't need human intervention. Then it is embedded artificial intelligence. Similarly, you have intelligent robotics. So one Boston Dynamics company is doing very good in robotics. They have actually developed robots which are performing very well, jumping, dancing, doing lot of stuff. So that is actually part of artificial intelligence, but robotics integrated into it. Now, when we talk about these things, this field started in 1950s, but the progress was not there till 2010. Reason was everything was lacking. In one side, professors were working on the algorithms, intelligent algorithms, but data was not there. Reason, data accumulation started after 2000, as we discussed in the previous slide. Before that, there was no internet. People were not having access to the devices, so they were not generating the data. And they were also not high computational power systems. So all these things merged around 2010, and with deep learning algorithms, novel developments, the intelligence or artificial intelligence became very big, and it actually started having its applications in our daily life. And that's why everybody nowadays is talking about artificial intelligence. Reason is it is now a transformative technology like electricity. Without electricity, you cannot do anything. You have electric motor, for example, running from electricity everywhere in any format. So electric motor is again a transformative technology. Similarly, artificial intelligence will be or is a transformative technology which is going to have impact in every activity of our life in coming days. And this is actually creating little bit of problems also, as well as huge advantages for the humanity. Now, if we see the development, we are able to achieve in object recognition that if image is there, we can automatically detect what is the image. Okay, so that we are able to achieve 98% with the accuracy. In recent developments, next. Now, if you give the image to artificial intelligence system, it can generate a story, even the caption for that image. If you write the story, it can generate the image from that text. So these type of latest development have happened after 2010 because of the emergence of deployable artificial intelligence systems. In automatic speech recognition, if you see this chart, up to 2010, we were able to achieve only maximum 70% of accuracy in speech recognition. But now, after 2010, we have cleared that gap, and it is close to 97-95%. So you must have seen several systems also which are having conversations in dialogue manner with you. For example, Alexa, Siri, they are understanding your language and accordingly giving you the feedback because of these developments happening. Next. We have recent developments everywhere. For example, we have now very good examples of self-driving cars. We have facial recognition systems with high accuracy. They can detect who you are, where you are automatically. And facial recognition system example recently you can get from the Saif Ali Khan case. Within few days, they were able to track the person, even identifying the person from the images or the videos they were recording across Mumbai. This is actually part of the computer vision field of artificial intelligence. Then you have ChatGPT, and even China has introduced one anchor that they give that anchor one script and automatically it read it, but it is not the human anchor. So they are replacing that thing also because it is automated task that can be done. Now, as we discussed in the previous speaker case, artificial intelligence is being utilized by healthcare community also a lot. Stanford University with their healthcare department and computer science department, they develop artificial intelligence software which is actually doing diagnosis better than human. It has surpassed the human level accuracy of the radiologist. So there is a threat on radiologist job as well, according to the development. All these are examples of narrow artificial intelligence, as we discussed. Now, in every application, whatever we are utilizing, Google products, they have said that we are artificial intelligence #1 company. It means in each and every product, they are integrating artificial intelligence into it. I gave you example of Gmail. I gave you example of other Netflix also is there. YouTube is also there. Automatically, they suggest you, recommend you the content which you like according to your previous history and the interest you exhibit or integrate into the system. Now, these all developments we have seen, and they are quite remarkable, and they all are helping us to make not society so much better, but at least business better, do business better. But can we apply those type of things in our society also? Because we are facing lot of issues in terms of poverty, where 44% of the world population lives on less than $6.5 per day. So poverty is quite a serious problem for us. Reason being is that steps have been taken to reduce or eradicate the poverty, but after in 2022 and 2030, according to the World Bank report, they are saying that these efforts have stagnated. It means efforts are going on, but they are not giving the accurate or exact result as we are anticipating. And we all know that poverty reduction or eradication is one of the fundamental goal of sustainable development goal decided by United Nations. So this is the problem. Can artificial intelligence come into it and help us? Let's see next. So there are some countries, they have done very good into it, but lot of people, countries which are in global south, they are facing problems, and because of the governance issues, because of the fund allocation, because of the corruption, these are the issues. But artificial intelligence can come into this picture and then help us to make this world a better place without poverty. Similar the case is with greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emission is similar as artificial intelligence is an opportunity for us to utilize. Similarly, climate change is also affecting every aspect of our life. So can artificial intelligence help us to take care of all these things? We will see that thing, and it is actually doing. There are several case studies. So we will see that there are 17 goals, sustainable development goals, and artificial intelligence somehow in majorly or minorly can contribute in each of these goals in achieving by 2030. And it is necessary that now we have to take two things into consideration. One is artificial intelligence experts, they are not expert in the domain of that particular problem. So domain expert, they should come together, and the artificial intelligence expert, they should come together and then create an ecosystem so that we are able to achieve these goals with the help of artificial intelligence. Now, there are two problems. One is predicting which customer will click on the ad. We always click on the ad. Such type of ads are made, very engaging ads, and clickbait is also there. They post something which we cannot resist, and then we click. Similarly, if we take the another situation for maternal mortality rate, the infant mortality rate, then predicting which child will have higher rate of infant mortality is also the same. So both type of problems are same, but the artificial intelligence talent is actually dedicated to solving the first problem, not the second problem. Reason in the second problem, lack of resources, lack of talent also is there, and lack of priority is also there. But these solutions can be, these problems can be solved by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence provide the same solution for these type of problems. For example, diabetes around the world in 2011, according to the statistics, 537 million people are suffering from it. And by 2030, according to the projections, 643 million people will be suffering from it. And 3 out of 4 will be living in low and middle income countries, such as India and most of the countries in the global south. So we have to do something. And more problematic thing about it is that 1/3 of these people will develop diabetic retinopathy if they are not treated well. And another problem is that we have only 200,000 orthoponologists in this world. So they cannot be deployed everywhere. So what can be the solution? Solution can be a telehealth services, which can be developed by artificial intelligence softwares or skill workforce, which have been developed with the collaboration of several institutions like Microsoft with several of its partners. They actually developed IRIS-1 software, which is called Diabetic Retinopathy Diagnosis Solution, which help us to reduce or to provide better health services even in remote areas where doctor availability is very difficult to achieve. So these type of intelligent agent, intelligent softwares, if they are just one click away, then it is better, and they can help us to achieve sustainable development goal in healthcare sector in very efficient and productive manner. So artificial intelligence is the catalyst for change, but it is not through the collaboration with, it is only through the collaboration with organizations with subject matter expert that we can make significant impact on the world. Now, when we are solving these type of problems, we have two approaches. One is when we have individualistic problem, then we can have a complex solution. So complex solution will work because it is individual problem or limited problem. But when we have problem which is having huge impact and it is at the large scale, then we have to develop solution which is easy, accessible, and it can be deployed everywhere. So then we have to think in terms of this manner. Otherwise, we will not be able to deploy complex solutions to the large population to solve problems related to sustainable development goal. Now, the first goal is about the poverty, that we do not want poverty. And how do we do that thing? Poverty reduction depends on the resources you are deploying to the population. And that also depends on how you are accurately identifying who is poor, which region is poor, and which region is given how much money or how much resources or intervention from the government side. And to do that thing, government actually play a role by doing the census every 10 years. And why it is done every 10 years? Because it is a very humongous task with huge resources. For example, close to $1 billion investment is required. And then whole government machinery goes to door and then collect data, and accordingly government make policies and then design program and then provide the fund and other things. But can artificial intelligence solve this problem? Definitely yes. So some researchers actually took the task in African country Rwanda, where they actually designed an alternative approach, tried to utilize whether this can be achieved or not. The problem was, how can we identify poor areas, areas in which poverty is there. So they did what? They utilized the mobile phone data of that country national carrier, and then utilizing from that data, they develop artificial intelligence software without knowing about the personal details. They anonymize that data and then develop artificial intelligence model and compared the result of that artificial intelligence model with ground truth survey which they have done by going home to home and getting data. So what was the result? This type of artificial intelligence model they created. First they created by calling to these peoples and then identifying their socio-economic status by asking several questions, and then automatically understanding their mobile consumption behavior, data consumption behavior and other things together. And after that, when they segregated one district, for example, 1 kilometer by kilometer pixel or 500 meter by 500 by pixel, and group them together with the help of health index of that particular region. And then utilizing those things, they divided the whole country into different pixels, we can say. And then they compared the result coming from this software, artificial intelligence softwares, and result coming from the actual data which they have received through the survey. Now the result is this. Now you see this result and tell me, how much difference do you see? One image is from the actual data, one image is from the model they have developed. And you will see around 95% overlap is there. It means the task which was taking huge amount of money and the government resources, that can be done by sitting on the computer system with fraction of crore rupees. Rather than investing 8,000 to 10,000 crore on census, you can achieve similar results multiple times. Then you can do census now according to this situation monthly. Then you can automatically see what are the changes which are happening. Actually intervention is happening or not, improvement is happening or not. So this is the power of artificial intelligence and these computational technologies. If government adopt these type of solutions, although I am not saying they are 100% accurate, but at least they have a majorly accurate system of predicting these things. Next. Similarly, utilizing satellite data and machine learning approaches, they are able to predict the poverty. So just by not going here places by places, not individually, but you can identify a region which is poor or not accordingly. Next. Now when we come to climate action, this is the help of artificial intelligence which can do in this sustainable development goal, poverty reduction. Now in climate change also artificial intelligence can do wonders, and it is actually helping, and people are working together to do that thing. With the help of Google research, Bangladesh government and Indian government, they actually developed one project in which they have designed a software which, using the data, previous data, historical data of all rivers in northeastern region or eastern region, they are able to predict the flood, as well as they are able to inform the concerned citizens or the areas that you have to take certain necessary decisions, using the alert by providing them these alerts on the phone. So you can see that how artificial intelligence is coming and solving problems of societal nature and saving life in case of danger. Similarly, our cities are actually backbone of our economic systems, and these cities are also generating greenhouse gas emissions, and there are several aspects to it. So artificial intelligence can come also into picture by identifying how these cities are actually going to work, or what is their progress to achieve sustainability and climate reduction efforts till 2030. So these type of research is also going on. Next. This is our work which my team has done, and in this work what we have done is we have utilized data available publicly from government report, from census, from other aspects, from companies reported things, and we were able to predict carbon emission for our country. And it was done in a sense that sometimes different agencies, they claim that we are doing this much of effort, so there should be some publicly available entity or model which can actually make sure that they are accountable and the results they are projecting, that is accurate, and that is they are accountable to that thing. So that type of model we developed, and it got published in very reputed journal, informatics. So artificial intelligence actually can help us in each and every aspect of a sustainable development goal. In some cases it will be hugely impacted, in some cases it will be less impacted. There may be some issues related to privacy, data and ethics in these achieving these goals. So we can take care of that thing, but artificial intelligence has huge potential in addressing sustainable development goals, or specific target 169 target, which comes under 17 sustainable development goals. But what are the ethical challenges? First challenge is bias, transparency. We have privacy issues. We have fairness issues. So I give you one example. These artificial intelligence technologies are actually very easily and very proactively adopted by large corporations like Apple, Google and Amazon and all these. So actually Amazon tried to intelligently automate its recruitment process. And what they did was they developed artificial intelligence model, which actually they wanted to screen the candidate which are better candidates, so that limited time can be devoted to them. Otherwise there was huge queue to recruit those candidates. So when they deployed the CVs of the applicant to that software, it majorly rejected CVs of the woman candidate. Although they were capable candidate, but it rejected because of the data on which it was trained. That was not representative data, it was biased data. Reason was that majority of the people working in the Amazon, they are actually male engineers. And so since majority of the data was male dominated, so it rejected woman candidate from the job. So if this type of software is adopted without proper check and balances and policies in government jobs, then it will create a problem. So we cannot do that. We have to ensure that once softwares are developed, intelligent artificial intelligence model is developed, it is properly checked, tested, and then only it can be deployed, so that it does not amplify the biases in the society, and it promotes justice, equity and inclusion in our society. Next, see these two images. That artificial intelligence can be can be the technology which is promoting injustice. For example, there is Compass software which was developed in USA, and utilizing this software, actually they wanted to do the criminal profiling so that they are able to understand who is probably the offender and he will commit crime again. So that type of criminal profiling they were doing, and for same type of crime they developed the system, and then when the data was fed to it to predict whether it is doing right or wrong, so you see the crime is 2 soft lifting arrest, crime is same, but the risk score associated with James Rivelli is 3 and risk associated with Robert Cannon is 6. It means with the same crime, with the same background, one person is more risky as compared to other, although according to the justice they should be having risk 3 or risk 6 together. But it did not happen because of the data bias or biasness of the ethical system. Reason was because of the socio-economic background. More people in the jails of USA, they are coming from one particular community or race, you can say, and then this happened. Now if you take one more angle into it of woman plus a other means complexion, then the risk becomes for the same type of case 1 and 6. So it is more rigorous for women and coming from a particular community. So such type of systems, if they are deployed in real world situation, then they will destroy the fabric of society. It should not happen. And that's why people around the world, due to these challenges and negative impacts, they are coming together and designing systems which are fair, which should be fair systems, and how data should be treated, how these things should be communicated to the entire chain of artificial intelligence life cycle. And output of that system is based on justice, fairness, inclusivity, and all these principles. So we need to understand these things, and we have to work in this case, and then we have to develop responsible artificial intelligence, and we have to decide whose responsibility it is. It is company's responsibility, whose product we are utilizing. It is the responsibility of the person who developed the product inside that company, or it is the responsibility of the designer who developed that product inside that company, or it is the responsibility of the user. So there are several things, and that's why it is quite challenging for each country that how they are going to decide their rule, regulation and policies for artificial intelligence systems. And that's why Global Partnership for Artificial Intelligence, they are actually leading authority or the forum to discuss these issues, and they come up with several reports and all these things. Even Indian government is also utilizing those discussions and coming up with its report of responsible artificial intelligence and all, with the help of Niti Aayog and India AI mission from MITI ministry. Yeah. Next. So all the stakeholders, they need to come together to harness the benefit of artificial intelligence for sustainable development goals. They include technologists, individuals, government, society stakeholders, and all the people from every aspect of our life or scholars. For example, when we are saying artificial intelligence need to work in right direction, what is right direction? The people from ethics background, so philosophy background, they need to be part of the design systems. When we are saying that they should not be harmful for create psychological problem for human being, then people from psychology domain, they should come together. That's why artificial intelligence is integrating people from each and every aspect of research domain, or you can say the disciplines. And that is the holistic way of developing a responsible and fruitful artificial intelligence for us. Next. Now, this is very interesting slide. We used to say that next generation is better than the previous generation. So that is human intelligence going ahead with each generation. But this process is linear. And artificial intelligence started in 1950s. And it has close to around 50-60 years. And then it is surpassing human level intelligence, as in case of Stanford algorithm and this retinopathy algorithm we discussed. Around close to 97-98% of accuracy they are demonstrating. So then, what is your guess that artificial intelligence will surpass human intelligence in coming time? In which year, how much time it will take, how many years it will take? 5 years. father is saying 5 years. There are several things, and according to the report, it is like that. There is one futurist, whose name is Ray Kurzweil. He actually predicted that it should be around 2035 to 40, but he is actually saying that now it will happen early because of the development which have taken place and the rapid progress governments across the world are making. So we need to prepare for these times. For example, as ChatGPT came, level of intelligence automatically came that it can surprise everyone. So now we have to adopt to the artificial intelligence tools in our daily life cycle so that we are utilizing it for the benefit as well as we are getting aware about what type of implications it may have and how to better utilize it so that we are saving time and utilizing that time for other better activities. Next. So thank you very much from my side. In case you have any questions, you can ask me.
Dr. Sachin Kumar, a profound ocean-like presentation you gave, right from the history to the future. We are not talking only about sustainable development goals, we are also talking whether AI will sustain itself or no. So amazing presentation and very insightful. We were just thinking for any student, any teacher, such a presentation will really help. A big applause for Dr. Sachin Kumar. With this, we move on to our next panelist, and we will like to invite, if you give me one. In the morning, I was talking to Dr. Satyamurthy, and he said, just call me Dr. Satyamurthy, sir, okay? Dr. Murthy. Dr. Murthy is a dedicated academician with over 9 years of experience in the field of economics. Sir holds a PhD in economics from Pondicherry University and has a strong educational background, including an MA in economics and a BEd in social sciences. Sir's research skills, in the sense, has been reflected in a lot of his papers that he has written, and the interest encompasses economics of money, banking, financial development, monetary economics, macroeconomics, and Dr. Doga, that is Dr. Murthy Doga, has contributed significantly to various esteemed journals, including the Economic Affairs, the Indian Economic Journal, Indian Journal of Public Administration, International Journal of Health Science, Journal of Financial Economic Policy, Asian Economic Review, Global Journal of Finance and Management. In addition to Sir's research, Sir has organized international conferences and workshops, including 2-day conference on growth, resilience, and sustainability in April 2023. Dr. Murthy has also delivered invited talks and served as a resource person for workshops showcasing his commitment to academic collaboration and mentoring. Sir has published articles in major newspapers addressing critical economic issues and contributing modules for MOOCs, especially on goods and service tax, that is GST. Dr. Murthy is a life member of Indian Econometric Society and has guided numerous students in their academic pursuits. Sir, we are really privileged for you to be on our panel today, and we welcome you to the days. A round of applause for Dr. Murthy.
A very good morning to all of you. A very good morning to all of you. I first would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, first as a keynote speaker, then I have been brought into this panel discussion. yeah, this is what the conversation that we had happened. I mean that I had, and now it is an honor for me to address this distinguished gathering on a transformative role of artificial intelligence in driving UN member countries are in accelerating the progress of UN member countries towards achieving sustainable development goals, right? So far there are a lot of presentations that you must have gone through from the academics point of view, from the technical aspect of this, and from the medical aspect, health aspect also. A lot of discussions have happened, and as far as I believe, the panel discussion, and it should go in both the ways. Like we should discuss positives, and also we discuss about the negative part of it. So my discussion would be all about the economic impact of this artificial intelligence, AI, on a sustainable development part. And let me first tell you all that there are different goals that have been set by UN members in the year 2015. Total 17 goals have been set with the aim of peace, prosperity, and with the aim of peace and prosperity for people and planet, and while tackling the climate change, and while preserving the forest and ocean. That is what actually the aim of these goals. Now coming to the economic impact of this AI on these goals, there are 17 goals as already mentioned by our previous speaker, and out of that the first goal itself is no poverty, and the second goal is all about zero hunger. And there are a lot of goals, like goal number 1, goal number 2, goal number 3. Goal number 3 all about good health and well-being, that has already been covered by our speaker from the online discussion that we had, was already discussed about the good health and well-being, what kind of a transformative role that artificial intelligence is playing in predicting the health conditions of the human being. Now coming to the economic impact, it is very clear that as we stand at the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence has become a crucial enabler for economic growth, in driving a sustainable economic growth. But the point is, whatever the contribution that artificial intelligence is going to contribute to the economy, is it sustainable? Is it inclusive? Is it equitable? This is what the point that the policy makers must ensure, that whatever the contribution that artificial intelligence is going to contribute to the economy, it should be sustainable, it should be inclusive, and it should be equitable. And my discussion in general perspective, as far as the experts' view on the role of artificial intelligence in promoting sustainable economic development is concerned, the experts are of the view that artificial intelligence can play a crucial role for enabling sustainable economic growth. It enhances the productivity of the existing factors of production and fostering innovations, and also improving the decision making of the people and the policy makers. It may be with reference to their fund allocation, it may be with reference to their investments, or it may be with reference to the resource allocation part. But whatever it is very clear that the experts are in favor of the usage of the artificial intelligence as far as the sustainable economic growth is concerned. But are these statements valid in case of India? That is what actually the point to be mentioned. I have come up with the two important pressing challenges that the Indian economy is currently facing, and whether, based on this, we can conclude whether the India should focus first on emphasizing more on the investment on AI-related technologies, or prerequisites, whatever the prerequisite condition that the Indian, whatever the economy, it may be India or any country, any member countries of the UN, that has to be focused on AI in such a way that they'll be able to reach these sustainable development goals by 2030. Right. The first and the foremost important point that I wanted to mention from the Indian perspective is, India is enjoying with a huge demographic dividend, that when we compare with many other developed and developing economies, India is the highest populous country in the world. We have recently crossed the China also. But as far as the advantage from the population perspective for India is concerned, we have 68% of the people working age population, right? And if we use this 68% of the working population productively and efficiently, whatever the economic targets, whatever the international standardized targets that we have, that could be achievable, and whatever the goals that we have that are supposed to be achieved by 2030 in terms of the sustainable development goals, that could be easily achievable. But the problem for India is, it is about for whatever the 68% of demographic dividend that we have, out of this, only 3% of people are skilled. The remaining 97% people are unskilled. This is what actually the key problem that India is facing. Whereas in other countries like Japan or China, if you look at China is also the highest populated country. It may be now second largest populous country, and India has recently crossed the China. But a Chinese case, as far as this productive population percentage is concerned, China is even relatively behind India, but India is having this advantage. But the problem problem for India is, when you compare with the skilled and unskilled percentage of this demographic dividend, right, productive population, 97% of the people are unskilled in India, whereas in case of China, it is 83% people are skilled, only 17% people are unskilled. And we know the contribution as far as the artificial intelligence role in sustainable economic growth is concerned. Artificial intelligence, yes, obviously it can increase the productivity, it can enhance it can foster the innovation and also improve the decision making of the people, and that is how it can contribute positively to the economic growth, to a sustainable development. But it can only enhance the productivity of the skilled people. But in India, skilled people percentage is only a 2%. 2% of people are only 3% people are only skilled, and the remaining 97% of people are unskilled. And it is a strong belief that artificial intelligence is going to displace the jobs of this 97% of the unskilled people. If that is the case, the macroeconomic consequences will be very severe if you are focusing much on encouraging AI without addressing these concerns, especially this concern that I've discussed about the skilled and unskilled part. Now coming to the second point is about the digital divide. In India, we have a huge digital divide. Almost 69% of the rural people are not digitally included in India. Whereas in case of urban people, it is about only 33% people are digitally excluded. But in your rural case, it is 70% of people who are digitally excluded. If that is the case, they may not able to access this artificial intelligence. And if that is the case, whatever the positive outcomes that we may expect from the artificial intelligence, that may not be achievable. So here, these 2 points are clear, are a prerequisite condition that the India must focus first on fulfilling these 2 conditions. That is, one is increase the skills of the people, reduce the unskilled people, and increase the skill population, so that whatever the benefits that we are expecting from artificial intelligence point of view and from the economic point of view, it can be achievable. And second part is reduce the digital divide, because if this is the case, the inequalities will increase. When inequalities increases, because we are already struggling with a huge inequalities, that rich people are becoming rich and poor people are becoming poor. And from the macroeconomic point of view, what kind of consequence that the economy has to face here is that as people are becoming rich, the demand side factors may be, there may be an inadequate demand from the production produced. Even if you are focusing much on artificial intelligence and produce more goods and services in the economy, there may not be adequate demand for the goods and services produced. And that may be a key challenge for any economy to fulfill, because most of the countries, especially the capitalist economies, they've already experienced this condition in late 1920 or early 1930. That is what the Great Depression is. Because of the lack of demand, the countries have faced a huge unemployment. There was a drastic fall in the economic growth, And there was there were a lot of challenges all the capitalist economies have experienced because of this lack of demand. And that demand side factors are a key. I mean, that is what the demand creates its own demand. Even the father of economists have actually come up with this particular statement that we should not focus much on supply side factors. We should focus much on demand side factors. And if you are focusing much on artificial intelligence and trying to enhance the productivity of only people who are productive enough, who are skilled enough, then in India, we'll have to face a lot of issues, a lot of macroeconomic consequences. So that as far as my understanding on the role of artificial intelligence in promoting sustainable economic growth is concerned, we must focus on these 2 points. That one is, first, reduce the skill gap, that make people even more skilled. Whatever the percentage, 90, because out of 100 working age population, 97 people are unskilled. If 97 people are unskilled, we cannot reap the full benefits of artificial intelligence in case of India. If you are putting more efforts on usage of artificial intelligence in all the economic activities, it may tend to have a huge unemployment in the economy. We have already huge youth unemployment. Now, because the lack of skills, if you are focusing much on it, it may create a problem from the demand side factor. That is what the government of India first focus on this aspect, that increase the skill part, and then focus on investing more on AI related technologies, so that may enhance the growth. And the second part is a digital divide, reduce this digital divide. We have to increase the focus on a digital infrastructure, not only in the cities part, but also in rural areas also, so that we can reduce this digital divide, and that may contribute to reduce this inequalities part. Because as far as my understanding is concerned, when we have more a percentage of rich and less percentage of poor people, yes, obviously it is good from the prosperity point of view. But from the macroeconomic consequences point of view, because the rich people spend less. Rich people spend according to their, if you go with this theoretical aspect of these particular macroeconomic consequences, the rich people, the proportion of income they spent on final goods and services is relatively less when you compare with the poor people. Because poor people, they have to spend the large proportion of their income on final goods and services. That is the actual boost for demand side factors. But this part will be lacking from the rich people side, so that if you are focusing much on emphasizing on the AI and its contribution to economic growth, it may tend to have a huge inequalities that may have a negative impact on the Indian economy. So my point here is these two prerequisites that the Indian government should actually focus first before we focus on investing on artificial intelligence. And that is what the two key, the press challenges that I wanted to discuss as a part of this artificial intelligence, or the transformative role of artificial intelligence in accelerating India's progress towards achieving sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this incredibly insightful session. Your expertise and perceptions were truly informative. Now, I would request all the dignitaries to be on the session for question and answer session. I would now like to invite Dr. Kalpana Chavan, ma'am, to take over the session and lead the question and answer discussions. Over to you, ma'am.
So, a very, very fruitful morning we have had with a lot of insights that we have got from different perspectives over here with regards to sustainable development and artificial intelligence, right from teacher education to economics that we have brought in, and the different angle of history to the future of sustainable development. I would urge the audience that if you have any question, please raise your hand and you can ask the question. In the meanwhile, let us start with some of the questions for the panelists. We start with Dr. Elvina Pereira. Ma'am, anything that you would give us about how artificial intelligence has been integrated in the curriculum or in the schools, any case study or anything that you would like to speak on?
Okay, so this is regarding the country Finland, where they have this artificial intelligence as very much part of their culture. So prior to that, there are 4 things that they are looking at. One is AI-enabled schools, AI-enabled curriculum, teachers who are able to handle AI, and then of course the learners. So what I feel is if we are considering Finland's education system as one of the best in the world, as we call it, there is lots to learn from them. We can say in the Indian context, we can speak about many technicalities as far as AI is concerned, but the ground realities in our case are different. So we need to sort out and find solutions for all these ground realities, starting from the policy decisions at the higher level, then talking about the schools where you feel that we want the students to be risk takers, we want students creative, we want students who are innovative. So create a kind of a system where we get all this which is encouraging our students, and the students have the integrity and the instinct that I want to change the school. So I think that comes from the education system in that country, where the students, the learners are able to think, what can I give back to the society? So that is where I feel, that is something that we can look up to and we can think about.
Thank you, thank you. That is really essential today, that we make our students even self-directed. They use the artificial intelligence for bringing about more solutions. Excellent, ma'am. And thank you for sharing the case study of Finland. Any questions with regards to education and artificial intelligence to Dr. Pereira? Yes, sir. You want a mic? Please, mic over there.
My question is, actually, humans, they know how to introduce a technology. 150 years back or 200 years back, this industrial revolution was introduced. But I think we introduce such technologies, such developments without knowing its ill effects and how these ill effects will be cured. Now we are in a mess. We are in a chaos. Now we are, understanding and getting to know that the ill effects of microplastics. Air is polluted. We don't have cleaner air. Water is polluted. We don't have cleaner rivers, and we don't have solution for that. So are we introducing AI with this in our mind, that in future the ill effects of AI, how it will be, solved? Do we have this thing in mind? Are we introducing AI with this thing in our mind? Because, we are, I think, in chaos in terms of how to, solve the problem of the industrial revolution.
So we say head level education and heart level education. So probably what you are saying is we are only at the head level and we are not really integrating education at the heart level. So unless and until we train our students to first look around. Say for example, I am in my college, I am in my school. What knowledge do I have about my surroundings? Am I, sensitive enough to see and look around and say there are issues, there are problems? Am I able to, do something about it? That has to come from within. So otherwise, if you are looking at AI, many technical things, you can be very good in technology. You will grab those skills very fast. You will do something, but then that will remain at a particular level. So it is important today in the education system to bring in this ethical dimension, to have this integrity with the kind of work that I'm doing. I'm not just doing to make money out of it. I also have the intention to serve the society, to give back something to the society. I have the sensitivity that in the process, I'm not harming whether the earth, whether any other resources, living things, non-living things, human beings, whatever. So that ethical grounding, I think it is the duty of the educators to give them, and then only probably the learner will make decisions at the heart level also and not just at the head level. I hope that is the thing.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it's a generic question, sir, what you have asked. We can also ask the economist over here and also the Mr. Sachin Kumar also with artificial intelligence to answer the question whether we are ready for the ill effects of artificial intelligence. First, we will ask Dr. Murthy, you would like to say?
Hello. Is it audible now? Yes. Sir, ill effects of this artificial intelligence, as I've already mentioned, to avoid these ill effects on the economy side, since I am from economics background, I just wanted to highlight this point. To avoid this ill effect, not only focusing on developing these technological technologies and their contribution to the economy, we also fulfill the prerequisite conditions to avoid all that. Best example, as I have already mentioned, artificial intelligence could contribute potentially to global economy. There are a lot of forecastings, so far have been done. Like for suppose one of the World Economic Forum that has already mentioned that artificial intelligence is going to contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. But the condition is, it also has a negative impact. The negative impact is, it can only enhance the productivity of the skilled people. But countries like India, since skilled people percentage is very less, instead of contributing positively to the economy, it may contribute negatively to the economy until unless you address these existing challenges, pressing challenges that economy is facing. So what we had to do is first fulfill all the required conditions that are required to reap the full benefits of the artificial intelligence. Until and unless you clear all these issues, I don't think we can avoid this and whatever the ill effect that you are mentioning. And that is what my opinion from the economic aspect. Now, technical aspect, maybe Sir will address you.
Sir, my opinion from computer science background, I would be sharing. The perspective first we need to understand is nobody knows what is going to happen in 5 years or 10 years. And when we don't know, so what we then understand is that we have to make sure that our frameworks, our understanding and the direction in which we are going, that should be proper. Reason is that artificial intelligence has huge impact, and with new emergence of technology and latest development artificial intelligence, each time we will be get surprised that how this can happen. Earlier we will claim artificial intelligence will not do this thing, but it will do it. Earlier the assumption was that artificial intelligence will reduce the blue collar jobs. But ultimately with ChatGPT and this generative AI thing, what they have done is they have actually reduced creative people jobs. So this randomness is there. From my perspective, I would suggest that we have to be working very hard to understand, to be at the forefront of artificial intelligence developments, its applications in education, in different sectors, and getting our people skilled into it. Otherwise, if we are lagging behind, then it will be very difficult for any country, not from India. For example, China, USA, they are very bullish on this technology and they are investing huge money. And accordingly, they are systematically, they are taking their decisions also. So from that perspective, I would say that the impact and the challenges it present, they have huge benefits as well as huge disadvantages in terms of unemployment and economic issues. I would put here one report from World Economic Forum which says that 75 million jobs will be reduced. But the similar World Economic Forum also gives in another report that 85 million jobs will be created due to artificial intelligence. But those jobs will not be same. So we have to be ready that how do we take those 85 million jobs which require skills, which require different type of understanding and talent. And the jobs which will be reduced, they are actually, you can say, inefficient jobs that they are definitely going to do. Because that is the nature of the technological advancement and the capitalism, that inefficiency will not be tolerated and the efficiency and more productive will be appreciated. This is my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all three of you, and wonderful answers. This reminds me to the quote which says that technology or artificial intelligence is inherently neutral. It is up to how you use it, whether it is through learners, whether it is through economics, or whether it is also through the skill development. It is in our hands, and therefore the entire generation also is in our hands as such. I could see one hand raising over there. Yes, please.
So, as you just said that 85 million new jobs will be created because of artificial intelligence, which will not be the same. So, the traditional approaches of, like accountants and programmers, do you think that is a bad approach right now? And do you think it's a bad idea to continue studying accountancy and stuff like that?
So, you are addressing to whom?
Such is.
So, please don't sit. I'll ask you one counter question.
Okay.
Who was content creator before 2010? Who was content creator before 2010?
No idea.
Nobody. Okay? Because that term was not there. It was newly emerged term after 2010 because of these platforms. Digital platforms, social media platforms, and then consumption of channels and all these, consumption of videos and all these things. So that's why you need to be at the forefront of what is happening in the society. Those jobs which you have mentioned, they are essential jobs. But that type of, you can say, the scale of opportunities will not be there in that domain. And if I tell you honestly, the future is not about that you look for the jobs. Future is about that you independently think about how you are going to survive in this economic system and attain those skills and uniquely place yourself and add value or provide value to the society and then get it. For example, earlier it used to be that you should come from a business family or something like that, then you can start the business. Now if you have the skill, you are individual person running the company, digital company. So that's why you need to understand from present point of view, those are essential skills, but jobs will not be there. Sustainable things will be there, not in the growth perspective. So in new terms, you don't know what type of jobs will be there. For example, gaming was not there. But now you have huge contribution of the gaming in job market and all these things. So what is happening according to the latest skills, you learn those things, try to understand from YouTube and other social media platforms, because technology has democratized all education systems, all education reforms. For example, I am sitting here, I have not read artificial intelligence in my courses. I have learned everything on my own. So that is the future, that you are independent, it is your life, it is your responsibility. So the more early you take this thing, this thought process in your mind, the better it would be. Because you will depend on the systems and they will not be able to adapt to those fast changing, so fast. So systems are also changing, they are transforming themselves, and we also need to understand that in a, you can say in holistic manner, we come together and then think about what we can achieve from this present day economic system. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Now that you have talked about it, I have one more question. So, like, as you said that video gaming and like all that stuff, so tell me, sir, do you think like jobs like musicians and creative field, will artificial intelligence take over that as well, or will there be any interference of artificial intelligence in that field, creative field? Basically?
As I told you that nobody knows what is going to happen. The only thing is we have to be active in learning. That's why World Economic Forum and other big think tank, they have said that this generation, this time which is happening, this is no time that you have learned one time and then your work is done for the whole life you are going to live. It is the time where you will learn, then unlearn it, then learn it, then relearn it. These type of things frequently will happen in this time because of the amount of knowledge available, amount of changes happening. That is the reason.
Thank you, sir.
I have a point to mention regarding this. Can I, madam?
Yes, please.
The point is, whatever the artificial intelligence that we are talking, whether it is going to act as a complementary to the existing factors of production or a substitute existing factors of production. Like for suppose, if you talk about the music composer, now we have lot of apps, AI-powered apps, which can even create a better music than the music directors or whatever the music makers that we have, right? If it is replacing all those, then obviously it will have, as I said, ill effects. Effects will be greater than the positive impact. So now the point here is that artificial intelligence should act as a complementary, that it should enhance the music composing skills of the music composer. It should not replace the composers. Similarly, when we are talking about, again, it is from my discipline I'm saying, we have traditional factors of production like labor, land, capital, and entrepreneurs. If it is going to substitute the entire unskilled labor, then the ill effect will be greater than the positive impact. It should not substitute. Rather, it should act as a complementary, and it should increase the productivity of the existing factors of production so that it can contribute significantly whatever the forecasting contributions that the national, international level, whatever the contributions of the forecasting that have been done, and that could be achievable. Like even in Indian case, the people are expecting that it's going to contribute $867 by 2030. To the Indian economy, and also it's going to create 40 million jobs by 2030 in India. But is it really possible to create 40 million jobs by 2030 if it is replacing the existing labor or existing factors of production? I don't think so.
All right. Wow. That's an excellent kind of debate in a way going on, which will also be continued later. But to sum it all up, I think we have artificial intelligence as a beauty with brains. We have it as complementing us rather than being a substitute or against us. So I thank all the three panelists for bringing artificial intelligence of head, heart, and hand together and learning, unlearning, and relearning in this century. So a big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
AI is not about replacing human beings. It's about augmenting and empowering them to do what they do best. So with these lines, a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed panelists for their valuable knowledge. A special thanks to Dr. Kalpana Chavan ma'am for moderating this session with her exceptional expertise and thoughtful guidance. Now, I would request Father Xavier and Father Amal to present a token of gratitude to our respected guests. Yes, Father. I would request Father Xavier to present a token of gratitude to Kalpana ma'am. Elvina ma'am. Thank you, Father. Sachin, sir. And Satyamurthy, sir. Thank you so much, Father, and thank you to all the dignitaries. And with this, We wrap up this insightful, engaging discussion. Today's session was perfect blend of knowledge, perspective, and thought-provoking conversation. Now I request our guests and the committee members to come forward for a group photograph.
Good afternoon to the House of Eminent Intellectuals. I, Dr. Denis Shaji,
and I, Dr. Arpita Banerjee, welcomes you all to the
ethical AI, sustainable development, climate conscious technology, governance challenges, and the role of AI in mitigating uncertainties. We have explored the balance between innovation and responsibility, data security, and AI's transformative potential in various sectors.
Now, I request all the dignitaries to take their seat on the stage. Before we begin, let us welcome our esteemed guest for today with a green sapling. I call upon.
First of all, I would like to invite our chief guest, Mr. Manoj Bhatt, IPS ex-DGP Rajasthan, to kindly come forward on stage. I request all the dignitaries, fathers, to come forward to present the green sapling.
I request Mr. Madan Lal Kapuria sir to kindly come on the stage. I request Dr. Aradhana Sharma, Associate Professor at DAV College, Chandigarh, to kindly come on the stage. I request Mr. Shorjo Dasgupta to kindly come on the stage. I also request Mr. Shoiban Ganguly to kindly come on the stage.
For the green sapling, to honor our dignitaries, I request the fathers to come. And first of all, I would like to call Mr. Manoj Bhatt, IPS, ex-DGP Rajasthan, to kindly come forward. Mr. Manoj Bhatt is a distinguished officer known for his integrity, discipline, and unwavering commitment to public service. Throughout his career, he upheld law and order with dedication, ensuring justice and security. He has been Superintendent of Police in multiple districts, Deputy Inspector General in Bharatpur and Ajmer, and Inspector General of Police, Intelligence and Personnel. Sir's leadership and professionalism and ethical approach have left a lasting impact on Rajasthan's police force. Later roles include founder, director of the Center for Road Safety, permanent Lok Adalat member, and chairperson of Prayas and Muskan Foundations. We welcome you, sir. Next in the series, I would like to call Mr. Madan Lal Kapuria, SP, Police Telecommunication, Jaipur. Shri Madan Lal ji is a dedicated and a principled officer committed to justice and integrity. With unwavering dedication, he upholds law and order, ensuring fairness and security. His leadership, professionalism, and relentless pursuit of truth makes him a respected pillar of police force. We welcome you, sir.
Next, I would like to call Dr. Aradhana Sharma, Associate Professor at DAV College, Chandigarh. Ma'am is an outstanding academician known for her dedication, intellect, and passion for education. With a profound impact on students, she inspires critical thinking and excellence. Her commitment to research, innovation, and mentorships makes her a respected and transformative figure in academia. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would call upon Mr. Shaurya Das Gupta, Advocate Shaurya Das Gupta, a distinguished debater and Supreme Court lawyer, is renowned for his sharp intellect, eloquence, and persuasive arguments. His ability to analyze complex legal issues with clarity and precision make him a formidable presence in any debate. With unmatched reasoning skills and a commanding presence, he captivates audiences and convincingly articulates his viewpoint. His mastery of rhetoric and deep legal acumen make him a true champion of discourse. We welcome you, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. Shoibayon Ganguly. Sir, working with core sector communicate in Calcutta, is a master of persuasive communication. His debating skills are exceptional, effortlessly weaving logic and charisma to captivate audiences. With a remarkable ability to influence opinions, he conveys complex ideas in an engaging and relatable manner. His commanding presence, combined with his eloquence and sharp analytical mind, allows him to inspire confidence and effectively convince others in a discourse.
Thank you, dear fathers.
Okay. We would also like to welcome Ms. Kushali Sharma and Mr. Chirag Harshandani, students St. Xavier College, as debaters for the day. Thank you, fathers. A warm welcome sets the tone for an enlightening event. To extend these gracious words of welcome, may I invite our esteemed principal, Reverend Father Dr. S. Xavier S.J. to address us.
A very good afternoon to our honorable chief guest, Dr. Bhatt, ex-DGP Rajasthan, all the dignitaries and the debaters on stage, Reverend Fathers, faculty members, and you, my beloved students. 2 days are not good enough to come to a conclusion about whether AI will be favorable to us or against us. But it is very apt that we have group from Generation X to Generation Y to debate to conclude that. We are used to a conventional way of our valedictory session. But today, we stand little beyond convention to discuss, debate, and conclude what would be AI's future for us and what would be AI's future for itself. And so, through Ajay Kochar sir, when we approached the Honorable DGP, immediately he said, "It's my honor, Father." Being a Zaverian, that's the answer we will always get, ever ready to visit our campus. Now he wanted to immediately visit the campus. I said, hold on, let's finish the debate. I will myself take you around the campus. Now we have Zaverians of three generations. The Zaverian of 70s, 80s, and the Zaverian of 90s in the form of Sourjo Dasgupta from St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata, and the Zaverian of 2010 or 2020 with Kushali and Chirag here leading in the front from St. Xavier's College, Jaipur, the debate. On the first day, the chief guest told me, "Father, your galaxy of speakers are from different field, which means you have made it very multidisciplinary to bring the ideas to converge to X, Y, who doesn't even know about the artificial intelligence." And that's the fact. We stand witness to that last 2 days. And today, if you see, you ask their streams, it'll be different stream. One is from journalism, one is from legal field, one is from IPS field, one is from bureaucratic field, okay, one is from academic field, psychology, and two young budding students and the debaters of Jaipur are here. It is to you we have come, to pay our respect, to listen to you, to take a call on AI and its impact. Hearty welcome to you and enjoy this afternoon. Welcome one and all. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Father. Before we dive into the heart of today's event, let us set the stage with a short introductory video, giving us a glimpse into the relevance of our debate topic. Ms. Anmol Rathore would like to share some of our experiences with AI. I request technical team to play the video.
I'm Anmol Rathore, a public policy graduate from Harvard Kennedy School, specializing in technology policy and responsible governance. Before I dive into the details, let's start with a simple exercise. Let's map an average day of a student. So you wake up in the morning with a flurry of WhatsApp messages. You respond to them. You probably then head to your next social media platform and consume information and news from there. After that, you want to hit the road and meet your friends and use Google Maps to go wherever it is that you want to go. Assuming you attend class that day, you either use ChatGPT in the class or outside of it to help you with your assignments and work. It's the end of the day now and you are sitting in front of Netflix, deciding what is it that you want to see from the curated list of shows that Netflix recommends for you. It is both powerful and scary, right? Well, that's what this technology is all about. It is also revolutionary in many ways that we do or do not understand. Which brings me to the first point that I want to make in the talk here. There is this common misbelief and misconception that goes something like this. If artificial intelligence was designed by people, really, how off could it be from our intelligence? Well, it's very crucial to understand that artificial intelligence was not entirely designed by people. What humans did was design learning algorithms. And when these learning algorithms interact with data, they create complicated neural networks that can be remarkably good at doing things. It's also very important to understand that how is it that they do it is not entirely clear. But what does that actually mean for us, right? And does it mean bad? The answer to that is no. It can mean many things for us. For instance, you could have a personal doctor with you at all times, a personal translator. Governments could increase their efficiency so much using artificial intelligence. You could have enzymes that destroy plastic in ocean and landfills. These are some remarkable, monumental movements that this technology has done. However, it could also mean that you have battlefield robots making split-second decisions about human life. It could also mean that your democratic processes are supremely undermined. And it could also mean that the age of disinformation, fake news, will continue for years to come. All the things that I mentioned in these examples are not far off in the future. These are either already happening or will very soon happen in the part of our current reality. We are at the precipice of change. I'm sure in the last 2 days you would have heard a lot about how AI will be replacing jobs, augmenting some, improving human efficiency, how the governments can use it better, how is it affecting climate change and sustainability, etc. And I think these are some really crucial topics to debate on. However, I would like to bring your focus onto something which I think is not discussed enough. The use of ethical governance and the use of responsible AI. How we use AI ethically and what does that mean for India? It is crucial to realize that AI should serve the public interest. Otherwise, it's a race to the bottom for this entire world. And this responsibility cannot be completely left on the private organizations who are the creators behind the revolutionary technology. There are several things that we, especially as Indians and as a country, need to be very aware of. First, we need to actively participate in global conversations around AI governance. We have to ensure that our voices are heard and our unique demands and challenges are met. Second, more than ever, we have to be a part in augmenting education and training programs to develop AI skills. As a country, we cannot be left behind in this revolution. Another big challenge which will come across our way is the widening digital divide gap, which, similar to the economic prosperity gap, will continue to benefit the rich and harm the poor if adequate actions are not taken about it. The term digital equity is very crucial in the Indian context. If we as a nation will forget to train, give access to most important resource in the current environment, which is of technology, we will be left behind. Our whole cultures and youth could be left behind. And that's a mistake we cannot afford. And finally, at a global stage, we must promote international cooperation on standards with regarding to AI frameworks, much like the world attempted in terms of nuclear weapons. This revolution is as big as that, both in good and not so good ways. The talk about ethical and responsible use of AI should be at the forefronts, and countries like ours should be also at the forefront of those conversations and safeguard our people from the downfall of the technology. Finally, I'd like to conclude my speech by saying that the future of AI is not fully predetermined. It also really depends on our actions in technology, in society, and what is it that we do with our public policy. With that, I leave you all with a lot of hope for the future and a lot of trust that with all the excitement we have with technology, we do realize that there is a big responsibility we have on our shoulders and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anmol ma'am. A gathering of this nature is truly elevated by the presence of distinguished personalities whose wisdom and experiences inspire us. It is with great honor that I invite our esteemed chief guest to take the stage and share his valuable insights, which are sure to enlighten and inspire us all. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Mr. Manoj Bhatt.
At the very outset, let me share an apprehension which has affected me on a permanent basis whenever I start a speech or address. And that is how to address. Actually, last year I had the opportunity to take part in a seminar in the Department of Philosophy in the University of Rajasthan. There were some other retired police officers like me and some serving police officers also, and a lot of scholars on a very philosophical subject. I'll not go into that. So the host speaker started his address saying, all present intellectuals, police officers, students, faculty members, etc. That made me think. So when I got a chance to go onto the podium, I accepted this, that the host has made it very clear that intellectuals and police officers are in two different categories. So let me make it very clear. So my address and speech will be anything but, you know what. So, not to repeat that kind of situation, I would say, dear Father Principal, respected faculty, esteemed guests, and Xavierites. I am very, very grateful to Father Principal for having given me this honor to come and see you and visit this campus for the first time. And though when I got this invitation, I was pleasantly surprised. And when I saw the topic of the conference, international conference, the word which immediately caught my eye was VUCA. VUCA. Because it was in bold letters. The rest were in small fonts. So VUCA, for me, keeping that in mind, the intellectual police dichotomy, VUCA sounded to me like something coming from either a Jurassic World lexicon or maybe the Star Wars terminology. Then I saw the finer print. The volatility and uncertainty, the ambiguity and complexity. Yeah, the world is definitely all of it right now. Then came the second part, the AI, artificial intelligence. No, in my lexicon, you need something artificial when you lack the original one, the natural one. I said, there, this is for my benefit. Maybe next time after attending this, next time when somebody addresses the intellectuals, I will not be separated. But let's come to the point. I'll first of all switch off my mobile. You need not, because I'm not going to give you any pearls of wisdom you should not miss. Okay. So today, it's a very interesting valedictory function, as Father rightly said. It is having a debate, and which is actually going to be the sort of crux of the 2 days of the conference. And you'll all have an opportunity to make up your mind about this topic, about this conference, and how to go about it in life, and what should be your thought process about AI and its future. So, we have our panelists. There are the speakers against it. People would think they are pessimists. Then there are people for it. Pessimists, they say they see only the dark side of the cloud. Optimists actually don't see the cloud, they walk on them. And then comes the third variety, the realist. So I hope all of you, after this debate today, go back as realists and make up a mind, a balanced view on what exactly is the future of AI and what exactly is AI for us. And as this says, sustainability. So the UNO has this SDG goals, one of them is sustainability. So you must have deliberated in the last 2 days at length on this. I'll not go much on what it is. And recently the speaker who was there on the screen was very elaborate about all the misgivings and the positives and the pros and the cons. I'll only say one thing. You see, as you can take a child out of the school, but you can't take the school out of the child. Father said, Xavierite is here, and Xavierite immediately wanted to go around. That's how it is. Similarly, you can take a cop out of police. You can take a policeman out of police, but you can't take the police out of the policeman. So although I'm retired, my thought process, you would say, पुलिस तो हर चीज पे शक करती है, तो कुछ जो गड़बड़ है, that is ingrained in us right from the first day of training. So yes, I do have my apprehensions, but I'm very hopeful also, positively also, about how this AI is going to affect us in our everyday lives. There are apprehensions about data security. There are apprehensions about a person's privacy. As you heard on the screen about democracy itself, how it can undermine the democratic process. So the risks, the cons are many. So are the pros. Here I would, I'm sure you must be thinking of making a conclusion of the whole conference and sharing it with the industry people, the policy makers, and whoever are going to be involved in this process of codifying things of AI. I, as a policeman also and as a layman also, I would definitely want concerned people to keep it in mind that before you get too euphoric about the positives which are going to come out, how it's going to help and improve our lives and everything, you should have the checks and balances in place prior to that. What we have been seeing in the last few years, you must have been reading in the newspapers about the cybercrime, how it is running amok, and the police and the other agencies are way, way behind in coping up with the investigative prowess to not only curb it, but to detect it also. Let me be very open about it. We still do not have that capability and the reach of and the human mind right now. You must have read in today's paper itself. Young boys and girls, they are being more boys, of course, from that area, are being taken out of school and trained for committing frauds, cyber ठगी. आज के अखबार में देखा होगा आपने. Then they are big time into cyber frauds, and this is the crime of the future. I would say it is already the crime of the present. Why future? And our investigative and preventive capabilities are still not up to the mark, because the development, the research and the practical implementation has been way faster than what the checks and balances system is. The laws, we are still formulating laws for privacy protection of the current existing cyber world. And we already have AI on our doorstep, rather inside our rooms, not even doorstep. And we have not even started formulating laws to keep a check on that. How? If this normal cyber world is at present capable of doing so much of fraud and cyber crimes, once the AI goes full-fledged and these minor, undereducated, uneducated children can do that, you can imagine AI in their hands, what havoc it can cause. So my only, I'm not being, I don't want to sound pessimistic about it, but I want to sound realistic, especially the policymakers need to keep this in mind. Our corrective, preventive, curative laws and capabilities should be in pace with the development of AI and not lag behind as it has been lagging so far in the last 10-15 years. That is my take from the whole, whatever I've heard right now and whatever little I know about this aspect. In the last 2 days, I'm sure the academia, the research scholars, the students, the industry people who must have been called here, they have deliberated a lot on all these things. So you have been bombarded enough with all that inputs. So last and final message again for the organizers of this conference is, when you give your recommendations to anyone, especially the policymakers, please definitely emphasize on the checks and balances required to really benefit from what all AI has to offer. And it has a lot to offer. Thank you, Father, once again for giving me this opportunity to be here. It's a beautiful campus. I congratulate the Xavierites. I wish I was born a few decades later, so I could study here in this college. Can't help it. But I did visit the earlier campus, again, not as a student, unfortunately. And my children have also studied in St. Xavier's School. So even they could not attend this college because yeah, I am vintage, but not that vintage. Even they did not have a college here. So college was there, but they decided to go out of Jaipur for greener pastures, as they say. So anyway, but that schooling of Xavier's, that is what I feel that, and that's true. Whatever I could do in life, and still doing, is because of that foundation. That's because of Xavier's. So all the Xavierites, you are lucky, and especially those who have been to the school and from school they have come to college. You are doubly lucky. And I'm slightly envious, but I'm happy. I'm happy to see the campus, and there's a sense of belonging immediately. Once I entered, I felt that I've come home. Thank you, Father. Thank you to the faculty. Thank you once again. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Manoj sir, for that insightful presentation. Dear House of Eminent Intellectuals, does these questions, often you might be thinking that these questions might confront in past 2 days as we are doing with the sustainability and AI, some questions would be haunting you, and these questions could be, can AI support sustainability or will it harm the environment? Will AI reduce inequalities or will it worsen the societal divides?
Does AI fuel economic growth or disrupt job markets? Can AI be ethically managed or will it cause harm?
Let us delve deep into the pressing questions that loom large over our society. As AI rapidly evolves, we must critically examine its impact on human agency, sustainability, inequality, the economy, ethics, and long-term survival.
And now, the moment we have all been waiting for, the debate begins. In the opinion of House, AI is detrimental to sustainability and the survival of humanity. Speaking for the motion, we have a team with Shoibayon Ganguly as the captain, Dr. Aradhana Sharma and Chirag Harchandani, student of St. Xavier's College. Speaking against the motion, we have a team with Mr. Shorjo Dasgupta as the captain, Mr. Madan Kapuria and Kushali Sharma, student, St. Xavier's College. They are ready to present compelling arguments, challenge perspectives, and engage a battle of intellect. So, let's witness this riveting discussion unfold. Over to you, captains, to speak for the motion. I'll call Father for, okay. You take it.
I'd like to begin by extending my warmest greetings to the extended Zavarian family. Because we're in an era wherein we have witless fools for global leaders and heartless ones for debate motions. We're in an era wherein there's a juxtaposition between unbridled global poverty and starvation and economic scarcity, and one wherein excess is made manifest through the flow of capital to the West. And herein it doesn't take much to make the claim that an agent of this oppression is inherently evil. For the next 15 minutes, you will come to understand why we take this debate. But in order to do that, we need to explain a few things. First, what does detrimental mean in this context? First, we need to keep this particularly grounded. When we say detrimental and artificial intelligence, we're talking about reasonably predictable systems and pieces of codeware that are either already in place or can be predicted to be in place tomorrow. We mean something detrimental in the same capacity as COVID-19, something which could have long-lasting negative effects if left to grow in the unbridled, disastrous way that it already is increasing its impact on humanity. What we mean when we talk about this topic is two things. First, what is AI looking like today? Who is footing the bill for running it? What are we paying as individuals and as a society at large for accessing its features? And secondly, what is artificial intelligence going to look like tomorrow? Our side firmly believes that all of the answers to these questions are negative. But in order to do that, I need to explain something known as Moore's law. Moore's law tells you that the most fundamental unit of a computing organism, the red blood cell to a piece of artificial intelligence, is something called a transistor. For the past few decades, transistor count has doubled, therefore enabling computers to double their computational capacity year after year. The problem with predicting artificial intelligence's growth is the fact that this transistor growth has stagnated. It means that computers can no longer get faster and smaller the same way they have for the past few decades. It means that if we were to compare computers to any other technological invention, say a light bulb, for example, if you want to make your room brighter, you can either place more light bulbs within a same lampshade, thus requiring you to buy a bigger lampshade or more light bulbs and so on, or you can put far more energy into its circuits, which burns it out quicker. What we are saying is, whatever predictions I want to hear in this debate as the Prime Minister have to be grounded in the simple, realistic principle that AI is not going to get more efficient or it's not going to get better. The reason we have seen artificial intelligence go from being able to generate lines of text to entire paragraphs to entire images and videos is because this doubling was in effect. The fact that we have stopped at videos and have been unable to create more and more content or more and more development is because that doubling has stagnated. Therefore, the primary argument that we are going to put forth is that there are three main ways audiences or people across the globe interact with artificial intelligence. We're going to take apart the other side of the house's best case argument, the argument that it's going to spearhead and skyrocket the evolution of science. It's going to lead to research and development across the board. We're going to tell you why that's not possible while talking about how exactly audiences and lay people interact with it. But coming to the science angle, first, in the half decade since its inception, only one singular AI model has been able to contribute meaningfully to any research and development capacities. That is the gene splicing efforts in Australia. And I feel though as if this effort, this development, this breakthrough is emblematic of what's problematic with AI. Because you need to spend billions of dollars to train these algorithms to be able to process the data in a meaningful capacity. The reason ChatGPT and OpenAI and similar tools are not able to give you research output is because they're not trained on the hundreds of research papers you would need to draw any meaningful outcomes. Therefore, even if a third world country, someone like India, or someone in an even worse off situation, someone like Gabon or Libya, if they wanted access to this kind of research and development, they would have to spend billions of dollars to develop their own tools, because first world countries are increasingly reluctant to share these tools with other countries, which are demonstrably going to double their research capabilities. Therefore, if somehow a third world country does get access to the billions of dollars you need to train an AI model, they still aren't going to make any meaningful impact on their research capabilities, for the simple reason that even if you know exactly what to do, even if you knew the exact details of the gene splicing experiments in Australia, you would still need the millions of dollars of research equipment, the incredibly talented scientists, the technicians to set up the AI, as well as the laboratory equipment in order to recreate those experiments. Therefore, it's increasingly unlikely that anyone across the globe who is not already a first world colonial power is going to have access to any of these boons that AI is supposedly about to bring to humanity. The second simplest way in which people interact with AI is by using it as a tool in order to gather information. Panel, I'd like you to use your imagination for a second and come up with an answer to the question as to why we don't give kids in math classes calculators. To take a very, very simple approach to this, your brain is a muscle. In order to develop the complex problem-solving capabilities you need to learn something like algebra or trigonometry, you need to manually do 3-digit addition and multiplication. If every single math student across the world today had a calculator in their pocket, they would not be able to conceive of higher math. If every single English student decided that they wanted to write their essays through ChatGPT, or whenever you face a problem in life, you ask it for an answer or how to proceed, you are limiting yourself by hampering your own cognitive capabilities growth. The primary problem with the usage of AI as a tool is that people are relying on it as a crutch, as a calculator in math class, rather than a tool which tells you how you can grow and how you can improve. Our argument is simple. We are saying 10 years from now, for that's when this debate really matters, 10 years from now, when people have been relying on AI to get through schooling, to get through major life decisions, to get through problems they cannot solve, rather than developing, they're going to stifle their own growth and they're going to stifle their own capabilities. And me personally, ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to live in a world wherein people make decisions solely based on what an app tells you, because they don't have the cognitive capability to distinguish between right and wrong. Therefore, we come to the third and perhaps the most dangerous outcome of what AI actually looks like in real world today. That is to say, we are talking about the plethora of content creation tools which AI has given people access to. And when we say content creation tools, we're not just talking about the generative aspect I just spoke about. We're talking about the usage of AI to generate any kind of content you want, which is to say, when we look at news articles of bombings in Las Vegas carried out by perpetrators who use ChatGPT to learn the exact layouts of police movements, who use ChatGPT to learn the exact nature of the bomb they were creating, to craft it from hand without any chemical knowledge or extensive background in bomb making, apparently. We're looking at people who have very easily, and this is a person with no background in computer science, who has bypassed ChatGPT's firewalls, who has bypassed its safety restrictions to commit a crime against his own people, against his own citizens. We're talking about a world in which generative AI is being used to create deepfakes, pornographic content on sites with over 42 million active users from 2 years ago, content of your own brothers and sisters, of strangers you meet in the street, and most concerningly, children. We're not talking about this as a tool or an attempt to fearmonger. We're not saying that every single person is going to make this the norm. However, when we speak of humanity, we can't just talk about the environmental impact of ChatGPT, which we're very much going to get into. We need to understand the fact that this kind of content is perpetrating a culture wherein what makes us human, the things that we are human for, the fact that we can love, empathize, and feel for other humans, this is getting eroded. For every single person during the Holocaust, during the Third Reich, who spoke up and tried to save his fellow citizens from the genocide of their people, for every single person who acted up, 100 other German soldiers simply kept their head down and kept moving, which is to say, it became extremely difficult for individuals to express what makes them human. It became extremely detrimental, in that case, the Third Reich, for them to establish their humanity in a sea where depravity reigns supreme. This context is a twofold approach to the question of humanity. First, with content such as this at everyone's fingertips, humanity itself, the things that allow us to empathize with each other and form the bonds that we are known for, gets eroded through the ease of access of negative content creation. Secondly, in terms of the actual survivability of human beings and why this model cannot proceed in the way it is proceeding at the rates it is growing, we need to talk about the fact that the environmental impact of ChatGPT has already surpassed that of most present industrial entities. In the 200 years since the Industrial Revolution, we have seen the global widespread pollution of entire land masses and entire groups of people, which is already made manifest in tragedies such as ocean and soil acidification, the desertification of entire Greenland regions. We need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that today, when I speak of ChatGPT, I'm speaking of an entity that has only taken approximately 5 years to surpass a 200-year-old industrial complex, an entity which is now responsible for 5% of global CO2 emissions and is only set to grow. The problem of sustainability is that we're not just talking about the actual deaths caused by your rampant usage of an artificial intelligence software. We're talking about the deaths that you will inadvertently cause through your ignorance, the deaths that you incur every single time you utilize an artificial intelligence software to Google your homework or your research projects. The problem that we need to address is the simple fact that we have established artificial intelligence technology is not going to get cheaper. It cannot get better. Transistor count has already stagnated, which means we can revert back to what computers used to look like, the way they were the size of their entire rooms. However, I feel as though we don't need another doubling of our energy costs, our electricity bills, as though our tax bills have already been doubled in the past couple of weeks. The point I'm trying to make here, ladies and gentlemen, is that artificial intelligence is incurred energy costs are only going to go up. With the impacts of global rising being mounting for the past couple of years, we're seeing ocean water levels rising manifold. We're seeing entire coastal regions predicted to be submerged. And I'm not just saying this because I'm in Bengal and apparently my house is going to be submerged by 2050. Though on a serious note, if anyone knows properties for rental around 2050, I will be contacting you after the debate. The problem is a simple fact that you are now committing two problems, two cardinal sins when you interact with artificial intelligence. The first feedback you are sending an artificial intelligence company such as OpenAI is by using their product, you are telling them that you want more of the same. You are paying them with your time and often with your actual physical money in order to tell them this product is something I enjoy using or I find a good amount of feedback from. The second thing you are informing this company is that it is profitable for them to continue expanding in the same way they've expanded for the past half decade. Therefore, if we need to talk about the primary reason, the sole reason that we cannot allow this rate of growth to go on, we need to learn about Peter Singer's famous thought experiment. Singer proposed that if you were a man walking down a street, if you saw a person drowning in a lake of water, he urges audiences and the people who've read his paper to ask yourself a simple question. What is the ethically correct thing to do in this situation? To save her. Very objectively, if you see a young girl drowning in a lake, if you can swim, even if you can't, you either call for help, you make some attempt to save this person. The question then becomes, if you are utilizing artificial intelligence and you are aware of its carbon footprint that is increasing, you are aware of the fact that generating 1 page of content sends out 2 metric tons of CO2. If you're aware of this, and if that young girl is someone in a coastal country, somewhere like the Philippines or Micronesia, across the globe, why shouldn't you save her? What difference does the distance between you and a person who is drowning make to your decision-making capacity? If you are well aware of the fact that the decision you are making, in this context, the usage of artificial intelligence, if you are aware that this decision is going to exacerbate global warming, if you are aware that this decision is going to make global seawater levels rise, the question still stays the same. You are well aware of someone who is drowning in a body of water. Whether they are in front of you or not doesn't matter. Will you reach out a hand, extend it to save this person from drowning, or will you simply push them underwater through your rampant usage of ChatGPT? I do not want to characterize artificial intelligence as something that is inherently evil. What is evil, ladies and gentlemen, is ignorance. The same ignorance that German citizens quietly undertook when their own neighbors and their own extended family members were being handed over to the Schutzstafeln. The same ignorance that I'm telling you is something that is plaguing today's society when I tell you that there are people who are going to objectively die, whose livelihoods have been taken away from their own families and their ancestors simply because of the ocean acidification, or the soil acidification and the water acidification I talked about. There is a crisis that is at hand. You are making things worse if you vote for the other side of the house. No matter what they tell you, regardless of whether or not artificial intelligence is going to get better, the simple idea that needs to stay in your head is that today there is a young girl drowning somewhere in the Philippines. You have an opportunity uniquely suited to help her. That is why I'm proud to propose. With that, I will hand this over to the next speaker.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, thank you for having me here. Let me start with a thank you and a confession. Let me start with a thank you and a confession. The thank you is to my learned friend who opened the case, who did a fantastic job of explaining the computing and the technical processes behind AI. The confession is that this benefits not just the House, but also me, because that's not something that that's as good a start as any, I guess. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, thank you for having me here. I'd like to begin with a health warning, which is, as I said, a confession and a thank you. The thank you is to my learned friend who preceded me, who did a great job explaining what the technical and the computing aspects of AI are. I must confess that I suffer from the cardinal sin that he highlighted, the sin of ignorance, because I am a lawyer. The which, as you all know, is the chosen path of those who would do anything after school to avoid a career that involves science or math. So let me still try. Mr. Speaker, the first thing that we need to speak about are the stakes that are involved in this debate. This is not just a question of using an application which will write your emails for you, or which will, I don't know, do some quick computations for you, or which will make, like, Instagram filters. We are discussing something at a moment where humanity's upward trajectory is dependent on how we use this technology. And let's not forget this, that the upward trajectory of humanity has been built on our relationship with machines. From the time we built the wheel, to the time of the Industrial Revolution, to the technological revolution that we find ourselves in today, where we are discussing AI and we are having this debate. I want each and every one of you to ask yourselves, what is the point of this? What is the point of this mechanization? What is the point of us trying to develop and harness these technologies? The point, Mr. Speaker, is based on a unique human understanding that mechanization frees us, human beings, up to pursue uniquely human pursuits. If numbers are being crunched by a super fast computer, if AI is taking care of the mechanical aspects of how a pro forma email to a requisition must be answered, it frees you, it frees all of us to engage in unique human pursuits. What are some of these pursuits? And this debate is one that has actually found a lot of expression in the context of universal basic income, where people have discussed that once you have such a high degree of technology and a high degree of AI usage, then people are going to lose jobs. Although the economic aspect of the AI may make products cheaper, then the government may have to step up and offer you a universal basic income. But what does it free you up to do? What is a human pursuit? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to think of things like art, music, poetry, thinking. All of these are things that human beings are uniquely positioned to do. But that the grind of our lives, the need to earn an income, all of these are things that hold us back from being able to pursue these with the freedom that we deserve. AI and mechanization allow us, in that sense, free us up to be more human, to pursue these. Now, members of the House on the other side may come up and say that, why are you even talking about art or music? Like, you have DALL-E and you have like these different platforms now which make art, make music. But the reason I chose to use art and music here is because we as human beings, as consumers of art, as consumers of music, are uniquely interested in the story and the process of these things and not just the product. Like, I don't know, like I see a lot of young people in the audience. I'm assuming some of you will be Taylor Swift fans, right? So for the Swifties who are out there, can you imagine Taylor Swift songs making sense without your knowledge of the backstory, right? The procession of jilted lovers, small cruelties that she's actually talking about through her songs. No, right? So that's the thing. Poetry, music, unique human pursuits, unique human endeavors, that's what AI frees us up to do. Now, about AI's environmental impact, I'm not going to be unfair to the other side of the house. They are right when they say that the processing that AI requires is something that has an environmental impact. Like you need roughly, like for one email, which you write using AI, you use roughly a bottle of water to cool down the system. But the question here, ladies and gentlemen, is about balancing priorities. AI represents, and the processing power that AI brings, represents the greatest chance that we have had in generations of solving some of the most complex problems in the world, including the climate emergency. Things that just putting the best minds of the world together in a room will not yield, because even put together, they do not have the processing power, the retention power to be able to try and think of some of the solutions that we are looking for. And this is very important, because when you are faced with an existential crisis like the climate emergency, what is the approach that you choose? Do you think necessarily just about the rising sea level killing off that poor girl in the Philippines in 2050? Or do you actually try and think that in the 30 years that are there before 2050, maybe these machines, maybe the computation and the processing and the solutions generated by these machines are something that will keep the sea levels where they are by the time 2050 comes up? And that's important, right? Because when you face an existential threat like the climate emergency, what you need to do is pull out all the stops. You need to take stock of exactly what the stakes are. And if in the short term, that means a certain degree of pollution, a certain degree of waste being generated, then I, for one, think that that is a price that we must be willing to pay, simply because of the ends that wait for us on the other side. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to address something that I think is a big issue with AI and that a lot of people have apprehensions with AI about, which is bias. A lot of people believe, with reason, that AI fundamentally ends up making biased decisions because of the data that's being fed into it, right? And this is super important, because we think whenever we see a machine, we as human beings have an inclination of thinking that, a machine will be neutral. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this, that when you have a mechanized process which is running on an algorithm, it is easier to identify bias and address it in the algorithm than it is to identify bias and address it in the human mind. Simply because this is something that you see in front of you, and this is something that's an easier actionable. I once had a priest, in fact, who explained this, who said that it's easier to address bias in a machine than to weed out hate in a human heart. And that's something that we should be cognizant of, that simply because the problem is with what data is being fed in, that does not and should not mean that we give up on what the world is going to look like if we use AI for the purposes that we want to use it for. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have some big problems with what the other side has said, particularly on the issue of, why we must assume that AI is not going to get better because transistors are in limited supply. I feel that once you have something like AI, right, which is able to reason for itself, generative AI, which is able to reason for itself and which is able to actually figure out solutions at a faster pace than human beings have been able to figure out. These are problems that are probably, and I'm saying probably because I want to be fair to the House, these are problems that are probably going to be taken care of in the process of developing this, in the process where it learns more and becomes better. You have a model today that is able to think for itself, that is able to train itself, that is able to reason for itself. You need to give it time, and you need to see what it can do for you. And why do you need to give it time? Why do you need to see this? And this again brings me back to the problems that the world faces today. The climate emergency. The fact that 25% of the world lack access to drinking water. The problems with democracy and illiberalism. Unbridled capitalism. All of these issues, ladies and gentlemen, require a radical rethinking of how the world works. And AI and the ability for it to process things much faster, create things much faster, maybe put cheaper goods in stores are all things that could potentially help us take that next step. And it's true, ladies and gentlemen, I'll confess that I am not able to give you a guarantee that that is what it will look like necessarily. But we as human beings have to retain a certain degree of optimism, because otherwise we are left with nothing. We are caught in this quagmire where we are trying to just deal with marginal gains that you can have in these existing systems, and there's no reset possible. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a death knell. That's something we need to get out of. Now, some other things like about the impact of AI on cognitive functioning, like, about math skills and calculators, I think it's fine. I think the fact that today you have calculators to do math problems is fine. You don't need human beings to sit and do long division for every problem. Right, like, use your time better. Like, I don't know, write a book, read a poem. Right, you don't need to, when a machine is helping you, right, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's crippling you of your ability to think. Somebody has thought the process through and made it easier for human beings to do something. Use it. Free up your time. Use your time in better and more innovative ways. That's fine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the use case of AI is concerned, about things like deep fakes and, like the cognitive capability to distinguish between right and wrong, these, ladies and gentlemen, are problems of regulation and not problems that about AI in and of itself. Regulation, ladies and gentlemen, is a necessity. It should happen. There are governments across the world who are trying to do it. And for regulation, you need a political will and a political consensus. But do not mistake the problem of regulation with a problem with AI in and of itself. If the problem is that today unbridled, unregulated AI is leading to deep fakes, wrong answers on ChatGPT, making up legal citations, which is a big problem with ChatGPT, the way for you to do it is for policymakers to sit down, understand how use cases should be regulated, understand how profit should be regulated, maybe consider nationalization of some of these bigger AI models. Don't conflate the problem of AI with the problem of a weak-willed lack of political consensus. Separate the two, and only then will you understand what we are in for. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end by saying this, that a time comes when human beings stand at the brink of a world which they do not know what it's going to shape up like, of a world where challenges just keep multiplying, of a world where, it's potentially going to be unlivable. In such a situation, you need every tool you can get your hands on. That's what AI is, that's what the potential of AI is, and that's why we can't and shouldn't give it up. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to all of you, esteemed dignitaries, my learned friends, and the House. Thank you for this opportunity. From my perspective of psychology, I want to talk from the individual's point of view. I want to talk about the person who is using AI, the persons we are rearing up to be in a world that is marked by this volatility, uncertainty, ambiguity, and complexity. So I will borrow from my knowledge of my field to give you the research that I have culled, and I have found, in contrast with what my learned friend just spoke, that AI is in fact detrimental to the human brain. Latest research, if we go by what we have been reading for the past 3-4 years, gives us some very startling evidence regarding what the digital world is doing to the human brain.
We are not talking simply about the ease of access. We are talking about an overexposure to information, things that we do not even need to know. We are bombarded by information all the time. I would talk about the different aspects of cognition that have been impacted, that have been influenced by this development. There is a very huge impact on our attentional faculties. There is something called continuous partial attention, which we are experiencing right now. All of us have smartphones. So we are continuously being distracted by information, by competing individuals, messages, activities that are vying for our attention, and this is not something that is going to help us. We have indeed transitioned from the age of information now to the age of interruption. And the fear of missing out is so great, as we call FOMO, that we cannot control ourselves. We have a lack of voluntary control. When we are given information, we think that we might just need it someday, so we have to attend to that information. But this is not the case. As he was just mentioning about keeping our minds free for activities like art, music, but I want to talk about the ill effects of the digital media on our very brain. It is changing the anatomy, the structure and the functioning of our brain. So we are not going to rear children who are in this digital world, the Generation Z and the Generation Alpha, who are growing up in this increasingly digitalized blue screen world. They are not going to have the abilities to do that anymore, just because they have been exposed by our generation to this kind of an influence. Now, even our real life, in-person conversations that we have, we do not have that depth of interaction anymore. We are very distracted. We are habitually checking our screens. Now the research tells us there is more than 100 times a day that a person unconsciously checks screens on their mobile devices, not even getting aware of what they have just seen. So just tells us how much the, this feature, the intentional design of these instruments is such that it keeps you hooked on, it keeps you latched on, the infinity scroll it is called, I believe. And there is something called auto-playing, which doesn't let you come off cognitively. I'm sure all of us have experienced sometimes that we forget what we opened our phones for because of that information overload that attacks us. We don't know, we don't remember, we are not able to recall what exactly was it that we needed our phones for. Then, I'm not just talking about AI, I'm talking about the entire digital access, which includes AI and smartphones and all the social media devices as well. Now, at workplaces, it is supposed to make work easier. I agree. There is a lot of information which can be abstracted, data mining. I'm sure I'm not the right person to give the technical views on this, deep learning, machine learning. But who is to make sense of all that and apply that? It is the individual. So is the individual in that state that they can make sense of all the information? The information is too much to handle even now. Earlier on in the morning, the keynote speaker was talking about how data is now doubling every 2 years. Every 2 years, we are doubling the data that we have collected in the entire history of our experience. Who is going to make sense of that data? Who is going to act upon it? Do we leave it to the machines? Do we leave it to the artificial intelligence? Then what is our role? We are creating these machines which can learn, which can, undeniably they can work better than us, faster than us. But are they willing to take action on it? It comes to us. We have to take action. So what is happening in the workplace? We believe that it's making work easier, but it's not just the case. It's not as simple as that. What happens, because of our lack of attention, we haven't experienced an increase in productivity. At the grassroots level, the problem is that AI is not just increasing productivity, it is increasing the stress. The workers report a loss of well-being. They report a fear that their jobs are going to get wiped out by AI. In compensation, they are working harder. They are experiencing more work stress and increasing frustration. So where is that premise of AI making it all easier for us. We don't have to work anymore and we can be like children and, while away the day. It hasn't happened. It is not coming out. The time pressures are too high, but the work engagement, it's very low. Let's talk about the children. Focus of attention is something that we are all aware of. When we were students, it was said that, okay, we have a 40-minute class, that is our span of attention. Do you know what is the current span of attention? It's actually, the research tells us, it's only 6 minutes in the presence of a digital device. So what do I do with my class? What do I do with my class? It goes on for an hour. How do I capture the attention of the students? They're all postgraduate students sitting with their mobile devices. They make me feel redundant because they have everything. At the touch of a button, they have it. So the focus, the span of attention has gone down so drastically that it is affecting their comprehensions. They are not able to retain. It is affecting their memory. There is a term called digital dementia. It tells us that people who are heavily into digital technology, mainly the youngsters today, they have experienced a decline in their cognitive abilities due to digital dementia. ADHD in children, it is going up. In fact, latest research tells us that there is a reciprocal interaction between digital devices, use of digital devices, and ADHD symptoms. So you have people who are watching digital media or utilizing these instruments more, and the ADHD symptoms are increasing, and those ADHD symptoms, which is, I should elaborate, attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome, those symptoms are in turn increasing their dependence on these digital devices. So it is because of the change, the structural changes to the brain. I need to mention that as well. So we have the areas of the brain which are specialized for executive functioning, for working memory, for emotion regulation, very important, impulse control, the prefrontal cortex, the frontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex. All these areas have been medically tested to have been impaired by the use of digital media. So this is not just impacting our behavior at the superficial level, it is changing our very anatomy, and we are doing that to our children. This has also affected our ability to read facial information. So when it comes to communication, social communication, even that is suffering. People do not know how to respond to somebody else's facial expressions because they don't have that kind of an idea. They are continuously on their devices. They are not able to read the expressions or even make sense of the messages that they are receiving. There are certain factors, I can give you the technical language for it, but I think I'll run out of time. But one needs to remember that our social ability is what made us what we are. We are pack animals. We do well when we are together. So if you have devices that reduce your need of connection or it damages your need of connection with other people, I think we need to be very wary. We need to have a real serious look at what we are doing. Very seriously take a look and see if we are going in the right direction. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. AI is artificial intelligence is based on machine language. It is a machine that is in general working as in efficiency of and productivity. It improve our efficiency and productivity of human being. It's work as a automation of the task, and every task is very faster and easier using the artificial intelligence. It's improve our accuracy and reduce our errors, because this is a machine language or machine generated. Every person is not do everything, but machine language, artificial intelligence working as a resource and data and security that improve the efficiency of human being. Note, it's innovative and problem solving. It is a innovative and problem solving language. It's a complex problem human being cannot resolve. But using AI data, we can improve our efficiency. So due to these reasons, artificial intelligence is like ChatGPT. Every person in using ChatGPT, like you can improve your efficiency, improve your working capacity, improve your everything. So due to these reasons, artificial intelligence is very effective in today. It's working like a improve our customer services, any other type of services, all these things are improved. So, and accessibility or interactivity, different language peoples are interacted by bridging and communication gap. We can interact with using AI. This is assistive technology that is used for us. Economic growth and job creativity. Using AI, these days, we can create more jobs and more economic growth. Today, all recently peoples, those who are technically improved, they are using AI. And like you, we are not able to know everything. We are using AI, we can learn everything. We can learn and research. By researching by AI, you can improve. AI is using in all these type of things like healthcare, robotic surgery. Most of the major surgeries can be done by human being. But this is a machine language, machine controlled, AI controlled surgery may be done by very easily. Or then climate changes and other poverty or hunger, this type of database. So AI is a very effective tool that can be used by a database, or that database is made by peoples. So maximum social media data, other type of you are using, that data are collected in your machine. That machine search by using search engine of AI, you can diagnose your problem and resolve your problems. So that is, AI is very more effective tool for sustainability and viability of human being. Okay, thank you.
Good evening to the Honorable Chief Guest, Reverend Fathers, my fellow debaters, faculties, and all the attendees present here. My name is Chirag Harchandani, and I stand here to argue that AI is detrimental to sustainability and survival of humanity. To support the argument of my fellow teammates, I would like to present to you with some more facts and examples. AI comes at an enormous environmental impact. According to University of Massachusetts, to train just one large AI model like OpenAI's ChatGPT, it requires around 1,287 megawatt hours of electricity. And it emits around 552 metric tons of carbon dioxide. According to International Energy Agency, the data centers which power these AI models, they consume around 200 terawatt hours of electricity. which is nearly 1% of world's energy demand. Now you might be thinking that 1% is very less. But we are not just talking about one AI model. We are talking about everything that is powered and influenced by AI. We are talking about screeners. We are talking about mobile phones, satellites, weapons, generative AI. All of these are powered by AI. Most of my friends sitting in this room would be looking for a job this year. AI threatens the global workforce by automating multiple jobs. According to World Economic Forum, AI will eliminate 85 million jobs by 2025. And we are already 1 month into 2025. According to Brookings Institution, AI will eliminate 3.5 million truck drivers by automating trucks and self-driving trucks in USA. AI is being integrated into application tracking systems, which never actually reveals the true fact why someone was selected and someone was rejected. Because they are trained on historical data and they develop their own conscience. According to an MIT review study, these AI-based hiring systems have been biased towards female candidates. Rajan sir already explained that yesterday. And Sachin sir explained that today only. According to a study by NIST, the AI surveillance system have been biased towards people of color. And according to another study by Pew Research Center, the deepfake videos, AI-generated propaganda have been dismantling democracies by changing people's perceptions. AI is being integrated into military technologies. According to a report by Human Rights Watch, countries like China, Russia, USA, they have been increasingly using AI into their weapons, which can lead to a war totally driven by AI without any kind of human intervention. And that actually happened in 2020. A UN report revealed that an AI-powered drone over Libya started attacking its targets autonomously without any kind of human intervention. The Center for AI Safety has ranked AI-related extinction even higher than a nuclear war. AI is being embedded in our personal decision-making process also. The example of this is social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. They recommend content based on engagement and our personal liking over any kind of well-being. These algorithms are trained like that, which often end up spreading misinformation. And the prime example of this is the 2020 documentary, The Social Dilemma, which highlighted how these AI algorithms exactly shape human behavior and their mental health. In 2018, Facebook had to shut down their 2 AI bots because these AI bots started talking to each other in their own language. They basically made changes to English language which made it easier for them to connect to each other. But it always remained a mystery to human beings. Now imagine if these kind of AI models developed their own consciousness, like that movie Terminator. In fact, I would like to say that AI threatens the existence of this very international conference. Because this conference is all about research papers, right? There are AI tools out there which can write an entire research paper with a fake data. Then there is another tool out there which is also powered by AI, which can entirely humanize this content. So there's a third-party app which is also powered by AI, which Loveleen ma'am uses, Turnitin. So that Turnitin app is not able to detect AI in it. So basically, we are using 3 tools, all powered by AI, to write an entire research paper without doing any kind of actual research, and no one will ever be able to find out that the research paper was not written by us. This debate is being threatened by AI. What if the opposition team forgot they had a debate today? What if this morning they went on ChatGPT, because they support AI a lot, they wrote a prompt, give me content against this argument which will help me win this argument today, and maybe they are just reading it out right now. To conclude, I would like to say that AI definitely threatens the very existence of humans and their sustainability. These risks, like weaponization, ethical failures, unemployment, environmental impact, these are way too significant to ignore. Therefore, I stand by this motion and support my argument. Thank you so much.
The most striking feature of being humans is our relentless ingenuity and dynamism. This uniqueness allows us to fail, yet still progress. Our ingenuity lets us create abundance from barrenness, even when success seems impossible, while our dynamism ensures we never let abundance turn barren. We constantly innovate, reaching for the stars. If we never cast a pebble into the water, how will we ever create ripples of brilliance? Similarly, if we never venture into the jungle of technology, how will we ever discover our true strengths as humanity? Good evening, everyone. AI, the technology best at souping up gadgets and software we already use, will provide the relevant concoction of data amidst the unfathomable ocean of information. Allow me to present some compelling statistics adding on to what has already been said. AI's economic influence is undeniable. A study by PwC remarked that AI could contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, more than the current output of India and China combined. In the financial sector, McKinsey estimated in 2024 that AI technologies could potentially deliver up to $1 trillion of additional value each year for global banking. AI is reshaping how we acquire new skills. For example, Duolingo, a language learning platform with its AI-driven system, has reached over 300 million users over 32 plus language courses. Our schools have long struggled to cater to individual learning styles, but AI can close this imbalance by providing tailored guidance, adapting to each student's needs, and assessing progress instantly. We codify ourselves in technologies and take Korea, one of the world's most foremost technologically advanced nation. It is elevating educational standards by using AI. Surely, no amount of words can fully capture the inequalities and fragmentation that exist in the developing world. But these are not consequences of AI, they stem from deep-rooted political and economic loopholes. George Bernard Shaw said, "A government that robs Peter to pay Paul can always depend on the support of Paul." So let me get this straight. Is AI responsible for inequality now? As if the world was a perfectly balanced utopia before ChatGPT showed up. Blaming AI for global inequality is just an easy way to ignore the underlying causes. On the national security front, AI is simply a new chapter. The debate over arms and their ethical use has always been vital. It is difficult to deny that without adequate defense, a country cannot develop according to its own light. And let's not be naive. In a world where geopolitical power is dictated by technological prowess, the real threat isn't AI, it's nations falling prey to outdated defenses. As Oscar Wilde said, "I'm so clever that sometimes I don't understand a single word of what I'm saying." You may have heard some say, AI will replace us all. A few even go as far as to call it a doomsday scenario. To them, I ask, if AI is indeed as perilous as they claim, what in their view ought to replace it? AI learns from humans, and yes, that means it picks up biases. But let's be honest, If you trained a system on the entirety of human history and online discourse, would you expect it to come out unbiased? AI isn't corrupting society. It's simply holding up a mirror to the biases we have been living all along. There's a mention of job losses. It must be ascertained that when automobiles replaced horse-drawn carriages, jobs were lost, but industries flourished, creating millions of new roles. Likewise, AI will thrust the creation of AI ethics, maintenance, data management, and even robotics, much as the internet birthed cybersecurity and digital marketing. The opponents have claimed that AI is making people lazy, using it as a cheat code to bypass real effort. The truth is, AI isn't making people lazy. It's making them more cognizant about where to spend their energy. AI isn't just about convenience, it's about a necessity. With populations growing, economies shifting, and the sheer volume of work expanding, AI is the only way to keep up and to multiply the output. Perhaps our opposition just hasn't updated their software yet and think that the world would function better if we worked longer and not smarter. And speaking of keeping up, let's talk about India. The very idea that India is poised to become a global leader isn't despite AI, it's because of it. A nation of 1.4 billion can't scale on handwritten ledgers and elbow grease. AI is the only reason that propels India from an emerging force to an undeniable superpower. I'm afraid to say what has been said about environmental degradation associated with AI doesn't encompass the real picture. Most technological innovations in history came with an environmental cost, but their long-term benefit often proved profound. The automobile industry, for example, produced significant carbon emission in its infancy. Yet, through innovation, we saw the rise of energy-efficient vehicles and even electric cars. Similarly, the WEF Intelligent Transport Greener Future Report 2024 posited that AI can achieve up to a 7% reduction in emissions in transportation through route optimization and efficient asset management, moving us closer to achieving the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Now, concerns have been raised that AI is threatening academic integrity, with critics arguing that it not only writes for us, but also evaluates itself. Here, it is imperative for the institutions to draw a clear line between AI as a research aid and AI as a crutch that undermines integrity. As far as agricultural sector is concerned, in India, 125 million smallholding farmers face a high-risk gamble, where minimal returns are coupled with unpredictable challenges. They often require answers months in advance, sometimes as far as 6 months ahead, to ensure their crops thrive, especially as severe weather patterns are growing. Currently, weather forecasts extend only 2 weeks into the future. AI-based technologies present the opportunity for more frequent and detailed forecasts, providing the much-needed clarity. Another instance from Kenya, a low middle-income country, shows how farmers are already utilizing AI app Plant Village Nuru by taking pictures of their plants on their smartphones and receiving instant diagnosis, thereby combating crop losses caused by pests and diseases. At this juncture, take the medical field. Doctors using AI for diagnosis are not being lazy, they are refining accuracy. Researchers at Cambridge University in 2024 found that their AI model was 3 times more precise in predicting the progression of Alzheimer's than the current standard of care. Furthermore, let's confront the real question. If AI can free individuals from menial, frustrating jobs stuck in vicious cycle of rigid processes, exploitative tasks like domestic work and maid culture, and open doors to more skilled and fulfilling roles, what is wrong with that? The OECD, UN, and EU are already collaborating on developing frameworks, antitrust laws, and competition regulations to address the challenges of AI. As AI continues to evolve, the judicial system and regulators are working in tandem, charting a course through its complexities. In the end, I would like to say that it is our perceptions and intentions that yield good or bad and not the things themselves. As Mark Twain said, Loyalty to a petrified opinion never yet broke a chain nor freed a human soul. Thus, instead of delaying the development and adoption of AI, the focus should be on the ways to use it. Moreover, the issue is not AI, but the lack of skill development and proper guidance on its ethical use. As technology reshapes our world, the true challenge is in staying unmistakably human and cultivating truly discerning minds. For innovation and originality will always remain the currency of relevance beyond mere advancement. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, today this side has given you 3 clear things that AI is helping people do. It has told you, first, that AI helps eliminate human errors and improves efficiency of processes. Number 2, it has told you that AI processes complex data at a rate and with a speed that human beings never could. Number 3, it has told you that AI helps free up human beings, helps them break, as my learned friend put it, this vicious cycle of like menial and unfulfilling employment, and push them towards doing better things. These are 3 clear benefits that side opposition has brought before you today. I would like you to contrast this with the fears that side government has expressed. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, side government's fears are based on that fundamental human question that holds all of us back. What if? What if your system becomes Terminator? What if you run out of transistor chips? What if that poor girl dies in the Philippines because we still haven't found some solutions by then? Ladies and gentlemen, in order to embrace innovation and in order to take the next step in the technological revolution, we need to get out of this tyranny of what if. It is clear before us that the benefits and the progress that AI brings helps increase things and make things more efficient at an exponential level, like to the math people out here, like at geometric progression rather than at arithmetic progression. In such a situation, ladies and gentlemen, when humanity is faced with an opportunity to integrate technology in a way that allows it to expand at a rate that would be unthinkable for hundreds, if not thousands of years otherwise, we need to take the next step and ensure that we go ahead and do it. As far as all the negatives are concerned there, that they have spoken about, the fact that you don't know how, you don't know how AI is going to become more energy efficient, that you don't know if AI will become Terminator, I would like you to think of only one thing. Are any of those harms necessarily likely to come about? Have they been able to prove to you in any way that that is an inevitable consequence? And the answer to that is no. So remember one thing at the end of it, that side opposition has done nothing but hold up to you the benefits that you already enjoy because of AI, the fruits of progress that you are already tasting, whereas side government, like a jilted lover, extends its hands and tells you, no, don't go ahead, don't leave me, please think about what's going to happen. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, and side opposition is proud to say this today, that embracing technology within limits, with regulation, as we have said, we are not arguing against regulation, with the correct kind of political will and political consensus, is likely to change the world. Be part of that change, don't hold it back. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a second I saw a glimmer of hope. The glimmer of hope that the other side has spoken of to me was the light at the end of the tunnel, which, however, the more I thought about, turned out to be an oncoming train. The benefits that the other side of the house has spoken of, from universal basic income, from the government paying you for not being able to work and in order for you to live, from pursuing uniquely human pursuits. The automation that they have spoken of, and all of the other 2 points I've mentioned, are things we've all heard before. To the older members of the audience, to my respected seniors in this august house, you heard these exact same claims made during Y2K. When the computer revolution first came about, this exact same narrative was given to you. You were told that now, because automation is thriving, because people aren't going to have to do menial jobs anymore, you can do whatever you want, you can pursue your interests, and you'll get paid for it. Did any of that happen? No. 20 years later, when we hear this exact same thing talked about, why should we believe it a second time? When we talk about the possibilities, when we talk about the likelihoods of things on both sides of the house occurring, understand that side government is telling you exactly what's already happened. We've known about AI since the 60s. Asimov has told us through his 3 principles of robotics what an AI looks like and how we should regulate it. Has that regulation happened? No. In the past 30 years, since we've been having research papers on artificial intelligence, we have known exactly what the fallbacks are, we've known exactly where things can go wrong. Does that mean deepfakes are not easily available to teenagers on the internet? It does not. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear about the optimism presented on the other side of the house, you need to realize, you need to think, if AI could solve global warming, why hasn't it? If you could ask ChatGPT to collate all this data and give you a warning for severe weather patterns, why hasn't it? Why isn't it doing that already? The simple answer is it can't. The reason that the other side of the speaker left, not just because he has a train to catch right after his speech, was because there isn't a good answer for why exactly any of these questions need to be immediately left after. The question is simple. When we're talking about improved efficiency, we need to ask ourselves why pieces of data show that the same racism and biases present in human doctors are reflected in AI constructs. Why is it that black Americans, when they go into the doctor's clinic for an AI diagnosis, why are they not diagnosed when their white counterparts are? When women go to these AI diagnostic tools, why are they far more likely to get a simple diagnosis as, oh, it's just stress, you just drink more water? It's because the human doctors are making the same errors and it's reflected in the AI. The solution is not taking away AI, for that's just going to leave the human doctors to make the same mistakes. The solution is not relying on AI as this panacea as it has been presented to you. AI is not getting better for the simple reason is that it has not gotten better for the past 30 years. The faults that we have known would be coming have not been able to be addressed. The promises that have been made in terms of AI, the same promises that you have heard during the Y2K boom, those promises have been left undelivered, and it is time we finally stop believing in this nonsense that is being peddled to us. The reason Nvidia has just lost $1 trillion of its stock market valuation is because that question was asked. The reason that trillions of dollars that was promised you is finally turning out to be nothing at all, and we are seeing Nvidia's stock plummet down to the billions instead of the trillions it had been artificially inflated to, is because we are asking ourselves the question, if AI can do all of this, why hasn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, because the other side of the house has not been able to concretely prove to me at any given point in time why AI, if it can be regulated, if we know exactly what the faults are, if we know exactly how to fix it, if it can do everything right, why hasn't it? The simple question that this entire debate has revolved around is, should you be an optimist or should you be a realist? Should you believe that AI will fix everything when for the past 30 years it hasn't? The simple sentence I'd like to leave you all with is that realism is what we have relied on to get thus far, instead of simply hoping everything works out because we simply wish it to be so. With that, side proposition would like to close this debate, and thank you for your time.
Yes.
I've been asked to ask you, how many of you in the audience are in favor of the proposition, which means you accept the fact, or the contention rather, that AI is detrimental to all that. So people who are with the motion may please raise their hands. Let me count.
This side also, sir.
Oh. You're the first to raise your hands. And help me in counting, you know. I was never good at maths. Indicative, okay. I'll go a little subjective on that probably. So now, who all are against the motion and who feel that AI is the whatever? How many people feel that AI is the answer without any risk, or it is sustainable? You counted. You counted. No, nobody is there to be counted for. It's a close one. It's a very close, one or two hands here and there, maybe. कोई कुछ नहीं यूँ किया हुआ, कुछ नहीं यूँ किया हुआ. So it's difficult to really ascertain how the house is divided. That's my verdict. There's no clear cut for and against. And even when we come to the debaters, it was very close. On both sides, the content, the diction, the presentation, and the delivery. It's very difficult to make a choice. Father, you put me in a very difficult situation and position. So what exactly I'm supposed to do? If I recollect correctly, just because it is the form of the competition or form of the debate, one person from in-house, domestic, and one person from other than St. Xavier's have to be pinpointed as having done better, subjectively obviously, than the others. That's a difficult choice. As far as the outsiders are concerned, since this gentleman has already left, that makes me a little more comfortable. So, I would say Dr. Aradhana Sharma is, in my view, the number one speaker for the proposition. She is very clear about in her diction, in her content, very coherent, and content had a lot of weight and well researched, and really it mattered. It highlighted the points which really matter here. The ultimate computer, the human brain, and then the impact of AI. Scientifically, she brought the studies and the results. So, content-wise also, and every wise, she was very wise. Now, of course, Shobhir was very coherent and he summed it up very well. But since it's the format of this competition, that somebody has to be identified as more equal amongst the equals. So, Dr. Aradhana. And now we come to the domestic. That's a difficult one. That's really difficult. Both were very good in content, presentation, and everything. And but my vote goes to Chirag. Not any gender bias. ऐसा नहीं कि उधर से मैंने एक lady को किया तो इसलिए इधर. Not that. Again, it was a difficult choice, very difficult choice, but he pipped her slightly on a technical point. A couple of technical points. He summed up the content within the time frame, and she got a little more detailed on it. So that was a little technicality. Otherwise, it was very difficult to choose between the two of you. Both of you are brilliant. So that's it, sir. Anything else I have to do? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Our latest newsletter, The Mirror Reflection of Campus Activities, is here. For this, I invite the management, IQAC coordinator, and newsletter team to come forward.
vote of thanks. Vote of thanks है ना? नहीं है, presentation. पहले presentation of certificates. तो आप क्या है? I request all the dignitaries to stay here as we have presentation of certificates and mementos. आपको दी थी ना? Yeah. To do the honors, I would like to request Mr. Manoj Bhattji kindly come forward to give away the award for the best debater. The prize. So the award goes to Dr. Aradhna Sharma. Can we have a huge round of applause? Congratulations, ma'am. And Chirag Harchandani, a hidden gem of a college. Congratulations, Chirag, for the wonderful show. Now we move for the award for the best presenters. In the list we have all those who are present here kindly come on stage to collect their certificates. Rupali Saini from Delhi University. Liz Maria Saju, Vellore Institute of Technology. Kindly be quick. Nishant Pal, Sophia Girls College, Ajmer. Next we have Shah Danya, St. Joseph University, Bangalore. Taneen Neil Lincoln, St. Joseph University, Bangalore. Can I request you all to kindly come on stage and collect the certificates?
Aparna Anand, Anuj Krishnam, Navya and Girja from St. Xavier's College, Jaipur. Sarvani Pant from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Ankita Yadav from University of Rajasthan. Sakshi Sharma from University of Rajasthan. Saloni Dangayaj from Christ University, Noida.
I request fathers to stay on. We have felicitation now coming up. So the first felicitation is Shri Manoj Bhattji. I request to Father Principal to felicitate. I would like to call Father Manager on the stage. The memento to be given. Now we have Madam Aradhna Sharma. Kindly give a huge round of applause. Shri Madan Kapuria ji, I would like to invite him. Shoibyon Ganguly, please come forward. Yeah, and of course, Chirag Harchandani and Kushali Sharma, please come forward. Thank you, fathers and all the dignitaries. Please.
As we near the conclusion of this event, gratitude fills our heart. To express our heartfelt appreciation, I now invite Father Amal, Dean Research, for the vote of thanks.
A very good evening to everyone. As we come to the close of this enriching international conference on sustainability and AI in a VUCA world, an interdisciplinary approach towards Viksit Bharat, it is my privilege and honor on behalf of the organizing team to extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of this event. We are grateful to all our distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, delegates, and participants who traveled from far and wide to contribute to this intellectual discourse and engage in meaningful dialogue. Your contributions have truly enriched our understanding of sustainability and AI in this ever-evolving VUCA world. Special thanks to our sponsors and partners whose support has been instrumental in organizing this conference and fostering collaborative efforts towards building a resilient and sustainable future. A special mention goes to our teaching staff, office staff, and maintenance staff whose hard work behind the scenes ensured that everything ran smoothly. Your efforts are deeply valued and appreciated. Our deepest appreciation goes to the conference convener and the entire conference committee. Your dedication and meticulous planning have been the backbone of this successful event. I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation to all the subcommittees and all track in charges for their tireless supports. Any event success frequently reflects the motivation of the person leading the way. Only an academician with administrative ability can be at the helm to steer the institution to achieve our vision and constantly progress towards quality. This force is none other than our inspirational leadership. I want to sincerely thank our beloved principal, Father S. Xavier, and the entire management for always encouraging such academic endeavors. Lastly, I extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you who participated enthusiastically and engaged wholeheartedly in this journey with us. As we leave this venue with a wealth of knowledge and newfound inspiration, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and continue to work towards advancing the goals of the entrepreneurship training initiatives towards the betterment of the society. I would like to conclude the following lines. सतत विकास की गूंज सुनाई, सतत विकास की गूंज सुनाई, ये आई ने नई दिशा दिखाई। सतत विकास की गूंज सुनाई, ये आई ने नई दिशा दिखाई। वूका की दुनिया में राह बनाई, वूका की दुनिया में राह बनाई, भारत में प्रगति की ज्योति जलाई। Thank you once again, and we look forward to meeting you at future events. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Father. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem, and I request the technical team to play the same. Thank you, technical team. Before we part away, let us capture this remarkable occasion with a group photograph. I request all esteemed guests, speakers, and participants to join us for this memorable picture. Following this, we invite all of you to proceed to North Quadrangle for a delightful high tea.